Chapter 281. A mobile Battlestar, ask for a monthly ticket. P.S. Brothers, ask for a wave of monthly tickets. What is this? His whole card. Just as he was thinking about whether to test it, Li Qing suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it. The powerful spiritual energy condensed into a big hand and pressed heavily to scatter his will projection. Then the door of the black hole suddenly lit up in the darkness, and a ray fly out of it. The ray spanned a distance of 7 to 8 million kilometers in an instant, and accurately hit a frigate. Then, a mass of bright light expanded rapidly, drowning everything around in an instant, forming a ball of light with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. All the ships within the range of the light sphere quickly melted like snow under the scorching sun, turning into nothingness. And this is just the beginning. After that ray of light, there are continuous rays of light coming out of the black hole, scattered to different directions. The width is only 1,000 kilometers, but a small change in angle has already spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers after being extended to nearly 10 million kilometers. A total of 100 lights of divine judgment flew out continuously, gathering in a certain range at first, but after covering nearly tens of millions of kilometers in a very short time, they have already covered a range of millions of kilometers. From a distance, it can be seen that clusters of huge fireworks are exploding in the dark starry sky, which is extremely gorgeous. The shooting of all 100 rays is just the beginning. The door of the black hole is closed and opened in another direction, and the light is shot continuously, with an interval of less than 1 minute. After 100 times, the door of the black hole was closed again and then opened at another location, and another 100 times of divine power shot to another location. For 4 full rounds, a total of 395 rays of light flew out, turning into a total of 395 light spheres with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers covering millions of square kilometers of void. The densely packed fleet quickly disappeared with the explosion of gorgeous fireworks. From the first beam of divine judgment light to the explosion of the last light ball, there was less than 15 minutes between them. What can you do in 15 minutes? Can issue a large number of orders, and with the assistance of many staff groups, orders can be issued to each fleet, and even if it is a robot commander, orders can be accurately issued to each warship. However, this is just an order. The battleship couldn't react. It takes at least a few minutes for the headquarters to discover the abnormal strike, to react, to make a quick decision, and then to quickly issue the order to the fleet, and then the fleet is ready to evade. Theoretically, a few minutes is enough time for the fastest frigate to start rushing out of the range of the light of divine grace force field. However, these 15 minutes refer to the time from the launch of the first light of divine judgment to the end of the force field of the last light of divine judgment, not the effective time of the first light of divine judgment. At the speed of light, tens of millions of kilometers can be covered in 33 seconds. From the moment the first light of divine judgment was launched, they only had 33 seconds to react. What can you do with this little time? Find a place to die comfortably. So, when this wave of earth-shattering light of divine judgment came to an end, Camro, the Star Group player Wen Xinghai, was stunned. He was really stunned. As a Star Sea Lord who has lived for tens of thousands of years, he is well informed. What have I not seen? But he has never seen this scene today, otherwise he would not have responded. A shocking wave of divine judgment's light. His huge fleet was directly blasted to pieces, and the remnants are estimated to be less than 1/5. There are about 10 divisions remaining, and the combat power is not weak, but at this time he has no confidence. Responding almost instantly, the scepter in his hand hit the ground, and said softly, "Retreat now." After a pause, he said softly, "Approaching the second combined legion." Holding the scepter with both hands together, he remained motionless, but he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. At this moment, he understood why the divination just said that, and the shadow he felt was not fake. "No, I'm leaving now." Camro smashed the scepter in his hand without hesitation, a circle of spiritual energy exploded, and his figure began to become unreal. But at this moment, Li Qing and Seboden, who were sitting in the fortress, stood up at the same time. Om! A ring of psionic ripples in the fortress exploded, and a huge golden chain of light appeared out of thin air above Camro's head and fell to lock the space. A little golden light in the center of the pattern outlined by the chain fell and shot into the top of Camro's head. When it exploded, the figure was distorted and blurred for a while, and then recovered after a few seconds, and the person was still in place. "There are two." He stood up abruptly. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes for the first time. "He wants to hunt me." After the panic, he was indescribably angry, and he laughed angrily. "It's very good. You are really kind. I want to see if you have this ability." The scepter in his hand stopped again. The space shook violently, and the strong distortion exploded like lightning. His figure flickered. After freezing for a moment, he slowly disappeared. But the scepter remained. A few seconds after the distortion exploded and disappeared, the space returned to its original state, and the scepter turned into powder and slowly fell. He ran away. Li Qing turned his head to look at Cybertron, and the negative star Cybertron also looked over. Neither of them looked worried. He can't run away. Eat up this fleet before chasing it. Cybertron nodded, stretched out his hand, and the invisible distortion flashed by. The huge fleet disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind the enemy fleet in the next second. The Camro Star Sea Lord's fleet, which was caught off guard, was in chaos, and then was caught by the prepared human fleet separated. After finishing all this, Star Negator Cybertron teleported away. At the same time, the door of the black hole opened, and huge golden figures flew out of it one by one, killing the super psychers of the Zener Star Group player civilization who jumped and escaped from several mobile fortresses in groups of 3 and 3. Without command, he accepted the 4 high-level mobile fortresses and the 8 regular mobile fortresses bluntly. The door of the black hole opened, and with a backhand slap, he slammed into the door of the black hole. Then followed the same pattern and opened the door of the black hole under another mobile fortress again. Boom! The huge fortress exploded, and as the fortress fell apart, endless flames spewed out. Pity. The first high-level mobile fortress was successfully collected by force, but the next few ships were unwilling and blew themselves up. Forcibly overloaded, the energy furnace of the fortress exploded from inside, and he couldn't stop it. The same is true for the following ships. Facing an unknown situation, unable to resist and hopeless to escape, they blew up their forts one after another, which made Li Qing feel very heartbroken. Fortunately, the first ship didn't react, and they couldn't help them when they entered the universe in the palm of their hands. The star losers who fully exerted their abilities broke through the fortress shield and entered inside at a very fast speed, and forcibly stopped the self-destruction process before they blew up. After capturing this ship, Li Qing will have 2 high-level mobile fortresses and 3 regular mobile fortresses, and his strength has been strengthened a lot. After all the mobile fortresses blew themselves up, the remaining fleet was besieged. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, they blew themselves up one after another, even the frigates. This is the difference between player civilization and ordinary civilization. Ordinary civilization can surrender if they can't beat it, but there is no room for surrender in the battle between player civilizations. Once defeated and captured alive, the only way is death. There is no second choice. Player civilizations are either you or me, so facing disappointment and no hope of escaping, the best choice is to explode the battleship, and the enemy and ourselves are all dead. Dead can be resurrected. The loss is not big. If captured alive and sent to human territory to kill, the resurrection loss is 10 times that of normal death. So the cruelty of the player's civilization war is far beyond the normal civilization war. Once it breaks out, it will be truly immortal. Watching the enemy's self-destruction one after another, when the self-destruction was over, Li Qing ordered the fleet to gather and clean up the loot, and then left a mark in this galaxy for the next transmission. The huge fleet entered the universe in the palm, and he jumped away alone. By connecting with the god General Cybertron, who had chased after him early, with the mental matrix, the Lord of Camro Star Sea did not leave too far at this time, but used the leap to teleport to a galaxy about 200 light-years away from here, and communicated with another galaxy. A larger fleet than before converged. Camro did not realize that he was marked. If he returned to the territory of the Xenoer Star Group civilization, he might be discovered by the will of the Xenoer Star Group civilization. However, in the territory of other civilizations outside, the reaction in this regard would be a little slow. It was impossible to find a mark that Li Qing had put on him by gathering the power of many star destroyers. The reason why he did not return to his own civilization territory but continued to stay nearby was because there was a huge mobile battle star in the fleet he was staying at this time. It is estimated that with the battle star in hand, there is enough confidence to deal with the next crisis. If it is other hunters, having a mobile battle star is really tricky. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to get a mobile battle star. But Li Qing reappeared in the star ring around a gas giant planet, and Cybertron was inconspicuous in the countless meteorite dust in the star ring. Using psychic means to observe secretly, it can be seen that a huge fleet that is at least 70% larger than the fleet that was defeated just now is parked near another orbiting planet in the star system more than 1 billion kilometers away. It was a frozen planet. The thick ice layer on the surface had been blasted, revealing a huge crater with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, with a large number of artificial traces inside. Sure enough, they are digging graves here. Li Qing could see clearly that the artificial traces were completely consistent with the architectural style in the super anomaly that he saw just now, and they definitely belong to the legacy of the same civilization. From this, it can be deduced that this Star Sea Lord from the player civilization of the Xenoer Star Group led the fleet to come here for sightseeing, nor to scan advanced energy weapon blueprints, nor to scan any abnormalities, but to dig graves, and it is a super continuous pattern. The planet in front of me is one step, and the super relic before is the next step. Seeing this, Li Qing became interested. Can trouble a Star Sea Lord to do it himself, leading a huge fleet of hundreds of divisions, including a mobile battle star, all the way to another civilization territory to dig a grave. This grave is definitely related to advanced energy technology. Normal super graves are no longer interested in this kind of big man, unless they are as idle as Li Qing and have nothing to do, but this is unlikely. So, Li Qing squeezed his chin a little, and decided to wait until the fleet repairs in the universe in the palm of his hand are completed. There were a lot of losses in the war just now, and there were even more damages. This will be repaired intensively. Looked around, turned around and entered the Palm universe. At this time, all warships have been brought into the super dock for maintenance, and it is estimated that they will be fully repaired within 5 days at most. Most of the damaged warships Li Qing didn't care, mainly because the fearless divisions needed to be repaired. Experiencing actual combat and feeling the huge gap between the Fearless Division and the conventional 5th-tier technological warships, Li Qing no longer thinks highly of these conventional fleets. In addition, as the enemies he had to face became more and more powerful, Star Sea Lords who could not move at level 6 enhanced technology, warships with only level 5 technology were not only useless on the battlefield, but might also hinder them. He really wanted to give up the construction of conventional battleships and focus on building the Dreadnought Division. But the blueprint is not enough. Got to get more destiny. In addition to forcibly improving technology, this thing can also strengthen the existing mother chip and increase the number of copies. For example, he can only copy 500 copies of starships and 50 copies of dreadnought battleships every day. If he uses destiny points to strengthen the mother chip, the number of copies can be greatly increased. A little mandate point can increase the copyable limit by 100%, and 10 points can increase it tenfold. Originally copy 500 ships and 50 dreadnought battleships a day, and use 10 destiny points to strengthen them 10 times. You can copy 5,000 ships and 500 dreadnought battleship blueprints per day, the maximum number of dreadnought divisions that can be built in a year. It will also change from the original 1 to 10. Also speechless, that's why he lacks blueprints. Like him, other advanced civilizations only have an ship mother chip and a dreadnought battleship mother chip. I don't see them lacking, and I don't see them using destiny points to strengthen the mother chip. It is impossible to use rare destiny points to strengthen the mother chip. If you really get extra destiny points, the first thing the Lords of the Star Sea should do is to strengthen other technologies. Most of the Star Sea Lords have mastered the 6th level enhanced technology, but not all of them have mastered it completely. Mastering the 6th level enhanced technology is not necessarily related to becoming a Star Sea Lord. As long as you have enough destiny points to advance, you can still be promoted to the Star Sea Lord without pointing out the complete 6th level enhanced technology. Of course, generally speaking, they have more or less mastered some of the 6th level enhanced technologies, but not necessarily all of them. He didn't stay in the universe in the palm of his hand for long, and when the ships were all repaired, he left as soon as possible to join the General of Cybertron. 5 days passed, and Camro did not leave. On the contrary, during these 5 days, another fleet that was much larger than the one that was annihilated before joined together. There were nearly 150 of them. Left and right divisions. 1 mobile battle star, 1 war moon, 8 high-level mobile fortresses, 22 conventional mobile fortresses, and nearly 150 division-level fleets. Most of them are standard divisions, with a small number of enhanced divisions, and Li Qing found a large number of ships in it, but the specifications and size are not as good as his group of star escorts. He dug up the mother chip. The appearance of these ships is not very similar to the battleships of the player civilization of the Xenoer Star Group, but is very similar to the super abnormal battleships seen before. Chapter 282 Chasing After Hundreds of Millions of Miles. So, he really dug up advanced civilization technology in this super continuous ruins. Li Qing couldn't help rubbing his chin, quite surprised. Already dug up the mother chip of the ship, and continued to dig. Doesn't that mean that there are very likely other advanced civilization technologies in the ruins under the previous super anomaly? No, this relic must be taken over. Li Qing rubbed his chin and had an idea in his mind. But before that, it is better to complete the plan and capture this alien Star Sea Lord alive. Without any warning, he just walked out like this, and was immediately spotted by the enemy scout fleet everywhere. Camro found Li Qing immediately. He suffered a loss once and did not dare to be careless this time. He was not alone because of him, but underestimated, immediately ordered the fleet to prepare for combat. No nonsense, Li Qing stretched out his hands to grasp falsely, the door of the black hole emerged again, and a huge fleet swarmed out of it. At a certain moment, Li Qing suddenly raised his head, and saw energy gathering in a huge muzzle in the center of the huge battle star in the distant direction, and countless bright lights slowly formed a vortex around the huge muzzle. At a glance, it is clear that the star blaster of the battle star main gun is charging. It is estimated that he is releasing the ship and wants to take the opportunity to aim at the current black hole door. Li Qing remained motionless and allowed it to recharge, but focused on the recharging of the starburst. At a certain moment, the star blaster was fully charged, and an unimaginable burst of energy turned into a beam of ultra-bright light hundreds of kilometers in diameter and blasted towards the door of the black hole. Concentrated, Li Qing immediately closed the black hole door with his hands together, and then quickly reopened a black hole door in front of the fleet. The light of broken stars released by the star blaster is terrifying, but its speed is as infinitely close to that of a laser beam. At this time, the distance between them is more than 10 million kilometers, and the speed of light takes nearly 40 or 50 seconds to pass through, which is enough for him to close the door to the black hole reopens a door to the black hole. Half a minute later, the unimaginable light of broken stars blasted across the starry sky and ruthlessly blasted into the gate of the black hole. I don't know how many people held their breath, staring at the terrifying light of broken stars blasting into the gate of the black hole. Then, in the anticipation of countless people, the light of the broken star fell into the sea like a mud cow, without any response. How is this possible? At this moment, Camro regretted for no reason. After a few seconds of silence, he stood up and ordered in a deep voice. The main force is preparing to retreat. Many subordinates looked at each other, puzzled for a while. The subordinates who had seen Li Qing's strength before were basically dead, but now this group is the officers of the other two joint legions, who have not seen Li Qing's methods, so in their eyes, they clearly have an absolute advantage, but the order was issued, which really made them a little puzzled. Although the method of taking the star-broken strike just now was amazing, it wasn't impossible. They didn't think it would change anything. An admiral stood up and asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, we have the upper hand at this time, why should we retreat? Camro also knew that his subordinates did not know, and explained seriously. This opponent has a very powerful super treasure. A round of attack can easily cover a range of millions of kilometers. No one in the fleet is spared except the flagship. The Third United Army was wiped out because of this. Everyone was surprised. Is there such a powerful super treasure? Camro didn't have much interest in explaining, and ordered loudly. Follow my instructions and retreat immediately. After 10 seconds of silence, someone asked, where are you going? The Hull Galaxy, or the Zenic Fortress Galaxy, or? Retreat to the Zenic Fortress Galaxy first. Camro thinks it's better to be on the safe side. Since he was promoted to Star Sea Lord for thousands of years, he rarely felt such a strong threat, and it was the first time he felt fear and shame. The majestic Shanghai Lord was forced to flee everywhere by a small military leader. If he said it, he would be laughed at by his fellow clan for 10,000 years. But at this time, he is outside the territory of civilization, and his many powerful means and main fleet are not there, so he really has no way to resist for a while. He plans to retreat to the westernmost important fulcrum of the civilization, the Zenic Fortress Galaxy, escape the pursuit with the help of the fortress system, and then return to the territory to prepare for a comeback. He had the right idea, and his reaction was not unpleasant, but his fleet was not so fast. Before Li Qing made his move, the battle zone of the Divine Sword had already started to recharge. When he started, it had already been recharged in 7s and 88, and the fastest batch was close to being recharged. When Camro decisively ordered the retreat and persuaded the senior officers to start the evacuation, the first batch of divine lights had already completed charging. Li Qing pointed decisively, and a seemingly inconspicuous light flew out from the open door of the black hole. How could it be so fast? Camro showed despair. Having seen the power of the divine light in the last round, he clearly knew how outrageous its power was. He once suspected that it was some kind of special ultimate weapon. A small ray of light attracted the attention of most senior officers. Under their gaze, the light shot into the fleet over a distance of more than 10 million kilometers. After a while, a ball of dazzling light exploded and quickly submerged everything within a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Then, nearly 400 rays of light flew out one after another and scattered towards the fleet. Nearly 400 light spheres with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers exploded. Even though Camro had been prepared for a long time, the distance of the newly assembled fleet was not as close as before, but the range is really too large, and at this time, the fleet is being assembled, not in combat state, and the fleet is not too far apart. A wave of earth-shattering light of divine judgment swept across the battlefield, directly stunned everyone, and disabled the fleet. At least 40% of the fleet melted into this wave of divine light. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Mental preparation can't change your destiny. If you are unprepared, you will face the sweeping light of God's judgment again, and the ending will be the same as before. Camro's heart was bleeding at this time. Even though he was a rich and powerful Star Sea Lord who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, the fleet didn't mean how many there were. 2 rounds of sweeping wiped out the fleet of more than 100 divisions. The accumulation of nearly 1,000 years is lost. This is a huge threat. He instantly realized how threatening Li Qing's move was on a large-scale battlefield. If the Xenoer star cluster and the United Empire of Man were in a full-scale war in the future, this move would have the ability to affect the battle situation. After all, no matter how large the fleet is, it can't handle this kind of ultra-large-scale AoE cleaning over and over again. Leave a part of the fleet behind, and the main force jumps away. He didn't take advantage of the gap to counterattack because the light of divine judgment had already been launched, but decisively took the opportunity to retreat. A large number of fish that slipped through the net in the area bombarded by the divine light just now began to gather, and another part of the unaffected fleet began to gather towards the mobile battle star, and the ripples generated by a circle of transition centered on the battle star, and the group transition was about to begin. Li Qing was a little surprised by the opponent's decisiveness, but he was also a little surprised. He didn't panic at all in his heart. He just ordered the fleet to stop advancing and stand by. No interception, because there is no way to intercept. Mobile Battlestar's built-in transition system is not much worse than him, and Battlestar's transition engine is very powerful. It can force a transition against an attack, and it will not be unable to transition once attacked like a conventional battleship. 12 minutes later, the huge fleet disappeared right under his nose, leaving only scattered fleets on the tens of millions of kilometers across the battlefield. Li Qing ignored the cannon fodder, but ordered the fleet to retreat. There is no need to kill them all here, it doesn't make much sense, it is still important to catch big fish. Half an hour later, the fleet jumped again and directly located Camro's position, appearing in a galaxy 400 light-years away. But just as he jumped over, he found that Camro had already jumped away. I didn't wait too long this time, and the second jump started after only 10 minutes. The location of this transition is very far away from Camro. When the fleet emerges from the transition, you can even immediately see the huge fleet in the distant starry sky. Of course, this time he was not hidden within the star ring, and the huge fleet was not hidden, and he was also immediately discovered by Camro. Am I flagged? Camro stood up abruptly. His body erupted with psionic energy, and soon found a mark in his body that was normally undetectable. With a thought, the powerful spiritual energy washed back and forth to wear away the mark. Camro sat down again, pondered a little, waved to a subordinate next to him, and said, I have a message here. You use the psionic leap to quickly rush back to the Imperial Zenic Fortress, immediately visit the commanders and give them my token, and they will know what to do. The subordinates took the token, bowed their heads and saluted, turned around and dispersed into a stream of light. After finishing this, he continued to say to another subordinate, You also go back to the Empire and take my token to visit the other highnesses. They will know what to do when they see the token. The men took the token, turned and left without hesitation. After arranging these, Camro exhaled lightly, looked at Li Qing's direction again, and showed a cold expression on his face. If you want to hunt me down, go ahead. The fleet continues to jump, aiming at Fort Zenic. He found out, keep up. At the same time, Li Qing turned around and entered the universe in the palm, and began to charge the light of divine power. The third jump is over, and the location is not far from Camro's fleet. The mark on Camro's body is cleared, but other marks in his fleet have not been cleared, so they can still be located. As soon as the jump came out, before they were ready to jump again, the god of Cybertron activated his unique ability, and the fleet that had been prepared for a long time appeared within a range of less than 5 million kilometers from Camro's fleet, and then the gate of the black hole opened, and the light of Tao divine trial shot out. There was no warning, no precautions, and the light that filled the sky directly rode on the face, catching them by surprise. In the transition state, the fleets are very close to each other, and the distance between them is not as far as before. The fleets of 80 or 90 divisions are parked within an area of no more than 1 million kilometers. The light drowns. The crushing of technology and ability, caught off guard, when the light of the gods slowly dissipated, the entire battlefield was quiet. The fleet of 80 or 90 divisions was annihilated under this wave of earth-shattering light of divine judgment, and even many flagships melted within the overlapping range of the light of divine judgment. Only the flagships remained in the huge fleet. With the super flagship, many mobile fortresses surrounded by mobile battle stars are in a state of confusion. Technological crushing beyond the scope of imagination. Never seen such a lethal weapon, coupled with the talent of the general of Cybertron, who jumped face instantly without warning, so they didn't know how to deal with it for a while. But there is no need to think about how to deal with it. This wave directly wiped out the fleet, leaving only some flagships. And this time Li Qing didn't give him another chance. He opened the door of the black hole again, and an inexplicable aura came out from it, and Camro jumped up together with all his subordinates in the mobile battle star. The ultimate weapon. Even if it was the first time they encountered it, they knew instantly that this was the ultimate weapon. Evacuate immediately. On the other side, Li Qing, who had already turned on the light of dimensional convergence, smiled, looked at the figures of more than 35 negative stars around him, and said lightly, "Get ready." The golden light flashed, turning into streams of light and flying out of the black hole gate, and disappeared in a flash. In the next second, clusters of dazzling of light exploded in the icy starry sky, turning into figures surrounded by all kinds of splendor-like stars. The negative stars are fully displaying their strength at this moment. The combination of powerful body, energy and spiritual power makes them like gods and demons, or like Leviathan. This is the real body of the negative star, and this is the complete state of the negative star. Powerful demon-like body, combined with super spiritual energy, plus the energy of a star, the combination of the three, each negative star is equivalent to a powerful Leviathan. It's just that the star negatives are not in a complete state at this time, and they don't dare to show their strongest strength to fight at ordinary times. Once injured in this incomplete state, it is difficult to recover. But at this time, it is necessary to hunt down a star Sea Lord, and it has entered the final stage, and he cannot be allowed to keep his hand. Fortunately, they don't need to go all out. 35 star destroyers who are as huge as stars unite and rush towards the mobile battle star. Camro immediately ordered the Star Blaster to start charging, and at the same time all the Super Psychers in the fleet faced it. Boom! Accompanied by the no-frills head-on collisions between the negative stars and less than 10 Super Psychics, circles of berserk energy and psionic mixed shock waves exploded centered on the collision. One after another distorted halos collided with each other, and were suppressed back and forth by the negative stars. The halos began to collapse. Originally, the strength was not comparable, and the number was less than 1/3 of that of the negative stars. 3-on-1 siege, just a few attacks, Camro's few Super Psyker subordinates were besieged and fell into a disadvantage. But they also bought enough time for the charging of the Star Blaster. After just 5 minutes of charging, the huge vortex in the center of the mobile battle star began to rotate violently, and a palpitating fluctuation came out from it. Li clearing the gate of the black hole, it can be clearly sensed that the Star Blaster is aiming at the gate of the black hole. At this time, the light of dimensional convergence is just in the charging stage, and it is still 108,000 miles away from launch. Chapter 283 Successfully captured a Star Sea Lord alive. Let me give you a shot. Li Qing decisively stopped the energy storage of the light of dimensional convergence. If he didn't stop, the star-shattering spear would definitely hit the ultimate weapon dimension-converging light behind the black hole gate head-on. He didn't dare to bet on whether this super weapon could withstand a star-shattering spear. With a thought, the door of the black hole is closed without locking the target, and the light of dimensional convergence automatically stops charging. But Camro's star-broken light spear also lost its target at the same time, and could only follow the original trajectory to lock on to a nearby mobile fortress. Less than a minute later, the Star Blaster was fully charged, and a palpitating and terrifying beam of light was ejected from the vortex in the Star Blaster, and a mobile fortress was blasted across the void with a beam of light. It was opened less than a kilometer away. The gate of the black hole disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. Boom. Camro slammed his fist the armrest, full of unwillingness. Accelerate closer. Unwilling to return. The battle is still going on, and Camro chooses the remaining fleet to advance in an all-round way. He could see very clearly that although the almost endless divine light just now had a large range, its damage only posed a huge threat to warships below the flagship, not to those above the flagship or even mobile fortresses. At this time, he still has 1 mobile battlestar, 1 war moon, 8 high-level mobile fortresses and 22 regular mobile fortresses, and thousands of Titan super flags or flagships. Even if there is no conventional fleet, even if the Star Blasters are not available, the conventional force of these flagships plus these fortresses and battle stars is enough to crush Li Qing's dozen divisions head-on. His choice is not incorrect. Even without a conventional fleet, these flagships and fortresses alone can easily compete head-on with Li Qing's conventional fleet. However, Li Qing's ultimate weapon dimensional converging light is different from other ultimate weapons in that it has no cooldown time. After carrying a wave of star-shattering light spears, Li Qing decisively opened the door of the black hole, and the second-dimensional converging light began to recharge. Camro, who was planning how to fight later, was stunned, and pressed his palm on the table, his eyes flickering, showing the strong entanglement and unwillingness in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Camro clenched his fists and hammered down, shouting viciously to his subordinates. Move on. I have a battle star, but I don't believe that you can smash my battle star with 1 blow. Even if it is the ultimate weapon that is 100 times more powerful than the Star Blaster, it cannot crush the mobile battle star with 1 blow. This ultimate war weapon is basically a symbol of invincibility. Even if it is a super battle involving tens of thousands of divisions in a civilized total war, as long as it does not win, the Iron Battle Star will not fall. A majestic Star Sea Lord was forced to such a degree by a small military lord, Camro endured it again and again, and finally couldn't help it. He didn't believe that he could do nothing to himself while staying in the battle star. As for the palpitating feeling of terrifying threat, he summed it up in his heart as the innate fear of unknown ultimate weapons, and the strong sense of threat to life from the ultimate weapons themselves. When the ultimate weapon is ready to fire, even if it is not the target that is aimed at, it will also feel intense fear. This is the instinctive fear of life for this ultimate threat. Even if it is not aimed at, it will still feel fear when seeing this ultimate weapon fire, but the fear is different. Sitting inside the mobile battle star, Camro didn't want to run away anymore, he wanted to deal with it head-on. But although he didn't want to escape, he didn't really fight to the death. He was ready for the spiritual leap. Once the battle star showed signs of being unable to bear it, he would use his whole card to force the mobile battle star to leap away. In Camro's view, with the strength of the mobile battle star's energy shield, even an ultimate weapon that is 100 times more powerful than the Star Blaster can withstand it, which is enough time for him to escape with the mobile battle star. So, when Li Qing turned on the light of dimensional convergence again and went to observe his opponent, he was surprised to find that the mobile battle star did not escape, but charged towards the door of the black hole instead. Oh, so kind. Li Qing was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he guessed exactly what his opponent was thinking. Indeed, with Battlestar in charge, anyone would have enough confidence to confront head-on. Although the light of divine judgment is powerful, if you want to destroy a Battlestar, you may have to blast tens of thousands of rounds without moving to destroy a mobile Battlestar. 1 round per hour, and the daylily will be cold after 10,000 rounds. After such a long time, there is enough time to retreat calmly. However, this refers to the normal situation. Normally, even advanced civilizations cannot destroy a mobile Battlestar in a short time. But Li Qing is not normal. Who would have thought that he would have a final fortress from a super god-level civilization? The ultimate weapon from a super god-level civilization is unimaginable for normal civilizations. Camro's idea is exactly in Li Qing's arms. It is best not to run, and there is no need to try to control the opponent's movement. As time goes by, the locking range of the converging light of dimension is gradually expanding, and Camro's side already has an absolute advantage on the battlefield. 1 mobile battle star plus 1 war moon and 8 high-level mobile fortresses, 22 in conventional mobile fortresses, thousands of flagships or super flagships form a heavy artillery array, pouring out firepower crazily. The axis-based orbital main guns of the fortress railguns and battle stars have super long range and power. In each round of bombardment, the warships of more than 2 divisions are reduced to dust. Cannon fire. In less than an hour, the fleets of 4 divisions of Li Qing were smashed to pieces by the terrifying firepower. The second round of fire started an hour later, and the vortex of the star blaster reappeared. It is estimated that the bombardment of the black hole gate was invalid. This time, the target was a high-level mobile fortress. Li Qing knew the enemy's target at the first time, gritted his teeth half rejoiced, and ordered to abandon this advanced mobile fortress. Boom! A continuous beam of light flew out of the vortex and penetrated the void of millions of kilometers. One end hit the high-level mobile fortress. The thick shield on the surface suddenly sank and exploded. The aftermath hit the surface of the mobile fortress. The terrifying light energy spread along the curved surface, submerging the entire mobile fortress. 10 seconds later, the broken star spear slowly dissipated, revealing the mobile fortress whose surface armor was completely melted. Then, the second wave of the fortress axis-based orbital main guns that had been prepared for a long time, together with the fortress orbital main guns, Titan light spears, and beams of light that filled the sky penetrated the void and fell into the fortress. The energy shocks and tears fly. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, a high-level mobile fortress turned into a cloud of fireworks and exploded. Tens of millions of clone crew members and a large number of crew members in the fortress were all buried in the sea of flames. Psionic jumped to escape. This is the cruelty of war. Hundreds of millions of lives are often lost in an instant. Although a high-level mobile fortress was lost in this wave, Li Qing was relieved. To annex a battle star, it takes 2 hours to recharge. The star blaster that threatens him is fired every hour. Now an hour has passed, and it will be too late for him to react. No, precisely this moment is enough. At this time, the power of the dimensional converging light is enough to cause devastating damage to the mobile battle star, and the next step is to continue to expand the scope to ensure a more sure kill. At this time, Camro didn't realize this. Although the threat he sensed from the black hole gate was getting bigger and bigger, he also considered whether to continue to shoot the star splinter spear, but in the end his firm will convinced him in order to save himself, he still relied on the battle star to bear the enemy's round of attacks as originally planned. So in the first hour, they did not attack the light of converging dimension, but destroyed a high-level mobile fortress. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he ordered the fleet to attack in an all-round way, suppressing Li Qing's fleet in an all-round way. Without the assistance of the divine light, plus the intention to avoid the loss of the fearless division and move it to the rear, let other fleets move forward, even with Chuyuan's super talent and the blessing of the void blessing buff bonus, it is impossible to be a mobile battlestar opponents. With the fall of a high-level mobile fortress, the battle situation further collapsed, and the human fleet that was already at a disadvantage was completely suppressed. Then the human fleet did not take any other actions, that is, it did not escape, nor did it show any other cards. It even moved the two fearless battle divisions further back, as if it was about to retreat if the situation was not good. Seeing this, Camro was inexplicably relieved. Junior, it is undeniable that your strength is good, but if you want to challenge a Star Sea Lord with a single hole card, you can only say that you have made a wrong idea. He stared coldly at the battlefield where his side was fully superior in combat, and ordered the fleet to continue to maintain pressure. At the same time, he gathered all the flagships to target one of the regular mobile fortresses of the human fleet and began to focus their fire. And mobilized 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 4 conventional mobile fortresses, and the fleet of 2 divisions circled from one side, preparing to encircle them on both sides. A battle star has a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers, equipped with countless main guns, and the T-slot Doomsday Light is more than 100,000. When the battle star entered the range and began to focus fire, one round of attack blasted away the thick shield of the conventional mobile fortress, the armor was torn apart, and the thick hull was continuously bombarded by the subsequent adjustment of the angle of the battle star. Tearing, and finally at a certain moment, it couldn't hold on any longer and turned into a huge fireball. Completing the strategic goal, Battlestar moved forward again, and Camro set his target on another conventional mobile fortress on the human side, sneering. Only mobile battle stars can resist. Today, I will give you a free lesson, so that you can know. Not good. As soon as the words fell, Camro's body swelled with psychic power and his figure suddenly became blurred, but the blur was frozen in the void in the next second and remained motionless. From the outside, the starry sky where the mobile fortress was located suddenly stopped, and then the space where it was located fell off from the starry sky of the universe like a painting, and quickly shrank and flew into the black hole. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. The entire battlefield was silent for a moment, and no one knew what happened, only that the mobile battle star and the headquarters were gone. I only saw that it was fine, but the mobile battle star suddenly disappeared as if it had been torn off. The entire battlefield suddenly became awkward, and the battle stopped strangely, and both sides were at a loss. A minute later, Li Qing walked out of the black hole gate. The moment he stepped out, his figure swelled rapidly, and the dazzling golden energy shot up into the sky and spread rapidly around him, layer upon layer like golden lotus leaves expanding outward. In less than 10 seconds, the golden lotus leaf has expanded to 1,000,000 kilometers away, and a golden light man standing tens of thousands of kilometers in the middle stands. The golden light man is surrounded by golden runes all over his body, his pupils spit out flames like a demon god, and he utters words. Camro has been captured alive by me. Give up the fortress, I allow you to leave alive. Zener's Star Group fleet was in chaos, and everyone couldn't believe it, but they all believed what he said was true intellectually. Everyone looked at several of Camro's deputies, who were discussing nervously what to do next. I propose to pay a certain price to redeem His Highness. One of the commanders said in a deep voice. If His Highness is not redeemed, the territory will definitely be annexed by other lords, and we will not end well as His Highness most core veterans. The other commanders were silent for a while, and nodded in approval of his thoughts. Soon Li Qing received a redemption application and an armistice treaty from one of Camro's subordinates. After reading it carefully, he smiled. The redemption application is quite sincere. They are willing to hand over all the remaining fortresses and the mobile battle star to him, and pay a full 100 billion cubic meters of refined steel as compensation for the defeat of the war, and if he has any additional needs, can mention. To be honest, if the Star Sea Lord of a certain indigenous civilization, such as Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, or even the Star Sea Lord of the human feud Bruven United proposed this condition, he would agree. Revenge of feuds, such a good condition is worth much more than a mere native Star Sea Lord. However, Camro is a Star Sea Lord of player civilization. If the player Lord sacrifices, he will get destiny points. Does the native Star Sea Lord sacrifice? And the role of fate point. Although he also lacked fortresses and warships, Li Qing even lacked mandate points. Sacrificing a Star Sea Lord can get at least 10 destiny points and a lot of civilization points. Let's not talk about being civilized. It is uncertain how much you can get. It mainly depends on how much Camro still has. The destiny point must be at least 10 points. This thing is of great use to him. He plans to use it to strengthen the mother chips of ships and dreadnought battleships, increase the number of copies of blueprints, and increase production. This thing has been proven through actual combat drills to prove its strong combat effectiveness. A warship with a level 6 technology configuration can defeat more than a dozen divisions at a time. A battleship with a level 5 technology may be able to defeat 100 divisions at a time. Such a strong warship only has one division a year. The output of the regiment is too little. However, it must be strengthened several times, with an annual output of more than 5 divisions, and 50 or 60 fearless divisions in more than 10 years, which is enough to catch up with the General Star Sea Lord in terms of conventional fleets. So, Li Qing responded very simply. Winner and loser, his fate will be sacrificed and become the nourishment for me to be promoted to Lord of the Star Sea. If you leave the fleet and surrender, I swear with the will of civilization to let you leave safely. Chapter 284 Preconditions for Sacrifice and Redemption of God-Level Technology. The end result is that the top collapsed, and no one would agree to his request. Besides, they are all player civilizations, and the civilization will pay attention. If their lords cannot be saved, they will surrender, and the end will not be so good when they go back. There is no way to surrender. Li Qing won't let them go. It is impossible for them to give up their lord and leave. So, a potentially even more tragic battle is staged again. There was a lesson once. His dimensional constriction light was useless, and the opponent could no longer wait to die foolishly, only head on. The first wave of divine judgment light was still in the form of a stand. The 400 divine judgment lights directly cleared all the opponent's regular fleets, leaving only less than 1,000 flagships and many mobile fortresses, under the leadership of a war moon, approaching them. The Moon of War specification is between the mobile fortress and the mobile battlestar, and it far surpasses the mobile fortress in terms of specifications, combat effectiveness, and functions. The size of the Moon of War can already be called a celestial body, and its gravitational force is already strong enough to affect small warships. Its jump engine can ignore the attack and force the jump just like the mobile battlestar, and it can also force the fleet to jump, but the jump needs to be recharged longer than usual in the combat state. It can be said that a war moon is actually a shrunken version of the mobile battle star. The biggest difference between it and the mobile battle star is that it does not have the ultimate weapon star blaster except for its slightly smaller size. Of course, if you have the ability to get some small final weapons, you can also place them. This time, Li Qing didn't fight as hard as before. He asked Cybertron's general to command the fleet. His talent was to retreat 20 million kilometers collectively before the enemy ships approached. The lords of the Star Sea have already been captured, and the biggest strategic goal has been achieved. Naturally, there is no need to use cannon fodder to attract firepower. Although his vision is higher now, and he no longer looks down on Tier 5 warships, it is better not to lose. These 5th-tier warships can't be the main force, but can be used as cannon fodder, or a local fleet to maintain regional security. The distance of 20 million kilometers can only be reached by starbursts. Even the Axis-based orbital main gun on Warmoon cannot reach that far with various range bonuses, but the basic range is as high as 10 million kilometers. The light of divine judgment can be hit. Afterwards, Li Qing kept this distance. Every hour after the light of divine trial was fully charged, a round of bursts would forcefully smash a regular mobile fortress. 1 pill per hour, 2 pills every 2 hours, 3 hours. None. Faced with this situation where they were completely out of reach and could only be beaten, they did not fight to the end like Camro. They retreated resolutely after the 3rd hour, and the group leapt away with Warmoon as the center. Naturally, Li Qing would not go after him, since he has already caught him, so it is useless to continue chasing him. Even if these fleets are destroyed, there is no great benefit. Confirmed that the enemy has completely withdrawn, Li Qing let out a long breath, clenched his fist and waved his hand fiercely. Awesome. Ordering Chuyuan to count the losses, he couldn't wait to turn around and dive into the universe in his palm. In the core control room of the ultimate weapon dimension, the light of convergence, Li Qing got the put-away mobile battle star. At this time, the mobile battle star and the thick shield layer were perfectly cut, looking like a handicraft solidified in amber, delicate and beautiful. Holding the light ball in his hand and shaking it lightly, Li Qing smiled slightly, turned around and left the universe in his palm to appear in the real universe, let out a long breath, and communicated with the will of human civilization without hesitation. As a member of the official military master of the United Human Empire, although he is not qualified to preside over the Senate meeting, it is still very easy to communicate the will of human civilization. Even if this place is tens of thousands of light years away from the United Human Empire, it is only a slight delay. After a while, Li Qing felt a very kind will come down in the dark, and then the light ball in his hand began to shine, and bits and pieces of starlight rose up, and the light ball gradually collapsed and disappeared. Vaguely, he felt a cry of panic, but he couldn't hear it when he looked closely at the light ball. 5 minutes later, the ball of light in his hand completely collapsed, turned into countless fine stars rising up, and condensed above his head into a circular nebula surrounded by flames, which gradually shrank as the flames burned. As the ring nebula gradually shrunk to the extreme, Li Qing, who was immersed in it, suddenly sensed something and looked towards the east. Somewhere, a huge pyramid composed of countless thrones suddenly appeared in the far east. At this moment, one of the many brilliant thrones on the top of the pyramid suddenly collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, all those who could see this scene had a clear understanding in their hearts, which represented the complete fall of a Star Sea Lord. Not to mention that the military masters and lords of the distant Zener star group are now mingled with panic and anger. After the throne collapsed, the pyramid disappeared, but Li Qing could vaguely feel the extreme anger and malice coming from there. Didn't mark him or anything, but as long as he dares to appear in the eyes of any player from the Zener star cluster civilization, everyone will regard him as a deadly enemy. But Li Qing didn't care about these things. Player civilizations are always life and death. At this time, his focus is on what good things Camro Xinghai Lord left behind after being sacrificed. Wait for the civilized will to leave with extreme satisfaction. Li Qing stretched out his hand, and the bits of starlight that remained after being burned by the flames slowly fell into his palm and directly merged into it. Li Qing stared at him immediately, with joy and surprise in his eyes. There are so many. The benefits are more than he imagined. Not only the reward from the will of human civilization after the sacrifice, but also a full 10 destiny points, and the improvement of the status within human civilization. There are also fate points and civilization points left over from the death of Camro Star Sea Lord, and a total of 28 destiny points and 44,118 civilization points. Get rich in a wave. This harvest is much higher than Li Qing imagined. Originally, it was only expected to have 10 destiny points and tens of thousands of civilization points, but he did not expect so many. However, recalling the satisfaction and appreciation when civilization will left before, he had some guesses in his mind. It is estimated that there has been no sacrifice in 8 or 9,000 years. He is the first sacrifice in 8 or 9,000 years, and he is a star sea lord at once. The will of civilization is extremely satisfied. The accumulation, and even half of the mandate points consumed by his promotion to the Star Sea Lord are estimated to be stripped out. It seems that many military lords were sacrificed at that time 10,000 years ago, but they were not treated so well. It's nothing more than a civilization point. A full 28 points of destiny exceeded Li Qing's expectations. How to use it? In addition to the option of being promoted to Star Sea Lord, there are two options. One option is to strengthen the original 5-level technology, and upgrade to 6-level enhanced technology. 28 destiny points can basically strengthen all commonly used weapons. Another option is to strengthen the mother chips of ships and dreadnought battleships to increase production. Among them, the frigate needs only a little destiny point to strengthen once, and the number of copies can be increased by 100%. Dreadnought requires 2 mandate points to strengthen once, and also increases the number of copies by 100%. A total of 28 points can strengthen each of the 2 mother chips 9 times, which means that the number of additional copies can be increased by 900%. Originally, only 1 fearless division could be built a year, but now 10 can be built. Of course, there is a third option, which is to restore the universe in the palm of your hand. 28 points of destiny. The repair range is not small, it may be larger than the last repair range. Besides, if you don't want to use it to repair the universe in your palm, the destiny point itself can also be used to exchange for the technology of the negative star. A little destiny point can be used as 10,000 civilization points. It is worth mentioning that Li Qing has accumulated more than 9,000 civilization points over the years, and with the addition of the ones he just obtained, there are a total of 53,140 civilization points. Combined together, it is equivalent to having 330,000 civilization points. With so many civilization points, you can spend 10,000 civilization points to exchange for Star Guardian and 50,000 civilization points to exchange for the blueprints of 2 god-level civilization warships of Star Hunter. Or more than 300 static streamers, creating more than 300 new negative stars. Or exchange for various weapon accessories of a large number of god-level civilizations. This wave, Li Qing suddenly realized that with so many civilization points, he could try to obtain the technology of god-level civilization. He immediately opened the technology exchange page of the negative star, and then a large number of technologies with obvious names appeared in front of him. The first one was the exchange of the Star Guardian, and he immediately put his consciousness on it to prepare for the exchange. However, just as he was about to exchange, he paused in the next second, with a look of speechlessness on his face. No way. The moment he was about to exchange, a necessary reminder about exchanging star energy technology suddenly appeared in his mind. To master the 8th level god level technology, star energy technology, there is a key prerequisite, that is, everyone must ascend to the second stage. The necessary prerequisite for any advanced civilization is the ascension of all people, whether it is genetic ascension of all people, mechanical ascension of all people, or spiritual ascension of all people, you can choose any one. And this is a stage of ascension for all people, and the second stage of ascension for all people is to ascend for all people again on the basis of the original ascension. Generally speaking, the necessary condition for promotion to a high-level civilization is a period of national ascension, and the 7th level dark energy technology and the 6th level dark matter technology belong to the same level, similar to the 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level civilizations. Civilization upgrade to level 7 civilization does not need to soar again. But the gap between the 7th level civilization and the 8th level civilization is large. The 8th level civilization is also called the God level civilization, and the distance between the 7th level civilization and the 7th level civilization is even greater than the gap between advanced civilizations and primitive people. Therefore, to advance from a 7th level civilization to an 8th level God level civilization, the whole people must ascend again, and once again civilization ascends on the basis of the original ascension. And this kind of ascension is also called the ascension of race fate, or the ascension of gods. After ascension, all individuals in the entire civilization will undergo earth-shaking changes and be strengthened in all directions. Just like the civilization of the star-negative people, they were not so powerful at the beginning. The original star-negative people were just an ordinary species like human beings, level civilization. Those who exchange star guards are actually trying to master the energy of the 8th level god level technology star. Because of the particularity of its battleship and technology, it must be fully mastered after the second stage ascension of the whole people. Of course, the successful completion of the second stage of ascension by the whole people is actually the standard of a god-level civilization, but before that, only one stage of ascension is actually required to use some simple god-level civilization technology in a limited manner. To put it simply, as long as you can complete a period of ascension, you can first exchange for Star Guardian or Star Hunter, and some non-core 8th level technologies. Only these can be exchanged. Other more powerful technologies, or the most important star energy mastery, must be mastered after completing the second stage of ascension. That is to say, even if only the star guards are exchanged, it must take a period of national ascension, which cannot be exchanged now. It is worth mentioning that, in addition to the ascension of the second stage god, he can also exchange it in the name of the star negative race, but the premise is that there must be more than 10,000 star negative people, so that he can barely reproduce negative star civilization. And this is also not satisfying, and the difficulty is not much different from that of human two-stage ascension. Of course, the above are the core prerequisites for exchanging Star Guard builders, and they do not conflict with Star Guard exchange. He can forcibly exchange, but cannot build. So, can only say speechless. Thinking of how excitedly I was thinking about when I would collect so many civilization points to exchange, but when I really waited to collect so many civilization points and told me that the preconditions were still missing, I was speechless. But there is no way. This restriction is a civilization restriction, not a star-lost civilization restricting you. People also want you to inherit your own civilization and grow up immediately. But if these preconditions are not met, it is impossible to master these god-level civilization technologies, or even understand them. This is not a level of technology. Fortunately, this won't take long. He is already building a super giant cabin. After the completion, he can start to try the genetic ascension of the whole people. At that time, he can first exchange for god-level civilized warships such as Star Guardians to play with. So, these civilization points can only be used in other ways. Li Qing checked the exchange panel again. After removing all kinds of technologies that cannot be exchanged, there are only static streamers, servants of light, holy guards, and fearless war gods that can be exchanged. Nanas. He directly closed the exchange page and began to meditate. When the god-level technology exchange cannot be used, there are actually not many options for him to choose. In addition to exchanging the number of negative stars, it is to strengthen the mother chip of the ship. These two are the most practical, and the others are not very practical. So be it. Li Qing thought about it carefully, and spent 27 mandate points to strengthen the mother chip of the battleship. The ship and the dreadnought battleship were strengthened 9 times each, increasing the number of copies by an additional 900%. This means that from now on, 9 times more blueprints can be extracted each year to build 10 enhanced versions of the Fearless Division. Then, another 20,000 civilization points were consumed to exchange for 20 static streamers, ready to transform into a new negative star. After the exchange is completed, there is still 1 mandate point and 33,140 civilization points left for spare. Since it is impossible to directly exchange for god-level technology, then you can't use up all of it. Save it, and you can use it at any time if you need it in the future. Coming out of the universe in his palm, Li Qing was suddenly at a loss, not knowing why. Chapter 285 New Senate Meeting. This wave of benefits cannot be said to be bad, although it did not make his strength skyrocket instantly. It seems that it is not in line with the worth of a Star Sea Lord. However, considering that he simply captured a Star Sea Lord, and did not occupy his territory, and the method of capturing it was special, it was impossible to find any good things from Camro. As a Star Sea Lord, he must carry a lot of good things with him. For example, the set of 6-level enhanced technology battleships and weapon accessories must be all there, but he is caught by the light of the dimension. He can't untie this thing now. It's a pity that I can't get the good things I carry with me. But there is no way. With his current strength, it is already a surprise to be able to capture a Star Sea Lord alive, but it is impossible to catch Camro without a head, so what else can he ask for? What's more, the 7 generations of fearless divisions I have now are also very strong. At this stage, 10 times the output will soon be able to gather a group of powerful fearless divisions. In the decades before mastering god-level technology, I can fully let him guarantee great strength. Not having god-level technology for a while does not affect his competitiveness. On the contrary, he just has this time to accumulate a large number of destiny points and civilization points. Otherwise, when the conditions are met, there will not be enough destiny points and civilization points to exchange. In the past few decades, we must find a player to fight civilizedly, otherwise it will be difficult to gather enough destiny points. Li Qing clicked his tongue, thinking so. At this moment, Chu Yuan sent him a list of post-war battle reports, and he glanced at it casually, feeling completely at ease with the huge battle damage on it. This battle is over. He only has one high-level mobile fortress and one regular mobile fortress left, and one high-level mobile fortress and two regular mobile fortresses are sunk. The two fearless divisions themselves are powerful and well protected. They are generally still there, and there is not much loss, but the losses of other fleets are great. There are only 1.5 of the 5 standard 6th level divisions left. At most, there were 15 standard 5th level divisions, and now there are only a little over 4 left. This does not mean that there are 4 complete divisions left, but that all divisions have been disabled, and the remaining remnants are put together to form 4 complete division level fleets. The losses were huge, but the results were even more astonishing. The two battles destroyed more than 200 divisions and more than 20 mobile fortresses. Because it was player civilization fighting, the loot was much more than wild monsters, and a large number of blueprints for warships of all levels were harvested. It is not a problem to put together 15 or 6 divisions with 6-level technology configuration. In addition, there are 3 regular mobile fortress blueprints and 1 advanced mobile fortress blueprint. In general, the gains outweigh the losses. Although no god-level technology has been obtained, the benefits brought by 28 destiny points are still very large. After cleaning the battlefield, Li Qing led the fleet back. But instead of going home directly, go to the galaxy where the Star Sea Lord Camro was first seen before. There is also a super anomaly there, which is also a part of a continuous grave, allowing a Star Sea Lord to lead a battle star and add 200. The huge fleet of a division is far away from the territory of this civilization, which is worth digging. After 2 jumps, the fleet came before that super anomaly again. At this time, the galaxy has returned to calm, and the anomaly looks like a very ordinary military base from a distance. Although he does not have tokens or coordinate chips for digging the grave has been activated by Camro at this time, and it can be dug up, and others can also grab it, but there is no token, and it is estimated that he can only use violent means to dig it. But the problem is not big. The place is here, and there is a high probability that this is the fortress planet. It is really impossible to directly use violent means to demolish this fortress planet. As long as the tomb can be dug successfully, there is a high probability that the coordinates of the next ring of the continuous tomb can be found in it, and then he can continue to dig. The fleet was in place, and Li Qing cleared the field with a wave of divine light 20 million kilometers away, and then continued to use kite tactics from a long distance. It took 2 days to knock down the remaining flagships and fortresses one by one with the divine light, and finally only one fixed stronghold planet remains. Next, use the light of divine judgment to smash the shield of the planetary fortress from a long distance, tear the armor, and then destroy all the defensive weapons on the surface of the fortress at a fixed point, blasting the entire planetary fortress into chaos. He didn't use the light of dimension converging. Obviously the next link of the super tomb is here. Wouldn't it just disappear if he used the light of dimension to collect the relic? The next step is to send ground troops to log in. A large number of alien troops, together with the 2-star elite army mechanical armor troops, landed from gaps in different corners of the fortress planet. In addition, Li Qing also sent a total of 5,000 giant battle bodies to the battle for the first time. This 5-star ground force has a height of hundreds of meters. Its super huge body comes with a battleship-level shield and a force comparable to a naval gun. Its powerful firepower is like a land battleship. It is invincible on the ground battlefield. Withstand. The interior of this fortress planet has been hollowed out, and the curved terrain inside is extremely complicated. Next, the ground troops can only rely on the ground troops to find the ruins hidden in nowhere in this complex terrain. Li Qing parked the fleet above the orbit of the planetary fortress, told Chu Yuan to pay attention to the surroundings, and uploaded his own consciousness to prepare for a meeting. He received a reminder from the Senate half a month ago that this year's Senate meeting will start again. The consciousness was uploaded, and those familiar with the way came to stop in front of the Lingxiao Palace, and greeted several incarnations of the military masters standing at the door. At any rate, he also participated in more than 10 sessions of the Elders' meeting, that is, several enemy military leaders of the Baji Consortium, including the Fengyan military leader, benefited from his wealth and generosity, and also met and made friends with many military leaders. As time went by, more and more army lords came, and he saw Feng Yan army lord chatting with several other army lords. The two just looked up and saw Li Qing, clasped their hands together and said with a smile. It turned out to be Lord Jolin. I heard that you went to Yingxin, so you have to be careful. There is more than one player civilization there. It is very dangerous for you to go there alone. Don't get caught. Standing beside Feng Yan, another leader of the Lingji army who also belongs to the Baji consortium said with a blank expression. Master Jolin, according to the rules, you need to send a fleet to serve in the 3 core fortresses within 10 years of being promoted to the leader of the army. Now time is running out, I hope you can come back soon. Li Qing replied with a smile on his face. Thanks for the reminder, Lord Lingji, I will be back soon. Hope so. At this time, Li Qing saw the old patriarchs of the Li family and the old patriarchs of the Yu family coming hand in hand, and immediately went up to meet with several acquaintances with a confession. With the successful establishment of Jolin Collar, the Qinghe Li family and the Jinmin Yu family have also entered the honeymoon period. In addition to the Ding family behind Ding Yoren, the 4 military leaders are very close, and they naturally become close allies. The 2 old patriarchs have long ignored the affairs of the clan. Most of the time they live in seclusion, and occasionally go out for a walk. After meeting Li Qing, he followed them and listened to their chats, listening to some interesting stories and gossip that ordinary people are not qualified to hear. Unknowingly, he followed the 2 old patriarchs into the Lingxiao Palace. As soon as he entered, Li Qing's eyes fell on the very front one of the many thrones in the center of the palace, with a hint of joy on his face. Before last year, his position had not changed at the last position of the military leader, but this year he is not there, and has already jumped to the top row of the military chairman, ranking 5th. Although there were no minor accidents even in the first 3, it was not too surprising. It can only be said that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is also among the military leaders. After all, with the accumulation of 8 or 9,000 years, there are always some powerful military masters who have accumulated enough, and I can't compare with others' accumulation of 8 or 9,000 years just by sacrificing a Star Sea Lord. All the military leaders bowed their hands one by one, and walked to their own positions. Li Qing also bid farewell to the 2 elders, and walked to his own positions. The location of the human senate is very traditional. Above is the rostrum, where the 14 Star Sea Lords are located. Below is the main seat of the military lord. Ordinary small lords surround the venue in a circle. At this time, Li Qing did not go around the back as usual, but went around to the front row of the venue. At this time, there were already several army leaders standing in front of their seats. They were surprised and didn't know what to say, but Li Qing could guess what they were surprised about. He came in front of several people, and found that the person standing in front of the 7th seat in a row was the lord of the Lingji army. He was spreading his hands in surprise to talk to the army leader in the 8th seat on the right, when Li Qing came over and heard. I don't know which excellency did something important to jump to the front all of a sudden, but I heard that Mr. Song Xiu went there some time ago. His voice suddenly disappeared, his face showed surprise, and his eyes followed Li Qing, who passed by, and stopped in front of the 5th seat in a row. He said modestly. Jia Lan Li Qing, Jinling Sikong Jingqing. Dongyang Guo Wanfang. The remaining army leaders who knew Li Qing were all silent. Still, Sikong Jingqing, the leader of the army who had no grievances with Li Qing, spoke. He cupped his hands and asked curiously. Forgive me for being curious. I don't know what earth-shattering event Your Excellency Li Qing has done. He was able to skip more than 200 old guys in one fell swoop and directly rank 5th. Li Qing bowed his hands back and said modestly. Actually, I didn't do anything, but I went to the Yingxin district some time ago, and I was inexplicably chased and killed by a strong man who didn't know which player's civilization. Later, I was killed by me because of an accident. Afterwards, I found out that it was a statue from Xenor Star. The Star Sea Lords of the group. Hiss. Everyone gasped in unison. Sikong Jingqing bowed to him again very formally, and said. Sure enough, heroes are born from young people. Young people are full of vitality. I admire you for doing such a big thing so quickly. Li Qing responded with a smile. Luck, luck. It's not luck, it's skill. Judging from my achievements, I guess it won't take long to reach the top. If there is a chance in this joint battle between humans and Bruven, it is possible to surpass that level and be promoted to Star Sea Lord. Li Qing quickly waved his hands and said, I don't dare to think about this, how can I covet the Star Sea Lord? It's hard to say, young people have unlimited possibilities. One of the two was flattering, the other kept being humble. Ling Ji and Feng Yan sat there with ugly faces. What made Ling Ji speechless the most was that Li Qing ranked 5th, himself ranked 7th, and Sikong Jingqing ranked 8th. The two of them boasted to each other and separated themselves, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Fortunately, this torment did not last long, and soon the other military leaders arrived one by one, and it was difficult to continue bragging like this after two people. However, when the people arrived one after another, the top military leaders arrived, and they were all surprised when they saw Li Qing's unfamiliar face, so they chatted again. When they knew that Li Qing came to the top by virtue of his terrifying feat of beheading a Star Sea Lord from other player civilizations, everyone expressed their inconceivable feelings, as well as various envy and appreciation. I can't help but appreciate it. Unlike other superiors, no one has been able to kill the Star Sea Lord for 8 or 9,000 years. As a member of the military master, how can they not know how powerful a player Star Sea Lord is? If he can do it, he is really capable, and he can't be jealous. If you refuse to accept it, go and kill one yourself. Killing a Star Sea Lord is not only about improving their status, but also gaining their most coveted destiny points. At least 10 destiny points means that he can point out at least 5 or more 6-level enhanced technologies, which is enough to greatly increase the potential of Jia Lanling. With the beginning, if there is a chance to accumulate some in the future, perhaps it will not take a few hundred years for the 15th Star Sea Lord to be born. The discussion gradually spread to the rear, and the military leader at the back didn't know what happened in the front. Li Yongcheng, who was sitting behind the military leader's seat, didn't notice that his grandson was not sitting in the original position. I curiously asked an old friend in front of me, but before I could speak, I heard a crisp voice. Boom. The bell rang to represent the beginning of the Senate meeting, and the 14 military leaders appeared one by one, and the venue immediately became silent. This time the meeting was presided over by Star Sea Lord Xiao Bili. He tapped the table lightly with a golden hammer. He said with a smile on his face. Before the start of this meeting, let's congratulate Jialan caller Li Qing for completing a great cause. He killed a Star Sea Lord from the Xenoer star cluster head-on and won the reward of the will of civilization. As soon as the voice fell, the audience fell silent, and everyone looked at the figure standing up in the 5th seat in the front row and clapping his hands. Li Yongcheng, the old patriarch of the Li family in Qinghe, was stunned. He didn't even respond to the congratulations from his friends. How? To him, this news was like a supernova exploding in his mind. It was so shocking that he was momentarily stunned and didn't know what to say. At this moment, he has 1,000 words to say to his grandchildren, but the place is not right at this moment, so he can only suppress his inner excitement. After the silence, there was an uproar of discussions, and they all looked at Li Qing with shocked eyes, most of which were incredulous. Not only are they unbelievable, but even the lords who have known the news for a long time feel a little unbelievable. Knowing that he can kill a Star Sea Lord head-on also means that he may defeat himself in a head-to-head confrontation, which makes them quite amazed. Chapter 286 4 Agendas. Fortunately, although they were amazed, they didn't feel any threat, and they didn't think that Li Qing killed him head-on by his own ability. They guessed that there was a high probability that they would use tricks to sneak attack, or the location, or take advantage of the alien Star Sea Lord's unfavorable state to complete the kill. This is not the time for them to discuss. The meeting has already started. Xiao Bili withdrew his amazed gaze, tapped the golden hammer lightly to signal silence, and said in a deep voice. This regular meeting of elders has officially started. There are 4 agenda items. Everyone has half an hour to review and think about it. The agenda will officially start after half an hour. A light curtain popped up in front of Li Qing's eyes, and a series of data slid down and emerged. The first item on the agenda. In view of the last 5 resolutions on joint all-out war with Bruin, all military masters and lords are required to provide certain war resources to support the front line according to their ranking within the empire. This agenda has been held every year in the past few years, and it is all resource support, providing materials according to the level of strength and status. Those with strong strength and high ranking pay more. Those with weak strength and low ranking pay less. Li Qing had always been at the bottom of the list of military leaders before, and the total value of the materials required each year was about 1 trillion yuan, of which the mandatory requirement was 1 trillion kilograms of grain, no minerals, and a battleship blueprint equivalent to a standard division. Grain is a war reserve, which is necessary. The battleship blueprint is for players to exchange. Although the main force of total war is the lords of the major armies, the large number of individual players is also a strong force. They may not be able to fight the frontal battlefield, but they can be of great use outside the frontal battlefield. As Li Qing's status skyrocketed, the original 100 trillion is definitely not suitable, but his status suddenly skyrocketed, his strength did not follow the skyrocketing, and it is impossible to determine according to his current ranking, so there is no definite number yet. I have to ask Lord Xiaobili, who presided over the meeting, later. Second agenda. Someone found the trace of Leviathan, the Eater of Worlds, on the edge of the westernmost spiral arm of the Faust star field at the joint junction between humans and Bruin, and it was initially observed that it was flying to the middle of the Faust star field direction, asking nearby players to be careful not to provoke the World Eater. There is an attachment under the agenda, which shows the latest observation results. Although the target direction of World Devourer is the middle of the Faust star field, it does not rule out the possibility of turning around, and its specific destination is not clear yet. In addition, the Devourer of Worlds at this time is much larger than when it was discovered last time. When it was discovered last time, its body had a diameter of more than 300,000 kilometers excluding the tentacles. Now its body diameter has exceeded 370,000 kilometers. It seems that it has swallowed at least 10 living planets. According to the fact that he devours and destroys many living planets every time he appears, it is not known which planets will be unlucky. This agenda has little to do with Li Qing, and it is unlikely to affect the war. Although it is an extremely powerful Leviathan, it is nothing compared to an entire civilization. If it dares to enter the battlefield, it will be smashed to pieces by a fleet of hundreds of millions in minutes. The third agenda. The United Empire of Man officially launched the threat removal plan, sending a team of super psychers to infiltrate the Bruven Union, preparing to assassinate the 4 great generals of the Bruven Union civilization. Bruven unites the entire civilization with a total of 4 generals, who have extremely powerful special abilities just like the generals Cybertron and Cyrus. Among them, 3 gods will be stationed in the 3 core fortresses, and the other will be located in the hinterland of Bruven. In order to ensure the superiority of human beings in the all-out war, the Council of Elders decided to send an assassination team composed of super psychers to assassinate, trying to successfully eradicate a general. Yes, as long as one can be successfully eradicated, the plan will be considered a success. The general itself is extremely powerful, and he is in a high position, surrounded by many troops. The success rate of the assassination is really not high. This agenda is only one of the preliminary preparations, and no one can say for sure whether it will succeed. It is worth mentioning that even though Lord Senluo had 3 major generals under his command at the beginning, he thought that there were many generals. That was because the wars in the early stage of development were too frequent, and several player civilizations were exterminated or expelled, and many powerful indigenous civilizations were exterminated, so in the early days of development, a lot of gods were born. Since then, for thousands of years, there have been no major wars, and no new generals have been born in the entire United Human Empire. And this is mostly relative. In fact, at the peak of human civilization, there were only 11 or 12 generals, most of whom were under the command of the top 3 lords. And with the passage of time, some gods will fall one after another, especially the 3 independent gods of Lord Senluo. It is estimated that there are only 6 or 7 gods that still exist in the United Human Empire. It is also worth mentioning that all Star Sea Lords are not generals. Perhaps these bigwigs used to be famous generals and excellent commanders, but after being promoted to Star Sea Lord, their main occupations were changed to rulers. The talent and basic command skills are still there, but the bonus of a main occupation is missing. Not a professional commander. So the 14 Star Sea Lords of human beings, including the number 1 Star Sea Lord, are not generals. The fourth agenda item. The agenda for establishing the general command of the coalition forces and selecting the command headquarters of the various fleets in this all-out war. 4 agendas, the fourth agenda is the focus. Half an hour passed quickly. Lord Xiaobili struck with a golden hammer to remind everyone, and said in a deep voice. Now start the first agenda. Everyone can continue to pay according to the materials paid in the past. If you have any questions, you can raise objections now. As soon as the voice fell, the Lord Fengyan stood up and said. Your Excellency Jia Lanaling Li Qing has done a great thing and is now ranked 5th. I wonder if he provides supplies according to the ranking. Lord Xiaobili glanced at each of the 2 expressionlessly, and said. Material contribution is determined based on the combination of ranking and strength. Although His Excellency Li Qing is ranked 5th, his strength has not improved greatly. I discussed with the lords and calculated according to the 50th comprehensive evaluation. After that, the comprehensive ranking will be +5 every year. Name until it is on par with the existing ranking. He looked at the Fengyan army lord, and asked in a deep voice. Do you have an opinion? Mr. Fengyan was silent for a while and sat down. The military leader Xiao Bili looked at Li Qing again and asked. Are you convinced by this arrangement? Li Qing nodded immediately and said. I have no opinion. Raising 5 rankings in 1 year is equivalent to a 10-year buffer period, so how could he have any objections? He turned on the light curtain to check the ranking table, and pulled it to the 50th place. It showed that the 50th place needed to pay about 1,500 trillion yuan in supplies every year during the war, including 5 trillion kilograms of food, and the equivalent of a division of warships blueprint. By the way, Your Excellency Li Qing, according to the regulations of the Senate, you need to send a fleet to serve in any of the 3 core fortresses in the 10th year of your promotion to the military leader. In view of the imminent stage of all-out war, you need to send a fleet of at least 10 divisions to serve in any core fortress. Li Qing nodded and said. I can do it, but I'm not in the territory now, and it may take about a year. Xiao Bili said. Don't worry, it's only been 9 years since you were promoted to military leader, and you still have 1 year to prepare, and there is normally a year of flexibility, you only need to be in place within 2 years. After confirming that there is no other problem with the first agenda, Lord Xiao Bili took advantage of the opportunity to start the second agenda. There is nothing to say about the second agenda, which is to arrange a fleet to follow the Leviathan World Devourer, and report any changes at any time. Then the third agenda item threat removal plan requires each military leader to send a super psychic, or a high-level combat relic. If there is no super psychic or powerful combat relics, need to give up a division-level fleet to contribute to any of the 3 core fortresses as compensation. This Li Qing is not going to send a star-negative person, but he doesn't have any powerful combat relics in his hands, so he is going to send out a division-level fleet to contribute. It just so happens that my fleet is about to be replaced soon. There will be 10 dreadnought divisions a year, and soon the 5th-tier regular fleet will be useless, so I just use it to offset the debt. Soon the military leaders finished choosing one by one, and came to the most important 4th item on the agenda, which was about the establishment of the coalition headquarters and the selection of the various fleet headquarters during the all-out war. That's all for the general command. This must be the stage for the Star Sea Lords, and has nothing to do with him. But in the command of the 3rd Route Fleet, Li Qing felt that he needed to take an important position to coordinate with his plan. After all, the status is too low to mobilize too little cannon fodder, and then you need to fill in the cannon fodder yourself. My fearless division is so precious, it's too wasteful to be cannon fodder. At this time, Lord Xiao Bili issued a form about the command of the headquarters and the official position of the 3 Route Army. There is a commander-in-chief, 3 deputy commander-in-chiefs, a chief of staff, 2 deputy chiefs of staff, a chief of logistics, a chief of intelligence, a chief of armaments, and 10 group armies at the decision-making level of the United Corps. Composed of commanders, a total of 20 positions. Not to mention the commander-in-chief, he doesn't have to think about coordinating the overall situation, no matter what aspect it is not his turn. The deputy commander-in-chief is generally responsible for all aspects of the main battlefield battles. There are only 3 seats, and he also has little chance. The position of the chief of staff is second only to the commander-in-chief, who is generally responsible for the overall strategic plan, and it is also not his turn. The deputy chief of staff assists the chief of staff and is responsible for formulating combat plans, but he can fight for it. The head of the general logistics department is in charge of the overall logistics, and this also has no other role. The Minister of General Intelligence is in charge of intelligence, including enemy intelligence movements, and has no share. The Minister of General Armament is in charge of replenishment of battleship damage, so it has nothing to do with him. The last 10 group army commanders mean that the 3 Route Army will form 10 group armies, each of which will lead an army group composed of multiple corps-level fleets, which can be regarded as the real power. If possible, Li Qing would like to get the position of a group army commander. According to the scale of a total war, an army group has at least 100 division-level fleets, and there may be 200 or 300 more. Such a huge fleet, plus his own strength, is enough to complete that crazy plan alone. But the premise must be obtained. This kind of real power position that actually controls the fleet must be fiercely competitive. At this time Xiao Bili said, each position can be competed for. Everyone can circle the positions they want to compete for. You can choose more than one, and then indicate your advantages and specialties below. The lords will start reviewing after collecting all the information, and the results will be announced next year, will be announced in due course. Well, not now. Li Qing thought for a while, drew a circle on the positions of Deputy Commander-in-Chief and Group Army Commander, and then pondered for a while when annotating below, and wrote. I am fortunate to have the allegiance of an ancient general, and I believe I am qualified for the following positions. There is nothing fancy about him, his only advantage is that he has a subordinate. When the time comes to review, just pull out Cybertron or Cyrus. This may expose his acquisition of the inheritance of Lord Sen Luo, but is he still afraid of these now? As the 5th-ranked army leader, there is no need to care about this exposure. After writing the submission materials, the next step is to deal with the small lord's affairs. It had nothing to do with Li Qing. He was half asleep and half awake for almost 2 hours, only to hear a crisp sound that woke him up. He looked up and saw that Lord Xiao Bili was announcing the end of the elders' meeting. People got up one after another. As soon as Li Qing stood up, he heard someone calling him from behind, and turned around to see the old patriarch Li Yongcheng coming. At the same time, he glanced sideways, saw the Lingji army lord and Fengyan army lord looking at him, and quickly retracted after feeling his gaze. He ignored it, smiled and greeted the approaching Li Yongcheng. The old patriarch looked at him with emotion, and said, Child, follow me. The two opened a private room in Lingxiao Palace, and before they sat down, the old patriarch asked, Son, have you used up the destiny points you got from sacrificing the Star Sea Lord of the Zener constellation? Li Qing nodded and said, Used. Where is it used? Li Qing said slightly apologetically. It's not convenient for me to say. Li Yongcheng was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile in silence. Then Grandpa won't ask you any more, just figure it out yourself. By the way, where are you now? If you are still near the Zener star cluster, you'd better come back as soon as possible. If they find you are still staying in that area, there will definitely be other Star Sea Lords who will come and kill you. Li Qing nodded and said, I'm getting ready to come back. Just come back to Qinghe, Grandpa has something to tell you. Okay, all right. The old patriarch seemed hesitant to speak, and Li Qing could roughly guess what he wanted to say. It was nothing more than the fact that he could gain at least 10 life points by beheading an alien Star Sea Lord, which made him so excited because he saw some kind of possibility. Regarding this, Li Qing expressed that he didn't want to make him too excited, didn't want him to have too much expectation, and didn't want him to interfere with his plan, so he just said it to death. The old patriarch must be thinking about himself, but he is already old, and his thinking cannot keep up with the changes in his own strength. Only you know yourself best, and only you can control everything accurately, and no one can control him. After coming out of the Daluo Tian Palace, the consciousness returned to the fortress. Li Qing was silent for a while, with a smile on his face. Chapter 287 Two Choices for Super Graves. In Li Qing's view, not to mention the big ones, taking the position of army commander is not a big problem. After all, he is going to let a general take the shot. With only 7 or 8 generals left in the United Human Empire, there is no problem in taking a position. This is also because he started too late. If he waits for a few more decades, according to his development speed, it is possible to compete for the commander-in-chief of the three-way fleet or the chief of the general staff. Li Qing didn't struggle with it for too long. This thing has a 1-year review period, and the result will not be available until next year. Withdrawing his thoughts, he turned his gaze to the riddled planetary fortress below, and squeezed his chin with his hand, and began to check the results of the ground troops below. What? Looking at this made him see some surprises. He sent more than 2 million ground troops and 5,000 giant combat bodies down, and such a huge ground force was actually blocked. At this time, there are 2 main battlefields in the planetary fortress. They are located in 2 huge underground spaces under the thick alloy crust of the planetary fortress. They are also transportation hubs. With this as the center, they can lead to all directions and deeper subsurface. A large number of garrisons in the planetary fortress established a defense line there to fight against the ground troops he sent. To his surprise, he actually blocked the mixed troops of mechanical armor and giant combat bodies. Li Qing looked at the opponent's troops curiously. On the surface, they are very common mechanized ground troops, that is, the advanced civilization version of the common human clone troops, but their combat effectiveness is much stronger than normal clone troops. In addition to this, it also contains a large number of 3-star elite army gene warrior troops. This kind of super soldier who has undergone dozens of genetic modifications has an incomparably strong physique and adaptability. With a body height of 3 meters, he can carry heavy weapons such as guns with one hand, and his combat effectiveness is extremely amazing. In addition, there are quite a few 4-star elite level psionic troops inside, and the not weak psionics can already display good combat power after being boosted. Gathering psionics under the control of the psionic troop leader can release the coverage amount. The spiritual energy storm with a range of kilometers is extremely astonishing. Relying on these elite ground troops, they abruptly blocked their attack. Li Qing became interested, and after a little preparation, an ship broke away from the fleet and crashed towards the planetary fortress. With such a strong ground force guard, this super grave is definitely inside. The underground world with a height of more than 10 kilometers is enough to accommodate small warships. Li Qing came to the headquarters of the ground attack force. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous medium and short-range surface-to-surface missiles soared into the sky with their long tail flames and fell towards the enemy's position. As soon as they crossed the center line, they immediately saw countless tongues of fire spewing out from the opposite position, crossing back and forth to form a powerful firepower network. Tongues of flame swept across and exploded, and in the end, a wave of thousands of missile clusters only exploded less than 50 of flames. Soon the opponent launched a retaliatory counterattack, and thousands of missiles also blasted into the air. Thousands of giant combat bodies standing on the battlefield adjusted their angles, and dozens of blazing tongues of flame spewed out from each chest to form a network, interweaving with the ground air defense firepower, and intercepting most of the missiles in an instant. Those that failed to intercept fell into the front line and exploded. Dozens of huge flames suddenly shot into the air. The headquarters immediately counted the casualties, and then transferred troops from behind to make up for it. After a while, Li Qing sensed a strong wave of spiritual energy coming from behind the opposite line of defense. The wave soon reached its peak and exploded. A cloud of spiritual energy storm covering several kilometers exploded on the front line. The attacks in the fire instantly misfired, including the 5 giant battle bodies, which also misfired, and the surface battleship level shields were all destroyed by the spiritual storm. And this is just a wave. Such attacks are wave after wave. Various missile clusters, countless cannons bombarded from a long distance, and explosions on both sides of the front. There is an open space in front of the front line that has been pitted by artillery fire, and the cannon fodder troops of both sides are fighting against the artillery fire on the front line and pouring out their firepower. It's all about consumption. Inside this planetary fortress, there is not much room for maneuvering. Every step forward on the front requires a large number of cannon fodder troops to kill them. In the few hours since Li Qing consciously uploaded and participated in the Elders' meeting, 10 people were killed and injured on the 2 front lines. Tens of thousands of ground troops were blown up, and even the giant battle bodies were blown up. Fortunately, Li Qing didn't have many other things at this time, but had a lot of cannon fodder. Whether it is robot commandos or clone cannon fodder, the reserves are in the hundreds of millions. At this time, the tactics of the ground force headquarters are anti-consumption tactics. First, use cannon fodder to consume the enemy's firepower, and by the way find out all the enemy's whole cards, and then mobilize the main force to deliver a thunderous blow. Li Qing didn't interfere with his subordinate's command, he just came to the front line to observe for a while, then returned to the fleet, turned his head and entered the universe in the palm of his hand. What he saw on the battlefield just now made Li Qing discover a flaw in his ground troops, that is, there are no spiritual troops. Facing the enemy's psychic storm bombardment, he has no ability to respond at all, so he can only bear it hard, which is not good. Opening the exchange page, Li Qing's eyes fell on the 2 exchange options of Fearless God of War and Holy Guardian. After a little thought, I spent a full 5,000 civilization points in exchange for 10 super warriors with an initial strength of more than 10 million psionic powers, a super warrior with a body as high as 1,000 meters, some traits of a negative star and a Leviathan physique, the Fearless God of War. Then I spent another 5,000 civilization points to exchange for 100 super warriors with an initial spiritual strength of more than 1 million and a physical body comparable to the strength of the Leviathan monster. They have a series of super abilities, what super power, super speed, super stamina, immortality, etc. Ability Super Warrior, Holy Guard. After the exchange is completed and the civilization points are consumed, hundreds of millions of stars will gather and condense into a giant with a height of 1,000 meters surrounded by infinite light. These giants are tall and muscular, and their appearance is very similar to the Bumpman that Li Qing has seen before, but they look stronger and more powerful than Bumpman. The sacred guard is only about 10 meters tall, and he is also tall and muscular, and his appearance is equivalent to a shrunken version of Bumpman. Neither the fearless god of war nor the holy guardian has any weapons in their hands, but with their strength, even a giant battle body can be blown up with a single punch. Coupled with powerful spiritual power and powerful energy mastered, the combination of the three, it is equally powerful with or without weapons. Moreover, they can configure their own weapons, whether they build a ship-slashing knife hundreds of meters or 1,000 meters long, or carry the main gun of a battleship, they can be externally replaced at any time. After the exchange was completed, Li Qing directly opened the door of the black hole with a big wave of his hand, and the extremely tall Bumpman walked out of the universe in his palm and appeared directly in the void of the universe. With such a powerful physical body, crossing the void is naturally a no-brainer. 10 Bumpmans stand in the void, and below is a huge planetary fortress. Standing on the far right, a fearless of war draws a large circle with his hands and folds them together. The dazzling light energy gathers and quickly condenses into a dazzling ball of light between his hands. In the next second, a dazzling beam of light shot out from it and slashed up to the planetary fortress thousands of kilometers away. Boom! In the violent explosion, a dazzling halo exploded, soaring hundreds of kilometers away in an instant, and a ball of flames rose from the center. After the flames slowly dissipated, a gap in the alloy armor more than 10 kilometers long, nearly 2 kilometers wide, and 2 to 3 kilometers thick appeared on the surface of the planetary fortress, which was completely torn apart. Through the distorted gap caused by the high temperature, it can be seen that the aftermath inside has not disappeared, but blasted to the second floor, and a huge gap has been blasted out of the second floor. The power is not bad. This is not a full blow from the fearless god of war. If it is a full blow, the power can be increased tenfold. Set off. Li Qing waved his hand and ordered them to attack. Of course, more detailed orders were given to them immediately afterwards, and the ground forces below were ordered to cooperate with them. Then, Li Qing saw this group of super fighters plunge into the battlefield like gods and landed on the enemy's front line from the sky with the cannon fire all over the sky, and then waves of psychic energy storms exploded, paralyzing the 1,000-kilometer-long battle line in an instant misfiring. Psionic storms are particularly horrific for damage to precision instruments. Once a psionic storm sweeps through, most of the weapons are directly scrapped, and the war machines are turned off. Psionic storms with a million-strength psionic energy have a maximum range of thousands of kilometers in space, and they are only a fraction of that in space when placed inside a planet. The specific weakening depends on the strength of the gravitational force and magnetic field inside the planet. At this time, the psychic energy storm blasted by the Holy Guards was only less than 100 kilometers away, but the dispersion of 100 Holy Guards was enough to easily sweep the battlefield. With the cooperation of the Holy Guards, the front that had been stalemate for so long was broken in an instant. The ensuing battle was completely overwhelming and irresistible. The front quickly moved forward, and the first layer of resistance was quickly cleared. After a short rest, the ground troops continued to advance to the lower level. The resistance of the lower layer is stronger than that of the first layer, but it is limited. In the face of the dimensionality reduction attack of the super-dimensional layer, the outcome is the same. Sitting in the fortress, Li Qing kept hearing good news from below. However, he soon discovers that he may be happy too soon. This planetary fortress seems to have been completely remodeled, one layer after another, and after 3 months, it has broken through more than a dozen layers, which are nearly 1,000 kilometers thick, but it has not yet reached the end. Normal planetary fortresses generally only have a few layers to transform, and each layer is about a dozen kilometers thick, which is enough to withstand the bombardment of the fortress's main artillery. The planetary fortress, like the original Lock Fortress of the Shadow United Empire, has a total of 3 floors. The one in front of me can actually transform more than a dozen floors and has not bottomed out, which is a bit outrageous. It doesn't feel like a planetary fortress, but more like a battle star, but without the powerful firepower and solid structure of a battle star, the key cannot be moved. However, although there are many floors, it still cannot stop the ground troops from cooperating with the attack of the Holy Guards, and they are still firmly pushing in step by step. Time passed unknowingly, and one day in the 4.5 months, Li Qing, who was inspecting the newly developed super livable zone in the Palm universe, suddenly received a report from his subordinates that the battle had made new progress. After the main force broke through the 24th floor with a loss of more than 1 million cannon fodder plus the huge loss of the main force, it was discovered that the next floor was not a military area, but a civilian area. After defeating the last defenders, the vanguard broke through the third floor and arrived at the inner core scientific research area. The forward troops stopped here, not because they couldn't attack, but because the remaining defenders surrendered. Hearing this, Li Qing raised his head unexpectedly. Can you still surrender? This is the first time he has seen the wild monsters surrender voluntarily. The wild monsters he saw before were all fighting to the end and never surrendered. This aroused his curiosity, and he immediately returned to the planetary fortress and came to the bottom floor. On a huge square, Li Qing saw the appearance of the ancient high-level civilized race to which this super anomaly belonged. This is a very indescribable alien species. The lower body looks a bit like a human, but it is more like other species. The surface of the body seems to have been biochemically modified. The head is covered with a huge hood. There is a kind of a pale yellow liquid in which they seem to be able to breathe. As an advanced civilization, it generally undergoes a national ascension, the ascension route of this ancient advanced civilization. To be honest, Li Qing didn't understand it very well. Let's talk about mechanical ascension. Although there are many biochemical and prosthetic bodies colonized in its body, it is a flesh and blood body. Let's talk about genetic ascension, but the biochemical organs and prosthetic bodies on the body surface don't make sense. Certainly not spiritual ascension. The vast majority of individuals have not awakened spiritual power. But it is certain that this advanced civilization has definitely had a national ascension, but with his vision, he can't see what kind of ascension it is. He can only guess that it is either a mechanical ascension or a genetic ascension. Perhaps, it is a way of ascension unique to this civilization. Mechanical, genetic, psionic, and the three major ascensions are the mainstream ascensions, but it doesn't mean that there are only these three kinds of ascensions. The most typical example is the negative star. Their ascension route is definitely not any of the three major ascensions, but they can also see the shadow of genetic ascension and psionic ascension. It is probably a unique combination of the advantages of genes and psionic ascension. A powerful ascension belonging to the negative star. But no matter what the ascension is, it will not affect the fact that this fortress planet has been captured at this time. Since these abnormal species can surrender, they can naturally communicate. Li Qing wanted to communicate, so he could ask them some ancient secrets. However, he soon realized that he was thinking too much. Although they could communicate, it was only in this super abnormal situation, and they didn't know anything else, as if the world they lived in was only on this fortress planet. Speechless and disappointing. Surrendered, the next step will be easy. Directly take over the planetary fortress, which is equivalent to digging the grave like this. After completely receiving the planetary fortress and counting everything inside, a reminder made Li Qing fall into silence. The prompt is a system prompt, which roughly means that he successfully dug his grave after receiving the planetary fortress. Now there are two rewards in front of him, but he can only choose one of the two. The first reward is to obtain all the scientific and technological materials in the laboratory deep in the planetary fortress. The second reward is to start the reactor deep in the planetary fortress and complete the final transformation of the planetary fortress. He will get a mobile battle star with high energy configuration. Chapter 288: The High Civilization Legacy of the Isolated Star Field. That's right, this planetary fortress that has been dug out dozens of floors is actually a mobile battle star under construction. It's normal not to realize it before. After all, this thing has never been touched, and the armed force is not as strong as imagined, and there is no ultimate weapon star blaster. How could it be thought that this is a mobile battle star? But after understanding it, it makes sense. After all, it is impossible to dig so deep in a normal planetary fortress. Only mobile battle stars can be built. The dozens of layers inside are not dug out at all, but a battle star structure assembled layer by layer. When it is in an abnormal state, it is a planetary fortress. After the continuous super grave is dug, you can choose to obtain a complete mobile battle star. It is no longer a broken one, but a complete one, equipped with the ultimate weapon starburst. Mobile battle star. The ultimate war weapon in the Star Sea. The entire United Human Empire may have more than a dozen ships, and even the mighty Lord of the Star Sea may only have one ship. With a mobile battle star, or a mobile battle star from a higher civilization, his strength soared instantly. If the mechanical battle star in the isolated star field is added, he may have two mobile battle stars in the future, and he can immediately catch up with the Star Sea Lords in terms of high-end force. Normally there is no hesitation. But it can be used as a reward option at the same time as a mobile battle star, so what is the so-called technology? It is unlikely to directly obtain a full set of dark matter technology, that is, even 100 mobile battle stars cannot match, but it is worth mentioning here that he stared at these two options, and a note would appear under the options. If you choose the second option, this continuous super grave will end here, and there is no next step. Correspondingly, choose the first one, and there will be a next step to continue digging. That is to say, he either chooses to get a battle star and stop here, or give up this battle star and continue digging. Li Qing fell into deep thought. Which one should I choose? He is mainly concerned about whether there will be a follow-up to the technology option. After all, this is someone else's grave, and the token is not in his hands, so he is not sure whether there will be a follow-up. It's all right if there is something wrong, and if you continue to dig, you will definitely gain something. But if there are no follow-up coordinates, it will be better than Q. The technological rewards at this stage are definitely not comparable to a mobile battle star for him. But the decision is always to be made. Li Qing struggled for several days, and communicated with the subordinates of the star losers. After brainstorming with dozens of star losers, he finally made a decision and chose technology. The reason is very simple. After combining the existing data and calculations, everyone feels that there is a great possibility that there will be a next link after choosing technology. If there is a next step, it represents the final reward of this super continuous grave, and there is a high probability that it will be advanced dark matter technology. Even if it is not inferior to this top-level technology or something better, and it is likely to be more valuable than a current battle star. After making a choice, the core of the planetary fortress began to change, and the core shrouded in light shrank rapidly, and finally turned into two white lights and flew in front of him. Li Qing stretched out his hand to take it, and two beams of white light turned into two objects and landed in his palm. At the same time, the entire planetary fortress quickly turned gray, and the internal alloy structure quickly turned gray stone. Obviously, if you choose a battle star, the light will transform the entire planetary fortress into a mobile battle star. Now it has turned into gray stone, the battle star is naturally gone, and there is no way to rebuild it. Li Qing didn't regret it either, and turned and left with his things. The troops withdrew one after another. He returned to the command room of the fortress and began to look at the two treasures in his hands. Both treasures are chips exuding a faint crystal light, or they are chips made of crystals. Look at the left side first, and the moment its attributes came into view, Li Qing excitedly clenched his fist and shouted. Awesome! This is a coordinate chip with a star map inside and a coordinate on it. He quickly extracted the star map, and the dots of starlight transformed in front of him into a map of the star field covering about 30,000 light-years from the current position as the center. There is a bright spot of light in the starry sky 6,000 light-miles away. Judging from the Milky Way star map, that location is located on the top of the Milky Way disk, far away from the main star field of the Milky Way, and belongs to an isolated star field in the starry sky above the surface of the disk-shaped Milky Way. Judging from this ancient star map, the isolated star field is not large, it seems to be only a few hundred galaxies in size. So, there is the last remnant of this extinct advanced civilization. Li Qing closed the star map first. The coordinates were already in his hand and he could not escape. He looked at another chip, and its attributes came into view, his eyes froze, and he fell into silence. A general design drawing of a mobile battle star, including the construction of the main structure of the battle star, the combat system including the star blaster, the power system and the energy system of the battle star, relying on this set of blueprints can build a complete mobile battle star. Can only say speechless. Choose one of them to get a complete mobile battle star, and choose the other to get a set of battle star construction blueprints plus one coordinate, which is worth a huge difference. The gap between the blueprint and the complete mobile battle star is too big. The complete one can be put into battle immediately, but the blueprint will take hundreds of years to build, and these hundreds of years are enough to lay down a large territory. But there is no way, he still needs to continue digging. When he got the most valuable treasure in this super tomb, this mobile battle star turned into a stone planet, and this super tomb is gone. Li Qing only took a short rest for a week, took back all the ground troops, and then led the fleet to leave the galaxy and head to the direction of the coordinates. He needs to jump to the edge of the galaxy first, the place closest to the coordinates. If the bank is a huge silver plate, he has to go to the top edge of the silver plate first, and then jump there. It took 2 days to jump to the edge of the Milky Way silver disk star field, and then put the fleet into the universe in the palm, leaving only one dreadnought battleship in place, adjusted the direction, and started the jump in the target direction. The scale of the fleet is too large, and the fluctuations caused by the transition are too large, which may be monitored by some powerful civilizations. Although under normal circumstances, no one would be too idle to follow him, but there is always a precaution. In addition to this, there is another important reason, that is, after leaving the galaxy, there is an endless void of eternal silence. That is the eternal deep space between the river systems. The special rules of the universe cause the rules in this eternal deep space to be very different from the starry sky in the river system. Any warship in it, its shield and hull will it decays and ages at an extremely fast speed, and the deeper it goes, the faster it decays and ages. To put it bluntly, after entering the eternal void, the shield and armor of any battleship and the upper limit of the hull will decrease rapidly. If you stay there for too long, the entire battleship will decay and age, and eventually it will be unable to maintain the metal after aging to the extreme. Due to the existence of the structure, the hull disintegrates, and then continues to decay until it disappears. In addition, there is a very strong interference after the eternal void, and the effect of both the thruster and the jump engine will be greatly weakened to 1/10 of the original. The original speed of 200,000 km per hour has become 20,000 km per hour. It used to be able to jump 1,000 light years at a time, but now it can only jump 100 light years, and each jump will cause certain damage to the jump engine. After multiple jumps, the jump engines of low-level civilizations will be directly damaged. This also caused no one to dare to go to the eternal void. Once lost in it, it would be difficult to come back. This is also like the Bruin United and the United Empire of Humanity set up 3 core fortresses on their respective frontiers and formed a defense line with steel walls and iron walls, but the 2 civilizations spanning the spiral arm have no defense line in the eternal void outside the spiral arm, precisely because of the danger of the eternal void. Neither human civilization nor the Bruin fleet can pass through the eternal void, and there is no need to set up a defense line. Of course, this rate of decay is also affected by technology. The battleships of advanced civilizations are stronger, and the impact of decay in the eternal void is much lower than that of conventional civilizations. The higher the technology level, the stronger the alloy and the higher the resistance. When the technological level reaches the level of the 8th level God level civilization, it is basically completely unaffected by this decay. In addition, the physical body is not affected by decay, and the powerful Leviathan can cross the river system without being affected by the physical body. So Li Qing collected the entire fleet, leaving only one dreadnought battleship at the peak of level 7 across the eternal void. If danger occurs on the road, only a few ships will be lost, and the entire fleet will not be affected. Li Qing's talent can increase the jumping distance by an additional 3,000%. After being suppressed 10 times, only 300% is left. He can only jump for a distance of about 300 light years at a time. It is more than 15,000 light years from the edge of the river system to the destination. You have to jump 50 times. It's not too much. An ordinary player can only jump about 10 light years at a time, and it takes 1,500 times to jump over. According to the characteristics of Eternal Void, the 5th level technology can only jump about 5 times before the jump engine is damaged. It takes 300 ships to jump over intermittently. It's really good that it can be changed. The key is that normal players don't have a universe in their hands to put the boat away. They can only go to the end with one boat. The boat sinks halfway, and it is impossible to pass. So this coordinate is useless even if it is given to other players, because they have no ability to go there. Li Qing's frigate is equipped with 6th-level enhanced technology, and the jump engine can be used more than a dozen times. He changed the warship 4 times along the way, and it took him a week to finally cross a distance of more than 15,000 light years. Straight into the fringe galaxies of this isolated star field. Just entering the gravitational well of the galaxy from the edge of the galaxy, and before observing the galaxy, the battleship received a strange communication. After decoding, it was found that this communication was exactly the same as the super abnormal race before. Decoded content display. This is the X-841 guardianship system. Stranger, you have entered the guardianship area. According to Article 5 of the Guardianship Regulations, strangers without permission are not allowed to enter the galaxy. Just after decoding this piece of information, another piece of information came. Warning. Please leave the galaxy within 10 minutes, otherwise it will be regarded as a hostile target and attacked. Monitoring system. Li Qing squeezed his chin, took out the coordinate chip he obtained earlier, and passed a code attached to it. Respond quickly face to face. Received the correct instructions. The monitoring system X-841 welcomes the return of the successor. At the same time, Li Qing received a clear star map sent by the monitoring system who did not know where. There was a line on it guiding him to a certain galaxy in the center of this isolated star field with only a few hundred galaxies. My dear successor, according to the number 0 guardianship agreement, please immediately go to No 0001 star field to accept control. Oh, is this an inheritance instruction? Li Qing looked at the chip in his hand in amazement, and he could directly obtain the ownership of an unknown ancient civilization with just a code inside. Isn't this too exaggerated? The last ring of the super tomb didn't even have any battles, and he just took the final benefits directly. He had never seen this situation before. But Li Qing was not happy about it, but worried. No matter where, no matter which civilization, any benefit has already been marked with a price. There are no restrictions on the surface, but in fact, there may be a price marked in a corner you don't know. The last legacy of an ancient advanced civilization said that it would be given to you directly without any price. He would never believe that there is such a good thing, and there must be other twists and turns. But it's just a guess right now, I don't know exactly what the price will be. Li Qing was not hypocritical, and directly controlled the dreadnought battleship to sail in the direction of the newly obtained coordinates. After entering the galaxy, follow the prompts sent by the monitoring system to fly to the center of the galaxy, and then see a superstar city that is comparable in size to the Moon of War, and a huge fleet is parked quietly around it. All are ships plus dreadnought battleships, and super flagships dedicated to advanced civilizations, surrounding mobile fortresses, and even saw a mobile battle star in the center. Even if he has never seen it before, Li Qing knows that the Star City, which is far larger than the superstar city of human beings, is a star city exclusive to advanced civilizations. The specific name is unknown, but it can also be called a superstar city. In fact, there is no specific division of things like Star City, because different civilizations have different names. There are two types of star cities like human beings. One is a regular star city with a diameter of 150 kilometers, and the other is a superstar city with a diameter of 500 kilometers. And the superstar city with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers in front of me can only be built by advanced civilizations. In some records, there is a name called Pioneer Fortress, which means that these advanced civilizations with a history of millions of years are civilizations. Pioneer. This huge pioneer fortress comparable to the Moon of War and the huge fleet around it are moored quietly in the starry sky, as if sleeping. All the battleships are turned off, and there is no light. Li Qing drove the battleship slowly towards the pioneer fortress in the center with anxiety. According to the reminder of the monitoring system, he needed to use the Stargate in the center of the pioneer fortress to teleport to Galaxy 0001, or to other galaxies. Before the battleship arrived at the Pioneer Fortress, the central stargate of the fortress slowly lit up, and a stargate was outlined by a stream of light. Li Qing waited for the restart of the stargate, looked around at the huge fleet, and suddenly asked, "Can I go to other galaxies first?" Chapter 289 Dilemma Choice. Soon the monitoring system 841 replied, "Your Excellency, you can go to any galaxy at will. Open the stargates of other galaxies for me. The Stargate network will be fully opened after the countdown." Li Qing looked at the countdown timer, and it was beating from 1 second to 1 second, which was exactly about an hour and a half when converted to human time. While waiting for the time, he looked at the huge fleet around him, and suddenly asked, "Are these fleets under your control?" The monitoring system answers immediately. Before the successor goes to Starfield 0001 to obtain the final control, it will be under the control of the guardianship system. Li Qing's pupils opened instantly, with a look of extreme surprise in his eyes. The meaning of these words is quite clear. It means that after he enters Galaxy 0001 to gain control, the huge fleet in this galaxy will be under his control. Isn't this too outrageous? Although I didn't take a closer look, it is initially estimated that there are at least 100 standard advanced civilization fearless divisions in this galaxy, more than 20 mobile fortresses, 2 war moons and 1 mobile battle star. And this is just this galaxy. According to the information disclosed by the monitoring system, every galaxy in this isolated star field has a garrison. I dare not say that all galaxies have such a strong garrison, even if only 1/10 of the galaxies have it. It was also a fleet larger than he imagined. Such a large fleet belongs to the successor. He was a little scared. According to the principle of equal benefits and risks, the price to be paid for such a great benefit must be extremely terrible, and he can't guarantee that he can bear it. Tough. Arrived in an hour and a half, Li Qing, who stayed in the same place and didn't dare to run around, immediately controlled the battleship to sail to the Star Gate after receiving the reminder from the monitoring system that he could enter the Star Gate, and send it to the nearest one according to the star map of the isolated star field galaxy. A few minutes later, the teleportation ended, and he appeared in another galaxy. Seeing an equally huge pioneer fortress, and an equally huge fleet in the surrounding starry sky quietly parked in the starry sky. Just a rough scan, Li Qing immediately found that the scale of the garrison in this galaxy is not as large as the previous one. Not only is the fleet size much lower than that of the previous galaxy, but there are no mobile battle stars, and there is only one war moon and 10 mobile fortresses in the core position. After scanning around, Li Qing continued to send. At this time, all the star gates in the entire isolated star field have been activated, and you can transfer directly without waiting. Next, he spent a week turning around all the galaxies in the isolated star field. When he came around the 0001 galaxy, Li Qing was already a little numb. There are 325 galaxies in total, each galaxy has a pioneer fortress, and each galaxy has a garrison. Garrison is divided into two specifications. One is the specification with mobile battle stars, and the other is the specification with only war moon. Most of the galaxies only have the Moon of War, 10 mobile fortresses, and 30 fearless divisions, and there are only 10 galaxies with mobile battle stars. That is to say, what you see now is 10 mobile battle stars, hundreds of war moons, thousands of mobile fortresses, and 6,000 to 7,000 fearless divisions. Hiss. Li Qing shook his body vigorously. At this time, he was both surprised and happy. Such a large-scale fleet is parked here, and it feels like it won't be long before it will all belong to me. Thinking about it, I don't know how beautiful it is. But he is afraid. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and God knows what the price will be for such unimaginable benefits. After sorting out the mood for a while, the dreadnought sailed to the Stargate, targeting Galaxy 0001. After a brief teleportation, the battleship appeared in front of another Stargate. He looked up for the first time, and the whole person was shocked. Li Qing remembered that the last time he was so shocked was the last time. A total of 10 pioneer fortresses surround the surrounding area, and there are no fleets parked around them. However, behind the pioneer fortresses, an endless fleet of fleets is faintly parked quietly in the starry sky. There are several huge silhouettes faintly visible inside. Mobile battle star. But this is not the point. The point is that in a more distant place, there seems to be something surrounding it. At this time, the monitoring system said again. The successors are requested to go to Fortress Number 1 to complete Agreement Number 0. Where is Fort 1? But as soon as he finished speaking, he knew where this Number 4 fortress was. It was in the Pioneer Fortress where the Stargate he was at now. At this time, he saw that the size of the Pioneer Fortress where the Stargate is located is much larger than that of other Pioneer Fortresses, and its size is even larger than that of the Mobile Battle Star. In other words, this itself is a large mobile battle star, a mobile battle star with a Stargate. The reminder from the guardianship agreement also proved his guess that the mobile battle star with a Stargate in front of him is indeed the Number 1 fortress. The dreadnought battleship sailed towards Fort Number 1, which was gradually waking up from its slumber, and headed towards a huge passageway large enough for a Titan to enter. After entering it, it found that there was a huge space inside, enough to accommodate a huge fleet. The interior of the fortress is a huge battle star structure, including a giant dock, and the interior style is exactly the same as the previous super anomaly. Following the guidance, the dreadnought battleship was moored at an anchorage berth. After a little silence, Li Qing left the dreadnought battleship with 10 holy guards, and set foot on this super huge pioneer fortress or battle star. I didn't take a closer look at the interior of Battle Star. It's basically the same as the mobile fortress, only bigger. Walking this way, I didn't see a single living thing, nor any alien race, only empty space. Crossed tens of thousands of kilometers back and forth to the innermost core of Battlestar. When he stood in front of an activated light gate, he heard a reminder from Monitoring System 841. Dear Your Excellency, Successor, please enter the command to enter the core control room and complete the final agreement. Li Qing took a long breath, stretched out his hand to press on the light door, and said a series of instructions with a length of thousands of characters. Passing through the light curtain, you can see a huge empty space. The surrounding ground and the ceiling are full of streamers, and the subtitles composed of countless numbers flow in the light curtain. It looks like you have come to a virtual world. As if sensing his arrival, Countless rays of light containing powerful spiritual energy converged in the center of the empty space, condensing into a huge ball of spiritual energy light suspended in the air, as the light gradually faded, revealing an inner circle outlined by soft light. A naked man of a foreign race, facing Li Qing, uttered words. Welcome to you, young civilization. I am the last prophet of the recorder of Ada. Li Qing immediately saluted this light man with extremely powerful psychic power, and said, from a member of human civilization, pay high tribute to the great pioneer civilization. Young people from human civilization, according to the final agreement of the Ada recorder, any young civilization who receives the final order and comes to Starfield 0001, has the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the Ada recorder. Are you ready? Quote. Guesses or guesses. When Li Qing heard this sentence with his own ears, Li Qing couldn't help but let out a long breath to calm down the excitement and anxiety in his heart, and asked seriously. Dear Prophet, there is a saying in my civilization that risks and benefits coexist, and any benefit has a hidden price. I would like to ask, if I inherit the legacy of the recorder of Ada, what will I face? Guangren replied immediately. This sentence is very interesting. As you said, risks and benefits coexist, and any benefit is secretly marked with a price, and the price for you to inherit all the inheritance of the Ada recorder will inherit the old enemy of the Ada recorder. This light man is obviously not a legacy image, but a psionic individual with its own independent will. Facing Li Qing's doubts, he explained in great detail. I don't know how long time has passed, and I don't know if the old enemy is still there. If it is still there, when you inherit all this, you will definitely be discovered by the old enemy, and he will declare war on you. Li Qing. He gritted his teeth, and asked with trepidation. I don't know which civilization was the former enemy of the Ada recorder. Guangren replied. Fionuo Star Sea Empire. Fionuo Star Sea Empire. Li Qing immediately recalled what he knew about the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way in his mind. There are only 4 that he knows now, namely the Seodian Recorder, the Cervanti Guardian, the Brug Ancient One, and Fianuo Fragments. Wait, Fianu Fragment, what is the relationship between these 2 civilizations? Li Qing pondered for a few seconds and asked. In the current Milky Way, I haven't heard of the Fianuo Star Sea Empire, but there is a high-level civilization called Fianuo Fragments. I don't know. That is the Fianuo Star Sea Empire. The seer of Ada explained for him. In the distant time, Fianuo Xinghai Empire fell because of arrogance, or immersion in past glory. They stagnated in development, and began to fall just like those fallen empires in history. Most of the realms have retreated to their origins, and no longer care about the affairs of the world. Well, Li Qing was speechless. Unexpectedly, the former enemy of Ada recorder is still alive. Although it has become a fallen empire, for him it is no different from the peak era. Hammering the entire human civilization is as easy as crushing an ant. Yes, it is to kill the entire human civilization, not him. More importantly, once he accepts the inheritance and legacy of the Ada recorder, the old enemy who is the Ada recorder will immediately find out that there is a high probability that he will recover from the fall, which is also called awakening. They will retrieve the lost technology and sealed ships. The entire civilization will wake up, restore its former peak at an extremely fast speed, and then declare war on him, crushing him like an ant. Li Qing shuddered. It was terrible. No, I cannot accept the inheritance. Now neither he nor human beings are ready and capable of fighting a higher civilization, even if it is just a fallen empire that is no longer at its peak. They cannot compete with it. Don't say that after inheriting the inheritance, all this will be included in the universe in the palm, and then give up the isolated galaxy and leave. Useless, because the moment he inherits it will be found out. Because when he inherits all of this, the core of the galaxy must start to transmit a full set of dark matter technology from the Ada recorder, including mother chips of various ships and weapons, etc. Fragmented civilization discovery. There is no doubt that as a higher civilization, it definitely has this strength. A higher civilization like this has a galaxy miracle called the Sentinel Array, which has the ability to monitor the entire Milky Way. Even the nebula cannot block it. The entire Milky Way is no secret to this advanced civilization. In normal times, these high-level civilizations rarely pay attention to the development of low-level civilizations. Even level 5 civilizations are low-level civilizations for them, but the inheritance of high-level civilizations like Ada recorders must be their key monitoring objects. It must be discovered. That's why Ada recorders shut down all the fleets in this isolated starfield, for fear of being discovered by the old enemy. As long as Li Qing dares to inherit, he will definitely be discovered. He is a human being and cannot be hidden from any advanced civilization. By the way, not only the fragments of Fianu will find him, but also several other high-level civilizations in the galaxy, and they all have sentry arrays. They may not be old enemies with the Ada recorder, but that doesn't mean they won't be uninterested. Whether it is researching the technology of other advanced civilizations, or the huge fleet left by the Ada recorder, or the complete ring world in the 0001 galaxy, they will be interested. Yes, the recorder of Ada built a complete galaxy miracle ring world in this galaxy and left it for the successors to rise up. As long as they can withstand the fatal blow of Fianuo's fragments, they can rely on this ring world to rise again. In a short period of time, he returned to the top and became one of the strongest existences in the galaxy. So, the price of this benefit is too outrageous. Li Qing was speechless, feeling his heart was bleeding, and his mind was a little confused. Prophet Ada didn't urge him, but just stood there quietly to make him think seriously. This legacy cannot be relinquished. It was too tempting, even though he knew that it was smeared with poison and would definitely die if he ate it, but the bait was too tempting, he really didn't want to give up. As long as it can be successfully inherited, it will immediately soar into the sky. The strength of this batch of heritage alone is enough to sweep away most conventional civilizations, and become the strongest existence in the entire galaxy except for those few advanced civilizations. When I digest its technology well, the combination of advanced dark matter energy, 7th level ships and dreadnought battleships, the conventional combat power is stronger than those of the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. If I stay in this isolated star field for dozens or hundreds of years, basically has the strength to challenge any higher civilization. But, still the same problem, how to hide the fragments of Fianuo in the case of inheriting the inheritance. Sad, Li Qing rubbed his forehead, feeling that his brain is not enough. After a little meditation, he connected his thoughts to the mental matrix, communicated with the negative stars, told them the problems he was facing, and asked. Now the problem is here. I want to inherit, but I don't want to be discovered by Fianuo. Do you have any solutions? It is rare for collective silence to appear in the mental matrix. The negative stars who have always felt full of wisdom are rarely stumped. The collective silence lasted for a while and no one spoke. Li Qing waited for a while and still no one spoke, so he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He also knows that this is a deadlock, unless there is something that can isolate the prying eyes of the Sentinel array and completely shield this galaxy, otherwise, no matter what method, it will not be able to hide the fragments of Fianuo. Looking at his memory, there is no way to hide the giant structure of the galaxy, the Sentinel array. Unless, etc. Li Qing suddenly thought of a crazy idea, maybe it can. He looked up at Prophet Ada and said, Dear Prophet, you know that if I inherit the legacy of the Ada recorder, I will definitely attract a thunderous blow from your old enemy Fianuo Star Sea Empire. Neither the current Ada recorder nor my civilization can resist opponent. Prophet Ada was silent for a while, neither nodded nor denied, and asked. Is there anything you can do? I have an idea, let's see if it's feasible. Since no matter what we do, we can't hide the Sentinel array of the Fianuo Star Sea Empire, so can we have another idea? I have a special space-type relic in my hand. There is a huge independent space, we can put Ada's core into the space heritage, and then we can complete the inheritance and transfer in the space heritage, so as to realize the secret. Prophet Ada thought about it, shook his head slightly and said. This method won't work. Once you take Ada's core away and lose my control, the fleets of the galaxies in the isolated star field will automatically wake up, and they will still be discovered. Li Qing pondered for a while, and then expressed his second thought. Since this is the case, let's change the idea. I can first use the space relics to collect all the fleets scattered in various galaxies into the space relics, and finally open the Ada core after completion, so that even if it is discovered, it will only be some space relics. A galaxy of nothing. This idea is somewhat selfish. According to this method, there is a high probability that it will not be able to hide the fragments of Fianuo. However, Li Qing never thought of hiding it. It would be best if it was concealed, but if it cannot be concealed, handing over the core of Ada before the Fianu fragments are found can avoid a crisis and get some rewards from the Fianu fragment civilization. He is not dead-brained. If there is really no way to steal it, he can only maximize the benefits. This is also a helpless move. It is really that the strength of advanced civilization is too strong, and it is simply not something he can resist now. It would be fine if he was the only one, and he would be a desperate man. The problem is that his behavior may bring disaster to the entire human civilization. He is a human being, and the angry fragment of Fianu will not listen to you saying that this is a private act. He will directly declare war on human civilization. But there is only one result of declaring war: human beings perish. There is no second possibility. Human beings now have no resistance to Fionuo's fragments. Even if it is a degenerated advanced civilization, it can easily crush human civilization. Prophet Ada pondered for a moment, shook his head and refused. The fleet is reserved for the successors of civilization, and no one has the right to take away a warship before inheriting. Li Qing. Well, hit a dead end. Li Qing spread his hands, expressing helplessness. In that case, I give up. It is impossible for him to cause the demise of human civilization because of his own selfishness. He's not the kind of bad guy who doesn't want to kill the world for himself, or he doesn't mind harming the interests of others for the sake of benefit, but there is an upper limit, or a bottom line, for this damage. The price of this benefit in front of him obviously exceeds his bottom line. No matter how greedy he is, he can only give it up. Young human beings, are you sure to give up accepting the inheritance of Ada recorders? Li Qing took a long breath and nodded seriously. I give up. Prophet Ada nodded. I won't force you to do what you don't want, so this inheritance is over. According to the security and confidentiality regulations, please stay in the isolated star field until a new inheritor appears. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the Prophet Ada in front of him. The super powerful spiritual energy that reached the immortal level emerged in an instant, condensed into a light curtain and exploded across Li Qing's feet, quickly forming a spiritual energy with this core space as the boundary. Cage. Damn, this change was too fast. Even if Li Qing was mentally prepared, he couldn't react for a while. But he didn't panic too much. He just looked back at Prophet Ada and said seriously, let me go. I can swear to the will of the universe that I will never tell any existence what I saw today. You must know that I am very interested in the inheritance of the Ada recorder, but I am not ready yet. Wait for me 10 years. 10 years later I will come back to officially inherit it all. Prophet Ada looked at him blankly, and didn't respond to his words at all, but pronounced his fate in a cold voice. Any oath in the universe has loopholes, and only death can be absolutely safe. Li Qing frowned, and stepped back without hesitation. A black light appeared behind him, and quickly expanded to cover him who was retreating. Standing in front of the black hole gate, Li Qing asked in a deep voice. Give you another chance, we can still. Before he finished speaking, Li Qing felt a strong threat coming, so he stopped speaking without hesitation and retreated into the door of the black hole. Boom. Back in the universe in his palm, Li Qing saw the door of the black hole that had not been completely closed shaken violently, and the closing process was forcibly stopped by a terrifying psionic energy. Li Qing stretched out his hand and pressed it without hesitation. A psionic energy of immortal strength that is not inferior to this terrifying psionic energy emerges from his body and blasts down. Boom. The ring of transparent psionic energy exploded like lightning to a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, and the door of the black hole swayed slightly to stabilize again. Li Qing did not close the door of the black hole, but said from the air. My promise is always valid. Let me go. I will never tell everything here. According to the confidentiality regulations, you can only leave after the new inheritor appears. Fuck. Li Qing closed the door of the black hole in anger. Sure enough, the price of things that are too easy to obtain is terrible. Before, I thought about how the last link of the super tomb was so easy. It was so easy to inherit the legacy of a high civilization without any fighting. Now I know what the price is. The price is not only the need to face a full-scale declaration of war by an old enemy of a higher civilization, it is not enough to disagree. But this is also reasonable. This important inheritance, no matter who has not accepted the inheritance, will definitely find a way to use this inheritance to seek benefits after going out, just like he thinks so. For the safety of the inheritance, it is reasonable to kill all those who do not accept the inheritance. But the temptation is too great. Even if you know that you may not be able to get out, if you let 10,000 people choose, 10,000 people will choose to come, there will be no exceptions. Li Qing only dared to come here because he had the whole cards in his hand. Now the problem is coming: how to break the game. Or to put it another way, how to seek the benefits of this inheritance. Breaking the game is not a big problem. Opening the door of the black hole and sending out the light of dimensional convergence will definitely break the game. But it would be a pity to just destroy it like this. This is the inheritance of an advanced civilization, and it definitely contains a full set of dark matter technology. This is an advanced technology that countless conventional civilizations dream of. Exchange, that doesn't hurt his desire. God-level technology is something that will happen a long time later. It will take at least a few decades before it can be exchanged. If you want to exchange it for Chi Tien, you know how long it will take, and it may take hundreds of years to do it. Before then, having a set of dark matter technology can save him a lot of preparation time, and can also greatly enhance his strength, allowing him to survive in this dangerous galaxy. Nanais, I have a headache. Li Qing thought hard. Combined with the wisdom of all star losers, he couldn't think of any way to break the situation while gaining benefits. No matter how intelligent the star-negative person is, they must abide by the basic law, and they are also restricted within the framework. If they cannot jump out of the framework, there is no way. Unable to leave for the time being, Li Qing left immediately without hesitation. He went back to the Galway fortress to rest, and took a look at the development of the Palm universe by the way. It has been a long time since I watched it. Inspect the dock area today. Go around the livable areas tomorrow. Go to the scientific research area the day after tomorrow, and go to the combat area the day after tomorrow to see how many lights of magic have been repaired, and occasionally go to see the base site of the giant cabin depends on how it is repaired. Time passed, and a month passed before I knew it. This day, Li Qing went to the scientific research area as a routine, planning to visit Qingluan's biology laboratory to see how far her research has progressed. She has been obsessed with the research of biological genes, especially the research on gene locks for a long time, and I don't know if she has made any sudden progress in her research now. When she came to the laboratory, she was researching. Li Qing didn't disturb her, just observed outside. At this time, she was scanning and dialysising the genetic structure of a corpse of a Zener star group civilization with molecular machinery. She seemed so focused and absorbed that he didn't even notice it when he came over. Li Qing squeezed her chin, watching her movements, as well as her exquisite curves and figure with great interest, recalling that this exquisite and soft figure used to be put into various extremely difficult poses under his manipulation, the kind of eclipse bone ecstasy he couldn't help. A sudden burst of psychic energy interrupted his reverie, and also interrupted Qingluan's research. She frowned and went to a sealed laboratory next door, pressed the switch, and the glass lowered. On the walls are living specimens of dissected wounds and cannulations. Li Qing saw at a glance that the race of this specimen belonged to the race of the Zener star group civilization, and it was an old harpy, the same race as Camro. This is also a Zener star group harpy with a player identity, and a super psychic, but at this time it has been completely imprisoned for her research. At this moment, Qingluan observed the living specimen, pressed a switch by the wall, and the wall behind the living specimen lit up, and suddenly a surge of high energy surged, and the old harpy was shocked, and the spiritual energy he had finally accumulated collapsed on the spot. Don't say cruelty. Facing the kindness of a foreign race is cruelty to oneself. Using it as experimental consumables is a standard operation for research, and human beings will be used as guinea pigs for experiments if they are captured by them. Mice, etc. Li Qing suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He froze in place for a long while, a strangeness gradually appeared on his face. Maybe, you can try this. Suddenly inspired, Li Qing immediately entered the laboratory, and Qingluan looked back to see a bright smile on his face, not at all ruthless as the experiment just now. Li Qing hugged her soft and delicate body. Without explaining, the mental matrix connected their thinking, and the behavior that took a lot of words to explain clearly made her understand in an instant. A little bit, lips parted, she said. This idea is very feasible, you can try it. Li Qing nodded and said. If you can succeed, you can gain certain benefits while avoiding risks. She nodded. I'll wake him up. Go. Qingluan reached out and pressed a switch on the wall. A flash of lightning flashed, and the living specimen twitched all over, and woke up leisurely. Li Qing opened the door and stood in front of the harpy, and waited for about a minute before saying. Don't pretend, and don't accumulate spiritual energy. I know you are awake. I want to make a deal with you. Not only will you be free, but you will also be able to obtain a powerful power far beyond your former monarch. Li Qing did not wait for his response, but said to himself. Now there is an inheritance and legacy from an ancient advanced civilization, but this inheritance is dangerous. I don't want to take this risk, so your chance has come. I need you to inherit that inheritance on my behalf, and swear by the will of the universe, as long as you hand over the Pioneer database to me after inheriting the inheritance, I will let you go immediately. Silence. The room is extremely quiet. Li Qing stood motionless indoors, waiting very patiently, without urging him at all. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, an old voice suddenly sounded. How do I know if what you said is true or not? Li Qing smiled slightly and said, you have no choice but to believe that what I say is true. By the way, this legacy comes from an advanced civilization. After you inherit it, you can obtain complete dark matter technology, more than 20 mobile battle stars, hundreds of war months, thousands of mobile fortresses, and nearly 10,000 dark matter technology ships. With the Dreadnought Battleship Division. After a pause, he said in a tempting tone, this is a power that surpasses the entire Zener star group. As long as you can inherit this power, you will immediately become the most powerful lord of the Zener star group civilization and become the unique king in your group. All of this is in your mind. The room was quiet, no one made a sound, and Li Qing was not in a hurry. He didn't believe that anyone could resist this kind of temptation. But the fact is, as he expected, this time only silent for a minute, the eagle has already opened his eyes to look at Li Qing, and said in a deep voice, I agree with your proposal, but you need to swear by the will of the universe, and you must let me go after I complete the oath. Li Qing smiled slightly and replied, I agree, but I want to add one more thing. In addition to swearing by the will of the universe, you also need to swear by the will of the virtual world. You must hand over the Pioneer database to me after inheriting the inheritance of Adis Recorder. Make a deal. It is simple to say, but it is not so simple to swear. Li Qing joined forces with all star losers to make an oath, and revised it back and forth to ensure that there are no loopholes. An oath is the version of the will of the universe, and an oath is the version of the will of the virtual world, and there is no version of the will of civilization. The binding force of the civilized will oath is only average. When the interests of one's own civilization are large enough, the room for maneuver is not so large. Li Qing has personally experienced it. As for the oath of the will of the universe, this is also uncertain, because they cannot guarantee whether the will of the universe will pay attention. To put it bluntly, normal players cannot touch the level of the will of the universe. Li Qing is fine as the leader of the army, but the super psychic in the Xenoer star cluster in front of him is not the leader of the army. Under normal circumstances, he is not qualified to swear to the will of the universe. So Li Qing added a Void Realm version. Both of them are super psychers and are qualified to make an oath in the name of the Void Realm will. Please witness the Void Realm will. Anyone who violates it will be punished by the Void Realm will. The binding force of this version of the oath is higher than the will of the universe for powerful psychers. After all, they are all super psychers. Once they break the oath, the price they have to pay is beyond their ability to bear. Not only will one be deprived of one's spiritual power by the will of the virtual realm, but one will also be taken back to the virtual realm by the will of the virtual realm. How miserable the ending will be depends on the oath. In this regard, Li Qing did not engage in any demon mobs. The oath is very strict. It is sure to ensure that both parties have no loopholes to exploit and ensure the personal safety of both parties. The will of the realm is captured back to the virtual realm, and then the soul and will are decomposed into the nutrients of the virtual realm, and they will never stand up again. Handed the formulated oath to the harpy of the Zener star group civilization named Fatigra. He carefully checked a little bit, nodded and said, the oath is very strict, I have no objection. Li Qing smiled and said, of course rigorous, I came here with sincerity. But I have a question I need to understand. Say. If I'm not wrong, you should also be eligible to inherit this inheritance, why don't you want to? Li Qing thought for a while, and replied, it's okay to tell you, the ancient advanced civilization you need to inherit has an old enemy, and that old enemy still exists today, called Fianuo's Fragment Civilization, you may have heard of it. You want me to take this risk? Li Qing answered very sincerely. Yes, I need you to inherit this inheritance to let you take this risk. I won't force you. If you don't want to, you can give up. I'll change someone. I remember that many of your kindred were captured in the previous battle. I asked them one by one. Someone should want to change their fate. Li Qing said in a bewitching tone. Benefits and risks coexist at any time. Think about it, this is an ancient advanced civilization inheritance. As long as you accept the inheritance, you can master the complete dark matter technology, and more than 20 mobile battle stars, hundreds of war moons, several thousands of mobile fortresses, nearly 10,000 advanced civilized fearless divisions, and a huge and incomparably huge galaxy around the world. He spread his hands in an embrace. As long as you nod your head, you can get all of this, and immediately become the most powerful existence of the civilization of the Zener star group, and become the only king standing at the top of the pyramid. All other lords and army lords combined are no match for you. With such great benefits, the only risk is a fallen ancient empire. Although the fallen empire is powerful, it was in the past. Millions of years of corruption have caused their strength to be far inferior to their peak state. After you have obtained the technology and fleet in front of you, plus the assistance of the entire Zener Star Group civilization, unpaid cannot defeat a fallen empire that has been in decline for millions of years. If you can successfully defeat the fragments of Fianu, you will step on the corpse of an ancient fallen empire to the pinnacle of the galaxy and become one of the overlords of the galaxy. With the potential of the player civilization, it will not take a few hundred years to digest the legacy of the two advanced civilizations. At that time, other advanced civilizations may not be your opponents, and it is possible to dominate the entire galaxy in the future. Fatagera was silent, but it could be seen from the flickering eyes that he was not at peace. A little he suddenly asked. Your united human empire is also a player civilization just like us, so you are not afraid that I will rise up and destroy you in the future. Li Qing laughed and said, that's why I made this deal with you. After you inherit the inheritance, you need to hand over the Pioneer database to me, so that I can also obtain complete dark matter technology. In this way, you are developing and I am also developing. In the future, human beings can also become advanced civilization. When the time comes, we will decide the outcome on the battlefield. Li Qing's words are sincere, but they can't stand up to scrutiny. But the problem is that Fatagera has no choice at this time, either die or fight. When a person is facing the threat of death, the bottom line will continue to decrease, and they will abandon everything in order to survive. In addition, at this time, Li Qingming clearly told him that succession would be risky, but it was not a desperate situation. When there was a life-saving straw in front of him, he would definitely grab it without hesitation. As Li Qing said, this is not a desperate situation, and there is indeed a possibility of a comeback, but the difficulty is too great, and the loss of human civilization will be huge, and there is a high probability that it will be defeated directly. He cannot make this decision for mankind as a whole. Of course, the main reason is that Li Qing has the inheritance of the negative star at hand, and he has confidence in his heart, unlike others who have no retreat and can only be reckless. The room became silent again. Li Qing waited for a while and said, you have enough time to think about it slowly, let me know if you think it through. As he spoke, he took Qingluan's hand and turned around, but just as he stepped forward, he heard the voice of the harpy behind him. I promise you. Li Qing immediately showed joy, turned around to look at the harpy and said with a smile. Wise choice. It may be risky, but it is also an opportunity for you to change your destiny. Gathering the power of all the Star Sea Lords and military masters in the entire Zener Star Group may block a fallen empire that has declined for millions of years. Wait for it to digest with all of this, your strength will soar rapidly, and you will be the hero of the Zener civilization by then. Fatagera didn't answer, but said with a blank face. Swear, bring it on. Li Qing and Fatagera looked at each other. Chi-Chi said. The United Empire of Mankind, Starship Lord Li Qing, here calls for the Pan-Will of the Universe Star Sea. Zener Star Group, Fatagera, a member of the Tower of Power, is here to call for the Pan-Will of the Cosmic Star Sea. The two of them uttered their voices in unison, reciting word by word according to the vows they had just made. After reading it the first time, there was no response. Both of them were stunned for a moment, then Li Qing showed a strange look on his face, and the next second a great will came, Li Qing said with a strange face. The will of the universe has approved and witnessed our oath, and the next step is to call on the will of the virtual realm. Before he spoke, he communicated with the Void Realm through the original channel of the Palm Universe, and then communicated with Yu Yuyao, asking her to do a favor. It was a very simple job. Let Yu Yuyao communicate with the will of the virtual realm, and then with the authority of her son of the virtual realm, temporarily create a holy place in the Palm Universe to cover up the existence of the Palm Universe, lest the will of the virtual realm pay attention to the existence of the Palm Universe. It's not a small trick, it doesn't make sense. A minute later, the two spoke together again. The United Empire of Mankind, Star Marine Lord Li Qing, here calls for the will of the Supreme Void Realm. Zener Constellation, Fatagera, a member of the Tower of Power, is here to call for the will of the Supreme Void. In the middle of the conversation, the children of the Void Realm borrowed the power of the Void Realms will to descend and temporarily turned this area into a holy place. When their oaths were finished, the Void Realm summoned will descended and did not find any abnormalities around them, and successfully completed the oath witness. Completing the oath, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Fatagera, you can take a break to adjust your status now, and you can go out when you are ready. Fatagera didn't speak. He smiled and left with Qingluan. 2 days later, Li Qing received a message from Fatagera and returned to the scientific research area. He saw Fatagera, who had recovered, in a guest room. He glanced at Li Qing expressionlessly and said, "I am ready." Li Qing didn't have any nonsense, stretched out his hand, and a black line emerged, which quickly opened to the left and right and turned into a 3-meter-high black hole door, stretching out his hand as a gesture of please. "I'll see you in a day." Fatagera glanced at him, took a deep breath and disappeared into it. Li Qing watched him leave and close the door of the black hole with a smile on his face. A little smile turned into a big laugh, and then covered his face and laughed out loud. Time is a very magical thing. Sometimes it feels like it flies by so quickly, and sometimes it feels like it flies by so slowly. At this time, Li Qing felt that the days seemed like years, and he was restless. Knowing that there are no loopholes in the oath, there will be no problem, but I still feel uneasy. Qingluan felt his uneasiness, and approached him very intimately to comfort him, using her soft body to relieve his anxiety and tension. When people are immersed in something, time is not so sad. 1 day later, Li Qing, who had been asleep for a long time due to overwork, opened his eyes on time and got up slowly. It's amazing, at this moment Li Qing is not in a hurry. Washed up slowly, got dressed, opened the door of the black hole again, and walked in without hesitation. Passing through the door of the black hole, I saw the huge space I saw before. Fatagera was standing in the center of the hall and Ida did not know what to say. When he was sensed, the two turned their heads and looked. The momentary coercion suffocated Li Qing's thinking. A mortal level psyker. No, although the spiritual power is dozens of times stronger, it is not immortal yet, but the will has a tendency to be immortal. Is this also inherited? At this time, after inheriting the inheritance of Ada Recorder, Fatagera not only increased in strength, but also naturally had an inexplicable majesty. He stepped towards Li Qing, and a powerful coercion rushed towards his face. Li Qing stood there expressionless, but he was ready. Back to the universe in the palm of your hand. But Fatagera didn't do anything. He stepped up to Li Qing and stood still. He stretched out his hand for a while, and there was a crystalline crystal ball lying in his palm. According to the agreement, this is the Pioneer database, which contains what you want. Li Qing unceremoniously took the inspection. A smile appeared on his face immediately. From the system prompt, this is indeed the Pioneer database of the Ada Recorder civilization, which contains the complete dark matter technology mastered by the Ada Recorder. After getting it, the team of scientists will extract the technology inside, which can condense a complete advanced civilization one by one. Dark matter and all kinds of technology. Weather ship or dreadnought battleship, Lost Class Titan and Lost Class aircraft carrier, Pioneer Fortress with its own Pioneer Stargate, all dark matter weapons, accessories, etc. In addition to military aspects, it also includes all civilian aspects of technology. It even includes a complete set of blueprints for the galaxy miracles mastered by Ada Recorders, including a giant scientific research hub, a strategic command center, a sentry array, a Dyson sphere, a matter decompressor, a giant dock array, and a ring world. It is worth mentioning that although these blueprints of the galaxy miracle are one-off, as long as there is a Pioneer database and enough good scientists, a set of blueprints can be extracted from it every 10 years. Ah, perfect. Confirmed that the Pioneer database is true, Li Qing heaved a sigh of relief, put it away preciously, looked up at Fatagera, and said seriously, "Our agreement has been completed. I will leave here, and then you will face the declaration of war on the fragments of Fianu. You'd better prepare for the battle as soon as possible. Although we are hostile, there will be a war in the future, but before that, I still hope that you can persist longer. If you can survive the attack of Fianuo's civilization, we may see you on the battlefield in the future." He said this sincerely, and he really wanted Tigra to last longer, so as to buy himself a longer time. Although he was used as a shield to avoid direct conflict with Fianu's fragments, there will be a battle between him and Fianu's fragments in the future. The awakening of an old enemy of a higher civilization will definitely stimulate the fragments of Fianu. They will most likely feel the crisis because of the awakening of the old enemy, and thus awaken from a fallen state, rememorize the glory of the past, and regain the forgotten technology of ancient times. The creations and fleets have returned to the big stage of the galaxy. This reawakened fallen civilization will soon return to its peak state. At that time, they will definitely take back the peak territory before the fall, and these territories have been occupied by other young civilizations in these years. Facing the demands of the awakened civilization, these young civilizations either obey or resist. Once they resist, a war that will sweep across most of the galaxy and even the entire galaxy is inevitable. Fortunately, the United Empire of Mankind is not in the center of the galaxy, but in the spiral arm, far away from the center of the galaxy stage, and there is still a certain buffer. Li Qing must try his best to digest these advanced technologies in the shortest possible time, and have the ability to control his own destiny in the future reshuffle of the galaxy. Chapter 292 Stars Lost Titans. The battleship came out of the Battlestar Fortress. Li Qing glanced enviously at the huge pioneer fortresses, the huge fleet and the mobile Battlestar. He suppressed his inner desire and ordered the battleship to prepare for the jump. Although he wanted it very much, he couldn't. At this stage, he can't have any relationship with the ADA recorder. When he goes back, he will ask his negative stars to redesign all the technologies in the Pioneer database to remove the traces of the ADA recorder. At this moment, it is estimated that the fragments of Fionuo have already paid attention to this place, and even his departure from here has already been seen, but any things related to the ADA recorder on his hand will be discovered, and then they will be confused and attacked together. It is better to kill the wrong one than to miss it. He believed that as long as he opened his mouth, Fatigra would immediately give him a mobile battle star without hesitation. He wished to drag Li Qing into this vortex that could shatter any civilization. The fleet jumped away without any interception, and directly teleported away from this isolated star field with only a few hundred galaxies, and embarked on the return journey. Then everything has nothing to do with him. Their oath covers all the possibilities of mutual harm, even indirect means can't do it. As long as he doesn't expose himself, there is no need to worry about Fatigra dragging him into the water. Leaving the isolated star field, Li Qing immediately entered the universe in the palm, summoned all the star-bearers and servant scientists of light, and began to study the Pioneer database. The first step is to extract the technology inside and then redesign it. This is not difficult. After all, his scientific research team is too fierce at this time. Dozens of negative stars, plus thousands of all-gold servants of light. This is a scientific research team that is even more outrageous than advanced civilizations. After arranging the work, Li Qing did not stay in the universe in the palm, returned to the battleship, and prepared to return to the human territory. The next thing is to go. After returning, he will stay in the territory and start a comprehensive change of equipment. All the weapons and accessories of the existing fleet will be replaced by human level 5 technology or enhanced version 6 technology with dark matter technology. Try to gather a fleet before fighting the Bruin United Civilization, and then. Going back is very simple. Jumping directly along the edge of the Milky Way, and jumping more than 2,000 light-years away in one jump within the river system. The super-penetrating ability can ignore most interceptions and natural dangers, even if it is the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. The border defense line also treats it like nothing. It only took a little over 2 months for the Dreadnought battleship to cross several star fields and return to the Canaan territory. Returning to the Lord did not alarm anyone except the core of the territory. Li Qing dived into the universe in his palm when he came back. 2 months were enough for the stars and the scientific research team to extract the technologies in the Pioneer database one by one. Haven't had time to redesign yet, but it's not a big problem, just change the shape, it won't take long. Standing in the huge comprehensive laboratory, Li Qing is lined up with a series of mother chips exuding faint crystal light, from the most basic dark matter energy cannon to the powerful dark matter fortress rail gun, from the basic ship to the powerful lost super titans, everything. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, Li Qing began to check the entire technological system of advanced civilization, starting with the weapon system. Dark matter destruction ray, small, causes huge damage to enemy ships by distorting and crushing matter through dark matter. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 1500-2000. Fire rate: 20 seconds, shot. Hit: 90%. Range: 2000 kilometers. Fix: plus 25% armor damage. Dark matter destroyer ray, medium, causes massive damage to enemy ships by distorting and crushing matter through dark matter. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 3500-5000. Fire rate: 20 seconds, shot. Hit: 90%. Range: 3000 kilometers. Fix: minus 25% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. Dark matter destruction ray, large, causes huge damage to enemy ships by distorting and crushing matter through dark matter. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 1-2000-5000. Fire rate: 20 seconds, shot. Hit: 90%. Range: 4000 kilometers. Fix. Minus 25% shield damage. Fix. Plus 50% armor damage. Dark Matter Annihilation Beam. Slot L main cannon projects a powerful dark energy annihilation beam, causing huge damage to the enemy. Type. Instant. Energy. Damage. 30000-45000. Fire rate. 90 seconds. Shot. Hit. 90%. Range. 15,000 kilometers. Fix. Plus 50% armor damage. Fix. Plus 25% hull damage. Berserker Close in Defense System. The last line of defense for battleships, dedicated to defending against missiles and space fighters. Type. Instant. Kinetic. Damage. 15 to 15. Fire rate. 50,000 rounds per second. Hit. 50%. Range. 200 kilometers. 6th generation Reaper Cannon. Large caliber ballistic weapon that can fire shells at super high speeds. Type. Instant. Kinetic. Damage. 500 to 600. Fire rate. 2 seconds. Shot. Hit. 50%. Range. 500 kilometers. Fix. Plus 50% shield damage. Fix. Minus 25% armor damage. Burning Deep Space Fighter. Midway carrier-based fighter, fast, small in size, and strong in surprise survivability. Type. Carrier aircraft, energy. Unit. 36 group. Damage. 150 to 200. Fire rate. 2 seconds. Shot. Hit. 100%. Range. 100 kilometers. Fighter body. 2,500. Fighter shield. 3000. Fighter speed. 450,000 kilometers per hour. Dark Matter Lance Battleship Main Cannon, a heavy energy lance capable of firing high energy dark matter that melts down armor. Type. Instant. Energy. Damage. 45000-75000. Fire rate. 150 seconds. Shot. Hit. 90%. Range. 100,000 kilometers. Fix. Plus 25% armor damage. The power of advanced dark matter technology weapons is 10 times that of conventional level 5 technology weapons. The maximum power of the neutron light spear of the main gun of a normal level 5 battleship is 75,000, while the power of the dark matter light spear is as high as 750,000, a full 10 times. In addition, the shooting range has also increased significantly. Although it has not reached 10 times, it is more than 5 times. Whether it is these conventional weapons, there are also dark matter versions such as the Light of Doom and the Titan Lance, and their power is 10 times that of the 5th generation. In addition to this, there is also a set of ships dedicated to higher civilizations, which are ships, dreadnought battleships, and Lost Titans. It is worth mentioning that after Li Qing mastered the Lost Titan, he could already use this Lost Titan to deduce the 7th generation Star Lost Titan that was once used by the Star Loser, and the current Star Escort. The ship is the same version as the Dreadnought. In the past 2 months, the Star Losers have not been idle, and have rededuced the Star Lost Titan and the Star Lost aircraft carrier. That is to say, advanced civilizations do not have dreadnoughts, conventional aircraft carriers, flagships, titans, and super carriers super flags. They only have Lost Titans and Lost aircraft carriers. Lost Titans, Star's super strategic flagship, the most powerful battleship in general. Basic hull, 800 billion. Basic armor, 800 billion. Basic shield, 800 billion. Basic speed, 40,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics, Titan Ultra Long Range Heavy Artillery Tactics. Fleet slot size, 2,500. Titan Axis Base Bow Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Titan Stern Core Default. Components. Energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computer, Titan Halo 2. Weapon slot. T-25 Titan Lance, T-125 Doom, X-5000. General slot. X-80,000, A-120. Corrections. Hull regeneration. 200,000 points per second. Armor regeneration. 200,000 points per second. Shield regeneration. 200,000 points per second. Evaluation. The pinnacle of Star Sea Force, possessing the terrifying power to turn the tide of battle. Dimensions. 80 kilometers high, 50 kilometers wide, and 15 kilometers thick. Lost Starship Group of Stars, a super-large combat platform with carrier-based aircraft as the main combat weapon, usually the core flagship of a fleet. Basic hull, 900 billion. Basic armor, 900 billion. Basic shield, 900 billion. Base speed, 40,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic. Carrier avoidance tactic. Battleship slot size. 3000. Bow carrier core default, center carrier core default, center carrier core default, carrier stern core default. Components. Energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computer, super flagship Aura 2. Weapon slots. T-20 Light of Doom, X300, H20000, P800. General slot. X80000, A120. Corrections. Hull regeneration. 200,000 points per second. Armor regeneration. 200,000 points per second. Shield regeneration. 200,000 points per second. Dimensions. 90 kilometers high, 60 kilometers wide, and 30 kilometers thick. Regardless of the size and specifications, or the utilization rate of the internal space, it has reached the extreme. With such a strong attribute coupled with dark matter technology weapons and accessories, the combat effectiveness will be extremely amazing. In addition, although the series of Star Wars ships that belong to the negative star were reversed, the ship series from Ada Recorder has not disappeared and is still there. This also means that he will have 2 sets of Frigate Mother chip series, 1 set of 7 level peak, strengthened 9 times, and 1 set of 6 level unenhanced. He will use these 2 sets of ships, and the copied blueprints will be used to build battleships. Among them, the Star Level series will be used for his own use, and the 6th Level series will be used as favors in the future, such as selling to Jinmin Yu, Qinghe Li, and so on. The only pity is that the newly acquired Star Lost Titan has not been strengthened, only 5 copies are copied a month, and only 60 copies are made a year, the output is too low. Except for these military systems, all other civilian systems are advanced civilization versions, better industrial ships, better mining ships, transport ships, etc. Plus a variety of more excellent technologies, including a full set of genetic ascension and a full set of mechanical ascension technology and so on. In addition, if you have a good enough ship designer, you can design your own mobile fortress, war moon, or even mobile battle star based on the existing warships. Although it is too difficult to design something like a mobile battle star, and the requirements for designers are very high, but Li Qing doesn't have much else now, and Niubi has too many scientists, such as Long Yu and Junshin, 2 super designers. In addition to this, there are many servants of light with less ability. This one can be turned into a negative star to forcibly improve its ability, and it can also achieve the ability to design a mobile fortress. Plus a set of giant blueprints for galaxy miracles, all kinds of means that only advanced civilizations have. It can be said that there are all the systems that a civilization should have. Anyone who gets this set and digests it is a new advanced civilization. The only requirement is time, and he needs enough time to digest all this. Half a month later, Li Qing walked out of the universe in his palm. He looked up at the sky, his eyes full of hope. At this time, the 20 static streamers in my hand have been used up in one breath in the past half a month. 20 subordinates were carefully selected from the subordinate talent pool, most of them were selected from the Servants of Light, and 20 new ones were transformed in one breath, Servant of Light. Of course, he didn't mean more, and spent another 20,000 civilization points to enlighten a full 20,000 Servants of Light. Now is the time to race against time to digest this technology, and there is no room for him to save. More than 20,000 Servants of Light, all of whom are golden names, cooperate with the population of more than 2 trillion gray names in the Palm universe. At this time, the crazy construction of the Palm universe begins. First, greatly increase the scale of shipbuilding. The 3 high-level mobile fortresses and 10 regular mobile fortresses on hand, as well as the 3 war moons, started to be built simultaneously. As long as the mobile battle star is not on board, this super dock array is enough to accommodate so many ships to be built at the same time. In addition, he also built a galaxy miracle giant structure in the palm of the universe, a giant scientific research hub, ready to move all the scientific research institutions there. The universe in the palm only made this giant structure, and other giant structures are not suitable for the universe in the palm, and have to be placed outside. Like the Strategic Command Center, in addition to being a super strategic command center, it will also give the entire country a buff after completion, ship movement speed plus 30%, start speed plus 30%, and transition distance plus 200%. Just like the Blessing of the Void blessing buff, all players and native commanders in the territory can get this extra buff, and they can always get it as long as the Strategic Command Center exists. Sentry Array. This is a super surveillance system that can monitor most of the entire galaxy, and even the nebula cannot stop its prying eyes. However, this monitoring function needs to be actively checked in order to see what you want to see. For example, if you want to observe the Bruven United Territory, you must actively observe the star field you want to view. In addition, the Sentinel array itself also comes with a series of buffs that affect the entire territory: strong electronic interference level 9, interception strength level 9. That is to say, when the Sentinel array is built, all places in the entire territory will have interference and interception of these two intensities, and fleets that are not allowed to enter the territory will be automatically interfered. And this effect also has an effect on wild monsters, which means that wild monsters and pirates will be unable to move an inch in the territory and there will be no threat. Giant Dock Array. This is a super dock that can build mobile fortresses. This thing also has a buff that acts on the territory: shipbuilding speed plus 50%. Dyson Sphere. A galactic miracle that wraps the entire star, and can obtain almost endless energy. After building this, basically the entire territory does not have to worry about energy usage. However, powerful civilizations do not lack energy most of the time, not to mention nuclear fusion reactors, antimatter reactors, dark matter reactors, etc. can provide infinite energy, and civilizations that can generally build Dyson spheres do not lack energy. So generally building a Dyson sphere is more about powering some super powerful ultimate weapons. Dyson Sphere also has a buff that affects the entire civilization: territory energy consumption minus 10%. Chapter 293 Emergency Meeting of the Senate. Material Decompressor. Built above the horizon of the black hole, it can extract the matter in the black hole and transform it into various basic minerals. The extraction speed of this thing is affected by the size of the black hole. No one knows how much before it is built, but it will definitely not be less. This thing also has a buff: the amount of ore refined from the territory plus 5%. Ring World. Build a super ring world with a length of billions of kilometers, which can accommodate countless people. There is no need to explain this. The specific size also depends on how big you want to build. This thing also has a buff: cohesion plus 20%. These megastructures have their own buffs, and multiple ones can be created, but the same type of effects cannot be superimposed. Li Qing came out of the universe in his palm and began to inspect the territory, preparing to find some suitable places to build giant structures. However, the range of options is not large, and it can only be built in the star field between the capital Galan Galaxy and Lock Fortress. This star field is at the core of the territory, close to the capital and the largest military fortress, and can be better protected stand up. The ship flew out from the Galan Galaxy to Lock Fortress. You can see that there is a lot of people in the nearby galaxy, and you can constantly see the fleet coming and going. Today's Jalan Collar has already changed from the original war zone to a peaceful territory. There has been no war for many years. More and more combat players have left the territory and went to other places in the United Empire of Mankind. The current active players of Jalan Collar are basically both casual players and businessmen. It is the same as what he saw in the southern provinces of human beings. Most of the active galaxies are civilian ships, and military fleets are rarely seen. The current Jalan Collar has established a Stargate network centered on the Jalan Galaxy. From the Jalan Galaxy, it can be directly transmitted to the Outpost Galaxy on the Jinmen side, as well as the Lock Fortress. Then transferred from the Lock Fortress, and sent to the 4 major star fields of the territory, as well as the territories of Yu Qingzi and his father Li Xingchun. At this time, Li Qing is already preparing to build a pioneer fortress in the Jalan Galaxy, the Lock Fortress, and the Quierta Fortress, the capitals of the 4 major star regions, with their own pioneer star gates. The establishment of these pioneer fortresses and pioneer star gates can greatly expand the transmission capacity. Like human beings, regular star cities and stargates have an upper limit on the teleportation capacity, so the price of using Stargate teleportation is generally very expensive, and it is not worthwhile for merchants to use Stargate teleportation to do business, no matter whether it is a small caravan or a large caravan. Small caravans earn less, so Stargates are not worth it. Large caravans have too many goods, too large caravans are very expensive to go to the Stargate, and the cost is too high. This is why there are still so many caravans on the waterway. For more profits, merchants would rather spend longer on the regular waterway than go through the Stargate. If a Pioneer Fortress and a Pioneer Stargate are established, the capacity of the Pioneer Stargate to be transmitted at one time is much higher than that of a conventional Stargate, and the cost of one transmission will naturally drop. In addition, the Pioneer Stargate can forcibly penetrate the nebula in the Zutar starfield, and directly cross the nebula to the territory of the human headquarters. Wait until that step. There will be no distance restriction between the human headquarters and Jilanling and Jinmen, and its commercial capabilities will definitely be greatly improved. Of course, the premise is that he releases the Stargate restrictions and actively connects to the Stargate network in the hinterland of mankind. But Li Qing doesn't know how to connect to the Stargate network at this stage, so let's do it first. If it is connected, the changes in the territory cannot be concealed from the major army lords. Although they cannot be concealed without connection, even if they can see it without connection, it will be difficult for a while. What is the concept of complete advanced civilization technology? This means that when Li Qing fully digests these technologies, his strength will leapfrog all Star Sea Lords and become the number one person in human civilization, which will directly change the power structure of the entire civilization. Lasted for tens of thousands of years, the power structure that was well maintained suddenly changed drastically, and a stronger one suddenly appeared on the head of all the military masters and even the Star Sea Lords. How did they deal with it? Especially when the 14 Star Sea Lords have ruled mankind for tens of thousands of years, and one day a stronger one suddenly appears, and their dominance is no longer guaranteed, what will they think? What will be done? Human nature is selfish. He dare not imagine what they will do or think. In this situation, you can't rely on others at all, you can only rely on yourself. Go on as long as you can, until you are strong enough to withstand all the pressure. It is worth mentioning that when Li Qing obtains the Pioneer database and complete dark matter technology, he can theoretically communicate with the will of the universe and directly promote to Star Sea Lord regardless of all conditions. Yes, it is directly promoted to Star Sea Lord. For example, the 14 Star Sea Lords of the United Human Empire were promoted to Star Sea Lords after they had mastered all 6-level enhanced technologies, collected 10 destiny points, and some conditions that he still didn't know. But they are pseudo-Star Sea Lords, because they have not really mastered the 6th level advanced energy. The 6th level enhanced technology is the 6th level technology, and the dark matter technology is also the 6th level technology, but there is a huge gap between them, that is, the difference between true and false. Because the 6th level enhanced technology is not a real high-level energy, it requires some messy and harsh conditions to be promoted. But if you can directly master high-level energy, you don't need any preconditions to be promoted directly, and you are a real Star Sea Lord, and you have higher and stronger benefits than fake Star Sea Lords. But still the same sentence, now he has not fully mastered the dark matter technology, the strength in his hands is not strong enough, and he can't stop the possible coveted eyes, he has to wait for a while. But that day will not be too far away. Now he can build 11 Fearless divisions a year, all 7-level Group Star Pioneer ships equipped with dark matter technology weapons. The combat effectiveness is very, very powerful. One can easily pick up dozens human standard 5th-level division. If each division is equipped with a servant of light commander, according to the gap between the technology and the commander, it is possible to pick 100. In 10 years or so, more than 100 Fearless divisions will be gathered. At that time, they will basically not be afraid of anyone. Even if the entire human civilization swarms up, it will be able to stop it. In fact, it is impossible for the whole people to be enemies, and he is not a foreigner. As long as he has enough power to protect himself, no one will dare to it. Therefore, it will take about 10 years to be promoted to Star Sea Lord. Finding a galaxy suitable for building a giant structure is still very simple, and he doesn't even need to run too far. He first came to Lock Fortress along the waterway, walked around the Fortress Galaxy, found 2 planets in the galaxy, and put the Strategic Command Center, the Sentry Array, and the Giant Shipyard Array are all built in this galaxy. These 3 giant structures are all related to war, and it is most suitable to build them here. As for the Dyson Sphere, it is planned to be built in the galaxy next door to Lock Fortress. The matter decompressor is a bit troublesome. This thing can only be built on a black hole, and the nearest black hole is 2,000 light-years away, and far away from the major capitals. If it is built there, a garrison must be sent there to establish a military base for special protection. As for Star Ring World, Li Qing considered for a long time and decided to build it in the Galan Galaxy. Once the Ring World is completed, this supergiant structure that can accommodate trillions of people must be the center of the entire territory in the future, and it must be the new capital of the territory in the future. The location of the Jalan Galaxy is actually very good. He didn't think about changing the capital galaxy, so he could only build in this galaxy. Of course, these are all assumptions now. Some can be built immediately, and some can only be a plan at this stage. For example, the Strategic Command Center, Sentinel Array, and Giant Shipyard Array can now be built in Lock Fortress. Under normal circumstances, it takes 50 to hundreds of years to complete the construction. With the addition of his star-lost talent, it only takes 5 to 10 years can be built. Like Star Ring World can only be a plan now, prepare materials in the early stage, design the final size and so on. A Star Ring World like this is not comparable to a giant structure like a Strategic Command Center in terms of consumables or construction engineering, and the consumables for the two are not at the same level. The construction of a normal Star Ring World requires the use of countless alloys to build a super alloy frame that is billions of kilometers long, tens of thousands of kilometers wide and high, and then the planets, meteorites, asteroid belts, etc. in thousands of galaxies are all dismantling and transporting these planetary materials to fill the frame requires countless materials. And the dismantling materials cannot be dismantled in nearby galaxies, otherwise thousands of galaxies around the capital will be empty without a single planet. It is necessary to disassemble the planetary material from tens of thousands of light years away, and then transport it over a long distance. This is the most troublesome point. It requires too much manpower and material resources. But this is not a problem for Li Qing. He has the universe in his palm. First send a fleet to dismantle it, blow up the planet into small pieces, then gather all the broken rocks scattered in the starry sky, and finally use the palm universe to collect them all and transport them back. The above are the normal methods of building the ring world, but Li Qing is going to use an abnormal method. Normally, an alloy frame with a length of several billion kilometers is first built. The specific length depends on the size of the ring world. If the stars in the galaxy are too large, the design specifications of the ring world are large enough, and the length may exceed tens of billions of kilometers. Such a huge alloy frame requires an extremely outrageous consumption of alloys. This is also the main reason why the frame of the ring world is made of alloy, and the interior is filled with soil and rock, mainly to save materials. But Li Qing didn't want to do this. He wanted to build the entire ring world frame, shell an internal structure with alloys, and finally spread a few kilometers of soil inside the internal structure. The only advantage of doing this is that the ring world is strong enough. After it is built, the alloy shell hundreds of kilometers thick is ridiculously hard. Even if it is bombarded by the fleet indiscriminately, it will not be able to penetrate it. Since it is the future capital, it must be as tough as it needs to be. Moreover, the size of the ring world planned by Li Qing may be very large, with a length of tens of billions of kilometers, a width of more than 100,000 kilometers, a thickness of nearly 100,000 kilometers at the thickest, and tens of thousands of kilometers at the thinnest edge. Anyway, do your best to maximize the construction, and try to accommodate more people. He doesn't have much else but mines. One day a month later, Li Qing was in a galaxy on the edge of the territorial border in the south of the territory far away from the capital circle. In order to prepare for the construction of the ring world, he needed to collect a large amount of star mass and convert it into refined steel and then synthesize alloys. It is worth mentioning that the alloy he transforms is not a standard alloy for humans, but a standard alloy for advanced civilizations. They are all called standard alloys, but the standard alloys of advanced civilizations are far stronger than the standard alloys of humans. To put it bluntly, why do battleships of the same size have the same thickness of armor, and the hull and armor of a ship of a higher civilization are many times stronger than those of a battleship of a conventional level 5 civilization? A large part of the reason is the gap between the standard alloys used. It is also worth mentioning that the 7th level group star escorts and dreadnought battleships in Li Qing's hands use the strongest compression alloy of human beings, not the standard alloy of the 7th level civilization. This means that the attributes of the star-rated frigates and dreadnought battleships he is building now have not reached their limits. If they can obtain the 7th level dark energy technology and the 7th level standard alloy, their basic attributes will be greatly improved. And the reason why he can't build the ship for the 8th level god level civilization is that the material limitation is also one of the aspects. Under the extraction of the universe in the palm of a star, the infinite energy is transformed into a torrent of terrifying ions with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, injected into the casting furnace of light, and then transformed into various metal materials in the standard alloy formula, directly synthesizing 6 grades in one-step. Standard alloys are directly thrown into the starry sky outside the high-dimensional fortress through the gravitational conveyor belt, and piled up into planets. The efficiency of this conversion method is much higher than using the light of dimensional constriction to collect and throw the stars into the casting furnace of light for direct refining. Using the light of dimensional convergence to collect and refine is equivalent to swallowing a jujube whole. Most of the energy is wasted before it is fully released. A star only transforms 50 or 60 refined steel spheres with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. And using the method of slowly extracting the universe in the palm of your hand, you can completely release the energy of the stars. At this time, he has spent almost a month, and the universe in his palm has accumulated 35 grade 6 standard alloy spheres with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, but the star system in front of him has not changed much. The only change is that the color has become slightly redder, which means that the star is missing a lot of mass. According to the difference in energy consumption, when all the stars are extracted, it is estimated that thousands of standard alloy spheres can be transformed. But it takes a long time. But he doesn't lack this time now. Anyway, he transforms and builds at the same time. The construction of the ring world is not a one-off thing. The previous accumulation is enough for the initial construction. Li Qing made an estimate. It is estimated that the exhaustion of this star is basically enough for a ring world. By then, what? Li Qing, who was extracting stellar energy on the Dreadnought battleship, while boredly checking the territory channel, suddenly received a reminder to hold a temporary meeting of elders, and the meeting started very urgently, with only 12 hours to prepare for the meeting. What's the big deal? The normal Senate meeting is held once a year, and it will be held temporarily only when something earth-shattering happens. It has been 11 years since Li Qing joined the Senate, and this is the first time he has encountered this situation. Chapter 294 Awakened Fallen Empire, Fionoo Revivalist. The time for the temporary elder meeting was very tight this time, and there was basically nothing to prepare for half a day. Li Qing entered the Deluo Tiangong before the time was up. I found that everyone came quite early, and many of them came earlier than him. A large number of military leaders and small lords gathered at the door to chat, asking each other what happened. Li Qing listened and found that no one knew what happened. As time went by, more and more participants arrived. Li Qing also saw the arrival of the old Jinmen and Qinghe patriarchs. He immediately stepped forward to ask. The old patriarch shook his head and said, I don't know what happened, but the last time a council of elders was held temporarily was more than 600 years ago. When two Qinghai lords clashed and almost went to war, other lords called a council of elders temporarily for emergency mediation. The last time a meeting of elders was held temporarily, it was a special envoy sent by the ancient bloggers from the higher civilization of the Milky Way to discuss reception matters. Well, he didn't continue to talk further, but Li Qing roughly knew what the criteria for holding a temporary elder meeting were. Actually, he had some guesses about the reason for the temporary convening of the elders meeting this time, but he was not sure, because the time was too fast. According to his prediction, it would take several years for the fallen civilization to respond to the reappearance of the Ada recorder found in the Fionoo fragments, and it has only been a few months now. It shouldn't be so fast. But after all, it was just a prediction. He is not the fragmented civilization of Fionoo, nor has he inherited the legacy of the Ada recorder. It is not clear how much their hatred was at the beginning. Different levels of hatred have different levels of stimulation. If the hatred between them is much greater than he imagined, it is not impossible to be stimulated to wake up immediately. But no matter what, at this time he is powerless to stop the change, and can only respond passively. Can only hope not. As time went by, the meeting was about to begin, everyone gradually began to take their seats, and Li Qing also came to his seat. This time the Qinghai lords came very fast, and 14 Qinghai lords arrived before they were seated. This time, His Highness Xiao Bili was the one who presided over the meeting. After he sat down, he knocked down the golden hammer and said in a heavy tone, the main discussion proposal of this temporary meeting of elders is about the awakening of Fionoo's fragmented civilization. His Highness Examen Wu, the resident guardian of Cervantes, received a message from the guardian of Cervantes. It is located in the heart of the galaxy. One of the Fionoo military isolates has abandoned the isolation policy that lasted for millions of years and began to expand. From the news from the guards of Cervantes, the Fionoo military isolates have given up the isolation policy and restored the policy before they fell. The latest news shows that they have notified the civilizations in the galactic center area and officially changed their name to Fionoo. The revivalists, the meaning is very obvious, and their eyes have been refocused on the big stage of the Milky Way. His Highness Xiao Bili's tone was very low, with a hint of worry. Judging from the information collected by His Royal Highness Examen, the Fianuo Revivalist has issued a new call-up order, reassembled the fleet, reactivated the sealed mobile battle star and mobile fortress, and the abandoned ancient factory has been restored. The giant shipyard has been repaired and restarted, and several Battlestar assembly factories have been brought back online. Obviously, this giant who once slept for millions of years has decided to return to its former glory, which is very bad news for us. At this moment when the alliance between humans and Bruven is about to start a full-scale war, this news is bound to affect our strategic plan. This temporary council of elders will discuss where humans will go in this great change. After His Royal Highness Xiao Bili finished speaking, the venue was silent, and everyone digested this shocking news with a look of shock. Ordinary players may not have much reaction after hearing this, but the Star Sea Lords and military leaders present are well informed. How could they not know the impact of the awakening of a fallen empire on the civilizations of the entire galaxy? The reawakening of Fianuo's revivalist will inevitably regain the territory of the peak period of civilization, and these territories have now been occupied by other powerful civilizations. Many civilizations have even re-evolved directly from a certain planet in their ancient territory. The parent star of origin is within its territory, and there is no way to avoid withdrawal. It's like human beings originated from the throne starfield in the Perseus arm. Suddenly, a fallen empire awakened one day and said that the entire throne starfield was its former territory. If humans were asked to give up everything and leave, would they leave? This is not bad. If the awakened civilization makes humans their vassals and anesses them, will they be willing? So, with the reawakening of Fianuo's revivalists, a great battle that will sweep through an unknown number of civilizations is bound to take place. But this is not the worst. Others don't know why the Fianuo revivalist suddenly awakened from the fall, but Li Qing clearly knows that it is because of the sudden appearance of the Ada recorder that the Fianuo revivalist feels ancient. Awakened by the breath of the old enemy. These two pioneer civilizations have been emperors since ancient times. Although the hostility between the two sides has long been submerged in the long river of history, and even disappeared with the defeat of the Ada recorder in the Battle of the Ancient Enemy, it is estimated that the former Fianuo Star Sea Empire he also fell because he had no rivals after defeating his old enemy. They would have been degenerate until one day they would be replaced by a young emerging civilization. But now the revivalists of Fianu, who have fallen for millions of years, suddenly find that their old enemy has not completely disappeared. This will inevitably arouse their strong repercussions, thus regaining their old grudge, waking up from a deep sleep, and using the entire galaxy as a battlefield, a rematch with their old rivals. That is to say, it won't be long before Fatigra, who inherited the legacy of the Ada recorder, will be forced to declare his existence to the Milky Way and start a holy war with the revivalists of Fianuo. The venue was silent for several minutes before a military leader asked, "Your Highness, I wonder if the revival battle of the Fianuo revivalists will affect us. Is the current territory of our human beings in the former territory of the Fianuo revivalists?" Good question. Lord Xiao Bili spread his hands and said, "I don't know about this either. I need to ask His Highness Examen Wu." At this time, the man in the second seat on Xiao Bili's right hand who couldn't see clearly said, "I got a map from Cervantes. It is a map of Fianuo's territory at its peak a million years ago. You can take a look." Li Qing quickly saw a new attachment on the light curtain in front of him, and immediately clicked on it, and a virtual star map appeared in front of him. That is a huge star map of the Milky Way, on which there is a large red area occupying about 1/3 of the Milky Way, including a large part of the galactic center, most of the shield spiral arms, and a small part of the Perseus spiral arms. Li Qing zoomed in on the virtual star map, which included about 70% of the shield spiral arms. The blood color extended to the end of the spiral arms, and only a small piece was not occupied. From this, it seems that all the territory of the Zener star group is covered, and now they have no choice but to join forces with Fatigra to fight against the Fianuo revivalists. The Perseus spiral arm only accounts for about 15%, covering the entire Kelzaka Star Sea Empire and the Tianjin star field, extending to the Zutar star field and occupying half of the star field. It is estimated that it was affected by the nebula and did not continue to extend deeper into the Perseus spiral arm. It is a blessing among misfortunes that the headquarters of the United Human Empire is not in the former territory of the revivalists of Fianuo. However, they can't be too happy too early. Like this ancient revived civilization, taking back the former territory is only the first step. After completion, they will definitely conquer other young civilizations, so as to re-establish their dominance in the galaxy. So they may not be affected in the first stage, but as the war expands, the Fianuo revivalists will gradually regain all the territory, and they will definitely set their sights on other civilizations and ask them to surrender. In addition, the Tianjin star field and half of the Zutar star field were once the territory of the revivalists of Fianuo, which means that the location of the Jinmen Yu clan and the Jialan collar of Li Qing used to be the territory of the revivalists of Fianuo. They were also included in the first wave of blows. Li Qing found that he seemed to have escaped, but in fact he had not escaped, so he still had to face it. After reading the star map, everyone had different expressions. Some were relieved, some looked at the old patriarch of the Jinmen Yu clan, and some looked at Li Qing. He suddenly raised his head and looked to the right, just in time to see the gloating smile of the leader of the Lingji army. When he noticed that he was looking over, he immediately restrained himself and turned his head expressionlessly. Li Qing didn't pay attention to him, nor did he show any signs of anxiety. He seems to be facing a crisis now, but it is actually nothing if you look closely. The main reason is that he is too far away from the Fianuo revivalists, separated by a powerful alliance, separated by a powerful Sarnor devouring Bee colony civilization, and separated by a Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. Fio, even if the Nuo revivalists declare war on humans, they will not be able to fight for a while. Such a huge territory, even if the Fianuo revivalists swept all the way, according to the distance of 80,000 to 90,000 light years between the two sides, it would take 10 years to reach the Zutar star field all the way. As a matter of fact, although the Fianuo revivalists have awakened at this time and have restarted the sealed fleet, they are no longer at their peak after all, and it will definitely take some time to prepare at the beginning. 1 or 2 times, at least 10 years, at most 3 or 4 years, such a long time is enough for Li Qing to digest the Pioneer database and prepare for war. By that time, no matter how bad he is, he will have amassed 2 or 307 level group star dreadnought fleets, and it is estimated that he has initially mastered the 8th level god level technology, so there is no need to be afraid of him. It's not clear whether you can fight or not, at least self-protection is not a problem. After all, the Fianu revivalist was not his enemy at that time, and its main force would definitely fight the Eta recorder and the Zener star cluster. The fleet attacking him would not be too large and should be able to stop it. 10,000 steps back is really unbeatable. He still has the universe in his palm as the last retreat. At worst, use the universe in your palm to put everything away and run away on the spot, and fight back when you become stronger in the future. However, he has confidence, and others don't know it. At this time, the military leaders in the venue recovered from the shock and began to discuss how to deal with it fiercely. Li Qing listened attentively, and found that although there were many people discussing, they almost thought of one thing by coincidence. They wanted the Jinmen Yu clan to give up Jinmen. Li Qing gave up Jialan collar, and withdrew all territories from the Zutar star field to avoid conflicts directly with Fianor revivalists. This idea is not unexpected, even Li Qing has thought about it. Anyway, the human headquarters isn't there, and it's just the 2 of them on Zutar's side, so giving up won't hurt much. Anyone would think that the safety of the entire civilization can be exchanged for the minimum cost. As for how miserable the 2 abandoned ones are, it has nothing to do with them anyway. Even the lords looked at Li Qing and Yu Tiangong, the old patriarch of the Yu clan. They exchanged opinions, and Xiao Bili said to him, "Your Excellency Li Qing, it's a little presumptuous. For the sake of the safety of human civilization, I hope that if the situation becomes uncontrollable, please move your territory for the safety of human civilization. I have discussed with all the lords. If you really reach that point, the human elders will compensate all the losses of the Jilanling and Jinmen Yu clan, and arrange a suitable star field for you to rebuild the territory." The meeting place was quiet, and everyone looked at Li Qing and Yu Tiangong, the old patriarch of the Yu clan. Both of them were silent. Although they had expected it, they were still a bit reluctant to give up. Whether it is the Jialan collar or the Jinmen Yu family, they have devoted their entire lives to their own territory, and if they suddenly want to give up, no one can bear it. But at this time, there was no other way. No matter whether the Senate requested it or not, they had no other choice. Whoever told them that their territory was in the former territory of the awakened empire? Li Qing didn't blame the Senate for what he meant. It had nothing to do with them, and it was good that they were willing to give compensation. Li Qing pondered for a while, then heaved a long sigh and raised his head. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the figure of Examen Wu, one of the 14 lords, suddenly shake. Then he stood up abruptly and said, "There is a big event happening, please wait for me a moment." Then the person disappeared. Everyone was stunned, whispering to each other, and what Li Qing was about to say also stopped. The lords communicated with each other, and Lord Xiaobili said in a deep voice, "There is an unexpected situation. Please wait a moment, the meeting will be temporarily adjourned." During the adjournment, Li Qing communicated with Lord Xiaobili in private and asked, "His Royal Highness Xiaobili, I wonder if this incident will affect the all-out war between humans and Bruin." Xiaobili replied immediately, "It will definitely affect us. Your Highnesses now mean to suspend war preparations first, watch the development of the situation, determine whether the war will affect us, or how long it will take to affect us, and then decide whether to continue fighting." This answer was expected by Li Qing, but not what he hoped for. His idea was to continue to push for an all-out war. After thinking about organizing the language for a while, Li Qing said, "I don't think the awakening of Fianu's revivalists will have much impact on us. After all, there are several strong civilization buffers before us. It will take at least 20 or 30 years for them to hit us. We can take advantage of this time joins Bruin in an all-out war, gaining greater strategic depth for us." Chapter 295 The Sudden Battle of Heaven. Xiaobili responded immediately after listening. "This is also one of the assumptions. If the impact is not great, we will continue the previous strategic plan, but the dust has not yet settled, and we will wait for the definite news from His Highness Examen Wu. Your Excellency Li Qing doesn't need to worry too much. The Empire has been preparing for this strategic plan for many years. If there is no accident, it will continue to advance. If you are lucky enough to defeat the Bruin Union, Your Excellency Li Qing will be able to carve out a piece of land in the territory of the Bruin Union. The star field is a new territory. Now that he has this idea, he has nothing to say. The most important thing now is to determine the situation in the galactic center area, to figure out the strategic goals of the Fianuo revivalists, and then to formulate follow-up plans." Next, he contacted the old patriarch Yu Tiangong and told him His Highness Xiaobili's words. The old patriarch Yu Tiangong was more calm than him. He didn't say too much at this time, and he planned to wait for Examen Wu to have definite news. This wait lasted almost an hour. At a certain moment, his figure suddenly appeared again, and then the 14 Xinghai lords on the rostrum whispered to each other in private. All the lords showed shocked expressions on their faces, which made all the army lords and little lords below feel bad. Soon all His Highnesses finished communicating, and with a light and crisp sound, His Highness Xiaobili struck with a golden hammer and said in a heavy tone, "Now let me tell you a bad news. Just now His Highness Examen Wu received the news from the Guardian of Cervantes. Not long ago, a higher civilization that claimed to be the guide of Ida announced that it had returned to the galaxy and sent a message to Fianuo. The Restoration declares war." What? I don't know how many people stood up in shock, and everyone looked at each other, their faces full of shock and disbelief. At this time, His Highness Examen Wu also said in a heavy tone, "A million years ago, the Fianuo Star Sea Empire defeated the Ada Guide to win the Holy War, but the Ada Guide did not perish completely, and their hatred has not faded in the long history. The two ancient, the old enemy of the Ada has returned to war again. This situation has happened many times in history. The ancient empire launched a competition that spread to the entire galaxy in order to defeat its destined opponent. All new civilizations cannot avoid being affected by war, and we are no exception. It can be expected that it won't be long before the two awakened empires will send us envoys, asking us to join their side against the other side. We have no choice. No matter which side we choose to support, it means being involved in the melee. However, if we choose not to join any party but choose neutrality, it is even more dangerous, because this may lead to simultaneous attacks by two higher civilizations, unless we can find enough important allies. This news is too shocking, even more shocking than hearing the sudden awakening of the Fianu military isolates before. Doesn't this mean that the battle for heaven is about to start again?" Li Qing turned his head sideways, and an old military leader sitting forth to his left side. "I dug a grave before and saw a historical record in an ancient ruins. More than 4 million years ago, the current guardian of Cervantes once launched a battle with another high-level civilization, his old enemy, that spread across the entire galaxy. Part of the civilization's battle in heaven ended up narrowly defeating the opponent, but that battle also wiped out most of the civilizations in the entire galaxy. That battle was so tragic, a large number of civilizations were wiped out, including a large number of civilizations stronger than humans, countless fleets sank, colonized planets were crushed one by one, and trillions of people died in the war. Li Qing listened silently, speechless, and he didn't know what to say at this moment. The universe is so cruel. If you don't have enough strength to protect yourself, it will be destroyed at any time due to an accident, an inadvertent impact of a powerful civilization. Just like when human civilization wiped out the United Empire of Shadow with his own power before even making a move, human civilization at this time is just like ants facing those higher civilizations, and it only needs to send a squadron to sweep the entire human race civilization. The gap between high-level energy and normal energy is too big, beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The difference in power between the 6th level enhanced technology and the 6th level dark energy weapon is only 3 times, but the gap in actual combat will be horribly large. Coupled with the bonus of the gap between ships and other accessories, it is difficult for a high-level civilization to deal with a low-level civilization. Like an adult beating a child, it is completely one-sided crushing. The meeting reached a deadlock, because no one could do anything at this time. But the meeting must always go on, and there must always be a response charter. No matter which side to vote for or neutral, a decision must be made. Finally, His Highness Xiao Bili said, "It is estimated that at least 1 month, at most 2 or 3 months, we will see 2 special envoys of advanced civilizations. We have no time to wait for the next meeting, so we must make a decision this time, which is to join Fianuo's revival or join the Ada Mentor, or remain neutral and no one will join." Everyone looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and didn't speak. Boom, boom, boom. His Highness Xiao Bili struck with a golden hammer and said, "Don't worry everyone, this is just a discussion, you can speak freely." After a pause, he continued, "Since everyone doesn't say it, let me start first. My idea is to remain neutral. We are far away from the center of the galaxy and are not in the center of the battlefield. In addition, the Zutar star field is shrouded in nebula. Back then, during the period of the Fianuo Star Sea Empire, none of them are interested in expanding here, and now they are even less interested in expanding here in the face of their old enemy. We may be able to remain neutral here." After he finished speaking, he could see many people nodding, probably half of the total wanted to choose neutrality. But soon another lord knocked on the table and said, "Neutrality is a good way. Of course, it would be best not to interfere if possible, but the problem is that we have no choice. If we choose to be neutral, and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire located at the junction of the Perseus spiral arm and the galactic center chooses to join one side, or joins one of the sides with our old enemy Bruven, how should we deal with ourselves?" Among many people showing concern, he continued, "No matter which side they join, they can take the opportunity to use the power of advanced civilization to deal with us. If we remain neutral, we will have no allies, and we will definitely not be able to resist any party that borrows the power of higher civilization." These words touched the hearts of everyone, and immediately caused a lot of repercussions. The Lord saw this and continued, "So, we don't have the capital to be neutral. We can only join one of them to gain some allies, so that we can gain the power to protect ourselves in this chaos." Xiao Bili nodded and said, "Then, everyone can discuss which side to join." In fact, his idea is the same as that of the Lord just now. The reason why he said neutral is just to attract new ideas. There may be many lords who don't know the specific situation of these 2 advanced civilizations. I will tell you what I know first, and you can refer to it. The Fianuo revivalist was called the Fianuo Star Sea Empire before the fall, and after the fall it was called the Fianu Fragment, also known as the Fianuo Military Isolator. It is an advanced civilization with extreme ranking in militarism. Quote, "We don't know much about Ada's Guide. After all, it has been extinct for millions of years and has just reappeared. We don't know much about it, but we can see from the name of the civilization that it is the same as the Sidian Recorder. It should be an advanced civilization of extreme materialism. Generally speaking, civilizations with extreme xenophobic and militaristic thoughts are mostly unfriendly to foreign civilizations, while those with extreme materialist thoughts are relatively friendly." At this time someone asked, "Does His Highness Xiao Bili mean that he wants to choose to join Ada's mentor?" Xiao Bili glanced at the little lord who asked the question, and neither nodded nor denied. "Relatively speaking, after choosing to join Ada's mentor, we will have more autonomy." At this time someone asked again, "Actually, it doesn't matter which side you join. The point is which of the 2 advanced civilizations is stronger. We must join the winner." "That's a good question." Xiao Bili spread his hands and said, "Actually, we don't know about this issue. The Fianuo revivalists used to be military isolates and did not allow any foreign races to enter its territory, so no one knows its specific strength. And ATIS mentors have disappeared for millions of years, and now they appear suddenly. I don't even know where they are, so naturally I don't know how strong he is. However, since ATIS instructor chooses to appear at this time, he must have been prepared and must have sufficient strength to appear. In this case, choosing ATIS mentor is a good choice. Of course, everyone can speak freely. If anyone knows the origin and strength of ATIS mentor, he can also speak out. It was quiet for a while, and everyone started to discuss. Some wanted to join Ida's mentor, some wanted to join Fianu's revivalist side, and some proposed to unite with the Pan-Galaxy Defense Alliance in the Galactic Center to fight against the two powerful awakened empires of. Li Qing looked at it for a while, felt that he could not sit down anymore, sighed and stood up. Everyone looked over immediately. Xiao Bili asked, "Your Excellency Li Qing, do you have any ideas?" Li Qing nodded and said, "I don't have an idea, just a suggestion." You said, "Don't join ATIS mentor. Why do you say that?" A year ago, I was fortunate enough to enter the Hermit Star field of ATIS Guide, and saw the strength of ATIS Guide. All the lords became interested in an instant, and one of the lords immediately asked, "Where is it? How strong is it?" Li Qing didn't hide anything, and told ATIS instructor's seclusion in the isolated star field and his strength. When he talked about his strength, all the army masters and little lords who listened were amazed. It's so powerful, it's enough to easily sweep 10 united empires of mankind. Such powerful strength, coupled with terrifying war potential, is worthy of being a high-level civilization. I don't know how strong Fianuo's revival is. It's hard to say. Although there are thousands of galaxies in the territory owned by Fianuo revivalists, occasionally people pass by the surrounding galaxies, and they don't see any big fleets. I don't know how powerful they are. Then it's not a good choice. I think I can choose ATIS instructor. Compared with the Fianuo revivalists who are xenophobic, our autonomy will be higher in the future, and this civilization has returned to the Milky Way stage and urgently needs supporters. If we join early, we'll definitely be treated differently. I think it's better to choose the Fianuo revivalist. After all, it is a former winner. Even a bad ship has a 3-pound nail, and its potential strength will definitely not be weak. But Ida's instructor is not bad. Not only has so many fleets been preserved, but also a complete set of giant structures, and a ring world that can accommodate trillions of people. The potential for war is very strong, definitely hundreds of thousands more than the fallen. The revivalists of Fianu 10,000 years ago are even stronger. The army leaders have different opinions and each has their own support, but Li Qing watched for a while and found that there are relatively more people who support ATIS instructor. In fact, everyone is not very clear about the strength of both sides. The direction of support is not based on strength, but because Fianuo's thoughts are extremely xenophobic. Relatively speaking, they will be far stronger than ATIS mentor. If you support this side, their autonomy is too low, and they may be forced to do things they don't want to do. Hearing this, Li Qing knew what to say and still had to say it. He tapped on the table lightly to attract everyone's attention, and said loudly, "There is one thing that you may not know. When we first went to the Hermit Star field of ATIS Guide, it was because of a super-continuous grave. At that time, I went with me, a Star Sea Lord of the Zinner Star Group civilization located in the spiral arm of the shield, and the last step of that super-continuous grave is to inherit the legacy of Ada Recorder." At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by his words, and Li Qing said with eloquence, "Unfortunately, I failed in the competition with the Star Sea Lord to inherit the inheritance of the Ada Recorder, and finally had to leave empty-handed and regretful, and the Star Sea Lord from the Zinner Star Group civilization inherited the Ada Recorder, all the heritage of the." After he finished speaking, everyone in the venue stood up, and Lord Xiao Bili asked solemnly, "You said that all the inheritance of this Ada Recorder was inherited by a Lord of the Zinner Star Group?" Li Qing nodded. Yes, he has inherited the complete dark matter technology left by the Ada Recorder, as well as more than 20 mobile battle stars, hundreds of war moons, thousands of mobile fortresses, nearly 10,000 standard fearless divisions, and one around the world, a series of Star Sea miracles. Hiss. How so? At this moment, everyone was shocked by the news, and an indescribable sense of tension shrouded the entire Lingxiao Palace for an instant. As a military leader, how could they not know that the Zinner Star Group is also a player civilization, and they know what it means for a player civilization to inherit the legacy of a higher civilization? Chapter 296: The Decision of Human Civilization. After the shock, I was lucky. Fortunately, Your Excellency Li Qing found out, otherwise it would be dangerous. Xiao Bili and other Xinghai lords also showed a look of shock. He looked at Li Qing and nodded. Your information is very timely. After that, there is no more. Since we already know that Fatigra is a member of the Zener Star Group, regardless of whether he is not strong enough, it is absolutely impossible for human civilization to join them. If they join the Zener Star Group, they will fail in the future, and the ending will naturally be miserable. If you can win, it won't be much better. The player civilization cannot coexist. When the Zener Star Group defeats the Fianuo Revivalist, it will turn around and wipe out the other player civilizations in the galaxy, and the ending will be even worse. At least lose to the Fianuo Revivalists, and finally they can give up the Origin Star Field and run away. As long as they run fast and run far, the Fianuo Revivalists will not keep chasing them to the end. But player civilizations are different. With the strength of the future Zener star cluster, I am afraid that it will be able to hunt and kill all over the galaxy, and it will not work anywhere unless it leaves the galaxy. In addition, there are 2 oaths between Li Qing and Fatigra, which restrict him and human beings. Fatigra and the Zener star group cannot fight each other. There is no loophole in theory, but this oath only lasts for 1 year. It expires after a year. So at this stage they are only joining the Fianuo Revivalist camp. As long as they don't do anything, it is not a breach of contract. At this stage, the 2 awakened empires are in the preparation stage, and they are still pulling people from all over the galaxy to stand in line. They will definitely not be able to fight in the past few years. By the time the war can start, the oath will have expired long ago. At that time, there is nothing to do. In theory, Fatigra immediately mobilizes the main force to wipe out human beings in one go. It is not a breach of the contract. But this is only a theory. In fact, Fatigra can't spare the fleet to engage humans. When the full-scale war starts, he will mobilize all the main forces to fight against the Fianuo Revivalists, and he will not be able to mobilize any extra power. With Li Qing's information, there is no need to even discuss in the future, and the elders will directly discuss the matter of joining the Fianuo Revivalist. After deliberation, the Council of Elders decided to send a mission to the current country of Fianuo Revivalist immediately after the meeting, and join this party as soon as possible. Since the matter is a foregone conclusion, let's be more positive. Joining earlier can leave a good impression on the suzerain country. Yes, they joined the advanced civilization of Fianuo Revivalists, which is actually a kind of vassal. Insufficient strength can only be involuntary. As for the candidate for the mission, Li Qing didn't say a word, but the lords finally added his name to it, saying that he had contacted Ada's mentor and entered her hermitage. You can use this to have a few words with His Majesty the Emperor of Fianuo's restoration and get closer. With a decision, the meeting ended quickly, but the members of the Council of Elders did not leave quickly. Xiao Bili and other lords stopped him as soon as the meeting ended. Your Excellency Li Qing, please come here, I have something to ask. Li Qing shrugged, knowing what the lords wanted to ask without asking him, turned around and walked over. Sitting in the 7th position, the Lingji Army Lord and the Fengyan Army Lord looked at each other. Both of them showed complicated expressions. The Fengyan Army Lord said with regret and happiness. It's a good thing he didn't inherit the legacy of Ada's recorder, otherwise we would be finished. But Lingji Army Master thought for a while and said. Although I didn't inherit the legacy of Ada's recorder, I'm still one of the inheritors. I don't know if I got some good things. I don't know, but it has nothing to do with us. The lords are quite curious. In a large private room, all 14 Xinghai lords are here, and Li Qing is the only one who is not a lord. At this time, the lords have cancelled their hidden faces in this private room, and Li Qing can also see the true faces of the lords. Basically, they all show their middle-aged faces. They have lived for a long time and raised their bodies. A tall and majestic aura. However, it can be clearly seen that they have suppressed their aura, and all of them showed a hint of kindness. Looking at it, Li Qing secretly wanted to laugh, clasped his hands together and bowed to them one by one, and said without waiting for them to ask. Your Highnesses, if you want to know the information of Ada's recorder, I have a video of my experience in my hand, and I can pass it on to your Highnesses now. After a pause, he said again. If your Highness wants to know whether I have obtained any inheritance from the hermitage of the Ada recorder, then I can tell you that I have indeed obtained some good things, but they are not what you imagined. All the Highnesses looked at each other, and it was His Highness Xiao Bili who asked with a smile. Since Your Excellency Li Qing is clear, I don't know how to clear up the confusion for everyone. Of course can. Before he said this, Li Qing guessed that some people would want to know if he had benefited from it. He already had a draft. Although I failed in the competition with the Star Sea Lord of the Zinner Star Group, I also got a gift from the Ada Recorder Prophet, which is a gift for the loser, which contains a high-level civilized mother chip, a dreadnought battleship mother chip, a lost flagship mother chip, including the lost Titan and the lost aircraft carrier. Li Qing paused, then continued. In addition to this, a full set of weapons and accessories is included. Before he finished speaking, he could feel the surprise and excitement in the eyes of the Star Sea Lords. They look at each other and make eye contact. This rhetoric is a set of rhetoric that Li Qing has carefully considered. If they said that they didn't get any benefits at all, they would definitely not believe it. There will definitely be various temptations in the future, so it's better to just expose some of them. Although the full set of ships plus technology is amazing, it is just a full set of ships plus technology, not a complete advanced energy technology system. The relationship between the two can be compared. Having a complete dark matter technology system is equivalent to a large country with weapons, and only a full set of ships plus technology is equivalent to a small country that has imported some high-tech weapons from a big country. Although both sides have such weapons and their power is similar, the small country will not produce them. These weapons can't even be repaired. In fact, most of the weapons of the same model sold to small countries are shrunk versions, just like in normal circumstances, only the blueprints for ships and weapon accessories can be used to build frigates, but because there is no complete dark matter technology and alloys for advanced civilizations, they can be built. The basic attributes of the ship are not comparable to the same version of the ship of the same advanced civilization. Because they don't have a full set of advanced energy technology, they don't have the ability to manufacture dark matter extraction equipment to extract dark matter on a large scale. It is necessary to know that these dark matter technologies, whether ships or weapon accessories, all need dark matter. Conventional civilization can only extract dark matter with a very small number of methods at a huge cost, and the output is extremely low. Even with a full set of ship weapon blueprints, production will be severely affected. So Li Qing broke out this set of high-level civilized ships not only met their expectations, but also had the ability to defend it. Of course they all want it. If only one lord knows about it, there is a high probability of coveting it. But now that all 14 Star Sea Lords are here, they can't monopolize it. They can only obtain it through cooperation. After reaching a cooperation agreement with them, they will be partners, which means that he has 14 lords to endorse at the same time, so that he can directly block the coveted eyes of all military lords, and stand aside directly like the Baji Consortium. Do not think. All the Qinghai lords looked at each other, and they reached an agreement without saying a word. Lord Xiao Bili rubbed his hands in embarrassment, and when he was about to speak, Li Qing reached out and stopped, saying, "Your Highnesses know that the output of this thing is very low, and it is impossible to distribute it evenly. If your Highnesses want it, use destiny points to strengthen the mother chip. After strengthening it more than a dozen times, each Highness will use it every other year. You can get a dreadnought fleet of at least one division." Really? Xiao Bili rubbed his hands in embarrassment, looked back at the other lords, and asked, "How many life points do I need to fully strengthen once?" Li Qing replied immediately. 1 point for the ship. 2 points for the dreadnought battleship. 5 points for the lost Titan and the lost aircraft carrier. 1 point for a set of energy weapons. 1 point for a set of kinetic energy weapons. 1 point for the main gun of the L slot. 1 point for the dark matter missile. 1 point for the deep space fighter, and 1 point for the X-Energy Battleship Master. 2 points for the cannon, 2 points for the main gun of the X-Kinetic Battle Line, 4 points for the Light of Doom in the T slot, and 5 points for the Titan Lance in the T slot, all of which need to be strengthened with 26 points of destiny. Most of the lords are stuck. Li Qing knew at a glance that most of the lords did not have enough destiny points in stock, so he said, "If you don't have enough destiny points, you can only strengthen the ship. The weapons are still the 6th-level enhanced technology of the lords. Although the power is not as powerful as the dark matter technology, it is still crushing for conventional civilization." Well, that's a good idea. Then 1 point for the ship, 2 points for the dreadnought battleship, 5 points each for the lost Titan and the lost aircraft carrier, for a total of 13 points. Of course, if you want to save some more, I suggest that as long as the 2 flagships lose the Titan, you can use your own 6th-generation super aircraft carrier to make do with it. In this way, only 8 mandate points are enough. At this time, one of the lords who did not know his name said, "Can I not strengthen the flagship, but only strengthen the ship and dreadnought battleship? I can strengthen it for 2 more rounds." Li Qing thought for a while, and immediately understood what he meant. Obviously, this one is going to give up the flagship, directly use his 6th generation Titan and super aircraft carrier, and then strengthen 2 more ships and dreadnought battleships, and prepare to use these as the main force. Of course can. This idea is actually quite good. After all, not everyone has the light of divine judgment and can easily clear the field like him. On a normal battlefield, there are only a few flagships, and the main battleship is still a battleship. On a super large battlefield with hundreds of divisions, without the light of God's judgment to clear the field, the main thing is to rely on battleships or dreadnought battleships to bombard. Siege. Like this kind of super large battlefield, it is possible to fight continuously for dozens of days or even months. It is impossible to clear the field in a few hours like him. Of course, not all lords are in short supply. The top lords are powerful and have enough destiny points. Some will choose a full set of technology, and some will choose to strengthen it for a few more rounds. For each additional round of enhancement, they can get several rounds of ships. The communication between different lords is to reopen a room for private chat, which is considered privacy. In addition, Li Qing had to put forward his own conditions according to their needs. Of course, this cannot be done for nothing. The mother chip is in his hands. Of course, they will have to pay a certain price if they want to obtain a high-level civilized warship from him. The specific price depends on how much they want, but at least a little more than a little mandate point is paid, and the higher the requirement, the more reward. Li Qing doesn't want anything else, and he doesn't need money, so he wants destiny. In addition, these advanced warships need to pay cash based on the cost plus 100% profit. In addition, they have to prepare dark matter and several other ultra-rare minerals by themselves. Although he can transform any matter with the casting furnace of light, and can also extract dark matter with the matching technology of dark matter technology, but at this time he shows that he has not obtained dark matter technology, so naturally he cannot act as if he is not lacking. They provide it themselves. The Star Sea Lords communicated in private, and first traded the destiny points according to their needs. As for other materials that cannot be traded in the Lingxiao Palace, they had to send their own fleets to deliver them. At the same time, during the transaction, Li Qing also got to know the 14 lords one by one and knew their names. It is worth mentioning that this also includes Nan Tianyi, who had disputes with him. But that happened a long time ago, and the incident was limited to Yi Xiao's lineage. Now that the two parties have reached an agreement and understanding, it will not affect the current cooperation. After the private transaction was over, Li Qing had already accumulated 224 mandate points, of which 21 points were his reward according to the agreement. With so many destiny points in hand, Li Qing had the urge to take it for himself at that moment. So many destiny points are all used to strengthen one's own star frigate set, which can be strengthened dozens of times in an instant. Dozens of divisions can be built in a year, and they can take off in 10 years. Or it can be used to repair the universe in the palm. If so many destiny points are dropped, it may take off immediately. It's a pity that there is no way to privately embezzle it, otherwise it will immediately offend the entire United Empire of mankind, and there will be no place for it in the future. 14 Star Sea Lords are united. Their will is the will of the entire human civilization, and the will of other military lords is not important when they unite. But it's not a big problem. Now there are 21 destiny points that can be used to repair the universe in the palm first, and now he can choose whether to randomly repair an area of the high-dimensional fortress, or choose to restore an area in a targeted manner. He is going to use all of them to repair the high-dimensional fortress. At the Superstructure Assembly Center, try to unlock a few more. When there are extra vacancies, he is going to start building mobile battle stars, hoping to build all the battle stars as soon as possible, and then build a star fortress. Once the Star Fortress is built, its combat power will definitely be the most powerful existence under the God-level civilization. Coupled with the not weak Dreadnought fleet, it will have the power to fight even against higher civilizations. Chapter 297 unlocks the new Superstructure Assembly Center. Under normal circumstances, the construction time of a conventional mobile fortress is 50 years, but Li Qing only needs 5 years. The advanced mobile fortress takes 80 years to build, but Li Qing only needs 8 years. War Moon took 200 years to build, but Li Qing only needed 20 years. Mobile Battle Star construction time is 600 years, Li Qing only needs 60 years. But this is only a standard time limit, and the specific completion time will vary slightly depending on the engineer's ability and the total manpower invested. That is to say, even if the construction of the mobile battle star is started now, it will take at least 50 or 60 years to see the construction of the mobile battle star. I'm still short of time. I can only hope that human civilization can persist longer in this great change, and survive until it rises. The meeting ended. Li Qing left Da Luo Tiangong, returned to the territory, and then turned his head to enter the universe in the palm. It is worth mentioning that as humans choose to join the Fionuo revivalist camp, Jilanling and Jinmen may not need to evacuate. The edge of the territory of the Fianu revivalists themselves was at the edge of the Zutar star field at its peak. If human beings join the Fianu revivalists, it is equivalent to their vassals, and there is no need to expel the vassals. Of course, the main thing is that Zutar and Tianjin starfield belong to the edge of the ancient territory of Fianuo revivalists, and the location is not important. If it is its core area, even if it is a vassal, either abandon the existing territory migration. If the Fianuo revivalist can successfully revive and defeat the Ada Guide, they may find a suitable star field for the vassal to rebuild the country. However, it is more likely that they will be integrated and merged by the Fianuo revivalists and become part of the Fianuo revivalists, which is equivalent to having multiple races in a civilization. But don't expect a high status. Even if it is annexed, it will be a second-class race, or a servant. The Fianuo revivalist is an extremely xenophobic trend of thought. The defeated ones are either exterminated or treated as slaves. It is impossible to give you the same status as your own. Entering the Palm universe, Li Qing first took out a series of ship mother chips extracted from the Pioneer database, and began to strengthen them with destiny points according to the requirements of the lords. Different lords have different needs, but most of them choose to mainly strengthen ships, and relatively few strengthen weapons. Only the top 3 lords choose to strengthen their weapon accessories. In the end, more than 200 destiny points were strengthened. In addition to strengthening the weapon accessories 3 times each, the ship and the Dreadnought battleship were strengthened 25 times each, and the Lost Titan and the Lost Aircraft Carrier were strengthened 5 times each. Comprehensively, the total consumed. Weapons 263 equals 78 points. Escort 25 points. Dreadnought battleship 50 points. Lost Titan and Lost Aircraft Carrier add up to 50 points. Comprehensively, a total of 203 points were consumed, plus his reward of 21 points, a total of 224 destiny points, not too much, not too little. According to the agreement, he needs to prepare 25 fearless divisions every year and distribute them to the 14-star Sea Lords according to the amount of destiny points they contributed. The weapon configuration is according to their requirements. Those who have enhanced weapon accessories will be equipped with it by the way, and those who have not been enhanced will use level 6 technology. They will send enough blueprints for these every year. In addition, the construction of the Lost Titan took more than a year, and it is not counted in it. It will be sent over when it is built. In addition, as one of the extra remuneration, Li Qing also asked each of them for a group of naval architects and chief engineers, including several flagship chief engineers for each lord, and a chief designer of the mobile fortress. After the chief designer of this group of mobile fortresses is in place, he will transform them into star negatives, and then preside over the construction of the mobile battle star. As of now, Li Qing entered the core of the Galway fortress and began to repair the Galway fortress with destiny points. Different from previous repairs, since the last time he used destiny points to activate the core power furnace of the fortress and repaired a certain mechanism inside the Palm universe, now he can initially try to actively repair a certain area with destiny points. However, it is only limited to the edge area of the existing unlocked area, and cannot specify to repair the unknown area. However, Li Qing does not need to repair the unknown area at this time. What he lacks most now is the dock for building mobile battle stars. No nonsense, a full 22 points of destiny were thrown into the core of the universe in the Palm, turning into a force that cannot be described in words and injected into the high-dimensional fortress. Almost instantly, I felt that a large number of areas inside the high-dimensional fortress were being unlocked. At the same time, he also knew that the destiny points needed to unlock a complete superstructure assembly center or a full 3 destiny points to unlock a large area. He now has 22 destiny points, which can unlock 7 superstructure assembly centers, and a little extra. It's still a little bit worse. The Star Fortress contains 12 mobile battle stars and 36 war moons. There are a total of 8 superstructure assembly centers except one for other ships, and only 7 mobile battle stars can be built at a time. It will take at least 2 rounds of about 120 years to complete the construction of the battle star, plus 20 years in the month of war. It is estimated that it will take 150 years to complete a star fortress. Fortunately, the superstructure assembly center can be unlocked in the future. I hope to seize some opportunities to earn more destiny points in this chaos. As soon as many superstructure equipment centers were unlocked, Li Qing began to mobilize manpower and material resources to prepare for shipbuilding. First of all, take out a superstructure assembly center to specialize in the construction of the Moon of War. A total of 36 Moons of War are all launched, and now the preparations are in advance, and the construction can start after the talents supported by the lords are in place. Among them, some of the accessories of the Moon of War were used to equip Cybertron's high-level fortress. Later, an additional 6-level dark matter technology weapon accessories will be prepared for configuration. This will cause the combat effectiveness of this Moon of War to decrease slightly, but the impact is not significant. The remaining 6 superstructure assembly centers started to build mobile battle stars, 1 battle star blueprint obtained from grave digging, and 5 mobile battle stars contained in the Star Fortress. Among them, the battle star obtained by digging graves is the 6th level dark matter technology version, and the Star Fortress includes the 7th generation dark energy version. This means that at this time, besides the regular ships, Li Qing has launched 6 mobile battle stars, 36 war moons, 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 7 regular mobile fortresses. Wait until the construction of the mobile battle star is completed. At that time his power is basically formed, and it is no longer worthy of any civilization below a higher civilization. It is worth mentioning that the construction of the battle star in the Changzhong universe is first divided into a large number of modules smaller than the black hole gate, and then sent out for assembly after they are all built. It is not directly completed in one step inside the POM universe. However, this is also a preliminary idea. There are 2 preparations. If the gate of the black hole continues to expand to the point where the battle star can enter and exit after a few decades, it will be assembled directly inside the POM universe. Coming out of the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing was not idle, and he was not in the mood to continue extracting the energy of stars to transform substances. He immediately returned to the territory, summoned the core members of the territory, and arranged tasks. The construction of the huge structure originally planned was temporarily suspended, and the decision will be made after he returns from Fianuo's restoration of the empire. If it is certain that Jalan Collar will not be taken away by Fianuo's restoration empire, it will naturally come back and continue to build. If Fianuo restores the empire and wants to take back all the territory, there is no other way but to suspend the construction and wait for the future to see the situation to decide whether to continue. Half a month later, Li Qing teleported to Jinmen through the Star Gate. This time, the meeting point of the mission was in Jinmen, because the envoy from Fianuo's revived empire stayed in Jinmen. The reason is naturally that Jinmen is in the old territory of Fianuo's revived empire, but the human headquarters is not in it. Li Qing returned to Jinmen, and everything in the galaxy was as usual. Ordinary players had no idea of the vicissitudes in the galaxy. They hadn't even heard of the name Fianuo Revivalist, and it was still the same as usual. When Li Qing came, half of the other members of the mission had already arrived. 2 hours after his arrival, other members of the mission also arrived one after another. There are 12 members of the mission, consisting of 3 lords and 9 military lords, as well as a large number of staff, a total of about 500 people. They are going to gather here, and after meeting the ambassador, they will go to Fianuo to restore the empire. This ambassador is just an envoy sent by the Fianu Restoration Empire to various young civilizations. If they agree to join the Fianu Restoration Empire, they need to go to the headquarters of the Fianu Restoration Empire in the name of the United Empire of Mankind and sign a treaty. The treaty will spell out in black and white the rights and obligations of the suzerain, as well as those of their vassals. At that time, they need these ambassadors to negotiate with Fianuo to revive the empire and strive for better rights and obligations. The vassal states are also divided into levels, and they are all vassal states. The rights and obligations may be 2 different worlds, and they all need to fight for them. Although it is embarrassing to be a dog, it is not unacceptable to be a dog for an awakened higher civilization. But the most important thing is that there is no other way. You can't fight, and you have nowhere to run. You can only choose one side. Only when you become stronger in the future can you choose to become independent again. There is no need to worry about being annexed by the suzerain. Ordinary civilizations may do this, but awakened higher civilizations will not, because they look down on them. In their eyes, the conventional civilization of human beings is a primitive man. Who would be willing to annex these primitive people into their own civilization? They don't like it. And others together, everyone went to meet the ambassador of Fianuo Revivalist. The ambassador arrived a day earlier than them and was arranged to stay at the embassy. On the way, Li Qing got the information about these ambassadors collected by Mrs. Yu early on. Li Qing was surprised to find that Fianuo's Renaissance empire turned out to be a silicon-based creature, a strange-looking stone man. The overall appearance of the Fianu species shown in the data is humanoid. The head and body are combined as a whole. The shape looks like it is made up of many rectangular blocks. There are two bright lights on the head, which are probably the eyes. There are no nostrils and mouths, and silicon-based creatures do not need to eat. The arms and legs are not connected to the main body, but separated, but there is a layer of tangible electric light between the hands and feet and the body. The electric light exudes strong psychic power, which shows that this ambassador is also a psychic user. Psychic energy is the power of the mind, so apart from soulless species like robots, both carbon-based and silicon-based creatures can become psychics. Generally speaking, the appearance of this Fianu species still looks quite pleasing to the eye, at least in Li Qing's opinion, it is more pleasing to the eye than the species of Ada's mentor. But being pleasing to the eye is only pleasing to the eye on the outside. When they saw the messenger himself, his superior attitude instantly broke up the good impression they had formed before. After seeing them, the messenger said in a proud tone, "The Supreme Emperor gives you the chance to change your destiny. Submit to the mighty Fianuo to revive the empire, and your entire race will have the chance to survive." Several lords and military leaders present, including Li Qing, felt an unknown fire welling up in their hearts in an instant, but they were all old foxes, and did not reveal what they thought in their hearts. After speaking, he immediately said, "As early as when I was serving the guards of Cervantes, I heard about the prestige of the great Fianu Star Sea Empire, and I was very yearning for it. This time I heard that the great Fianu Star Sea Empire will once again lead the order of the galaxy. Our civilization has already made a decision, willing to submit to the rule of His Majesty the Great Emperor Fianuo. We are the mission to meet His Majesty the Emperor, and we are preparing to go to the Empire to have an audience." This remark, Li Qing didn't know how to comment. Anyway, he could clearly feel the ambassador's joy, and even his tone became a little kinder. He said appreciatively, "It was a very sensible choice. Had a good start." Then Li Qing saw how an old fried dough stick politician fooled an alien who was immersed in the glory of his own civilization and couldn't extricate himself. Several lords have experienced too much, and they didn't know how to adapt because they were in high positions. They were completely stooped, and they collected a lot of information about Fianuo's civilization before they came. The words opened Li Qing's eyes, and he felt that he had learned a lot. It wasn't his turn to talk the whole time, except for nodding and laughing. After some exchanges, the ambassador from Fianu's attitude has changed drastically. The arrogance at the beginning has long since disappeared, just like a good friend. When the exchange was over, everyone was relieved to personally send the ambassador on the road. "Good." Several lords looked back at the other members of the mission, Yi Kingchong said with a smile. "It seems that we can still communicate." Lord Xiao Bili nodded and said, "I hope that Bruin will jointly choose to support the Ada mentor, so that we will have the opportunity to deal with them with the power of the Fianuo revivalists." The last lord of the mission was Lo Yongchong, His Highness Chong Yongchun. He turned around and prepared to go back with his hands behind his back, and said, "Just like what we thought at the beginning, if Bruin United wants to gain more autonomy, they will also choose Ada mentors, but they don't know the true strength of Ada instructors. If they choose Ada instructors, this will it's our chance." His Royal Highness Yi Kingchong nodded, and said to the military leaders of the mission, "Everyone, get ready. We will set off tomorrow to go to Fianuo to revive the empire. We will hold a meeting in another hour to discuss everyone's tasks after going to Fianuo to revive the empire." Li Qing shrugged and followed back. Chapter 298 Go to Fianu to revive the empire. It is the Supreme Emperor who is in charge of Fianuo's revival of the empire, but the dozens of Grand Dukes have considerable power. We may visit a few more at that time, and it may come in handy. At that time, there should be many representatives of civilizations coming. If you have acquaintances, you can also visit them. Several lords arranged some tasks for everyone at the meeting, roughly related to diplomacy. Even Li Qing was assigned a task, asking him to visit several Grand Dukes. The Grand Duke of Fianuo's revived empire is the most powerful group of people in power in Fianuo's revived empire, that is, the Star Sea Lord of this advanced civilization. This advanced civilization implements an imperial system, and the Emperor is the most powerful Star Sea Lord, but there are other Star Sea Lords and military leaders in the country. Just like the current Fatagera is promoted to Lord of the Star Sea and returns to the Zener Star Group. After fully inheriting the legacy of Adis Mentor, his strength crushes other existences in the entire civilization. If he chooses to change the political structure of the Zener star group, if the original parliamentary system was changed to an imperial system, then he would be the emperor of the Adar Star Sea Empire. As for other Star Sea lords and military masters, there is a high probability that they will be awarded the title of emperor-elect and other nobles. Of course, the titles of emperor and elector are human translations. Other civilizations may not have the title of emperor, but as long as it is an authoritarian regime, it will have a title similar to the emperor in terms of power and status. The meeting ends and the mission departs. The three lords each transferred a fleet to merge into the mission fleet, and the other military lords and staff either brought a single ship or only brought a small fleet into it. Li Qing only brought one modified destroyer into the fleet. The ships from Adis instructors must not be able to sail there, and the star-rated ships are even more inappropriate, so ordinary ones can only be used. The fleet quietly set out on the road without disturbing anyone, and began to jump after leaving Jinmen. It didn't take long to pass through the Tianjin star field and came to the first star field, the Timor star field, which is ruled by the Kairzaka Star Sea Empire. The fleet paused here for a while, and His Royal Highness Yi Kangchong, the leader, contacted a Star Sea Lord he knew in Kairzaka Star Sea Empire, and obtained the temporary right of passage. Although the relationship between human beings and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire is not good, there is no point of war yet. At least the two civilizations will never go to war without defeating Sarnor and devouring the bee swarm, so Star Sea like them, it is not surprising that lords have known and become friends over thousands of years. However, this kind of friendship is not solid, and it is fine in normal times. Once a war breaks out between the two countries, they will immediately turn their faces. A fleet of Kelzaka Star Sea Empire flew nearby, and followed their fleet through the Timor Starfield, and did not stop until the northern border of Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. Further north is the territory where Sarnor devoured the bee colony, and the position of Fianuo's revived empire is at the center of the galaxy, not very far from the center of the galaxy, and there are 40 to 50,000 light away from them year distance. This needs to pass through the territory of Sarnor devouring the bee swarm, and also needs to pass through the territory of the Pan-Galaxy Defense Alliance and a large number of Star Sea civilizations. Other civilizations are fine. With the situation in the Milky Way at this moment, it is not difficult to obtain border passage rights. The main reason is that Sarnor devours the bee colony. No face will be given, and they will definitely not be able to pass through their territory, they can only take a detour. The territory of this civilization is very broad, and it takes a long detour to make a detour. The fleet is walking to the right along the border where Sarnor devours the bee swarm, and is going to circle around the border. However, the Sarnor devouring bee colony still looks very prosperous and powerful now, but in Li Qing's view, it is only the last prosperity, because the territory of this civilization is all in the ancient territory of Fianuo's revived empire. The Austrian revival empire is ready, and the first step will destroy him. Although this devouring bee swarm is powerful, and it can compete against more than 25 level civilizations in an alliance by itself, it is still impossible to be an opponent of the revived empire. The next journey is very boring, subject to the interception system and various interference systems seen from time to time in the Sarnau border galaxy. Their transition distance is not fast, and they are intercepted from time to time. Although these interception systems have no garrisons and have not encountered wars, they are always intercepted like this, and the speed is still very slow. Now the leader of the mission is Yi Kangchong, and the commander of the fleet is one of his gold-named commanders. His ability is not bad, but neither talent nor skills are on the way, and there is no bonus to the penetration strength and distance of the jump, which caused them not to rush fast. Li Qing felt that this speed was too slow. According to this efficiency, it would take less than a year to reach Fianuo to revive the empire. He returned to the universe in the palm of his hand and found a subordinate with talent similar to Li Qi among the many servant commanders of light. He found several lords, showed them his talent and ability, and soon got the temporary command. The talent of this servant of light is to increase the range of the transition and the strength of the penetration of the transition, which is just used to hurry. With this, the speed of traveling will increase instantly, the talent will be increased by the buff of the void realm, and the 10 times the jump distance will greatly reduce the traveling time. Just 10 jumps, ignoring all kinds of interception and interference along the way, spanning a distance of more than 6,000 light years, and came to the easternmost part of the Sarnor devouring bee swarm territory, and then turned here to start the jump in the direction of the center of the galaxy. The next thing is to go on a boring journey. After a full month and a half, I turned a corner again, left the border of Sarner devouring bee swarms, and entered the territory of the civilization of the Usabellan constellation. This civilization is one of the member states of the Pan-Galaxy Defense Alliance. Considering that he is now estimated to have been organized by the Alliance, Li Qing will pass through the borders of these civilizations all the way. Although it is troublesome to keep detours, but with 10 times the jump distance, the speed is not much slower. The fleet kept moving forward, passing through civilizations one by one, and unknowingly came to the inner circle of the galaxy. The entire Milky Way is a river system with 4 huge spiral arms. The 4 major spiral arms are said separately. The center of the galaxy is a huge galactic disk area, including the inner and outer parts and the central galaxy of the galaxy. It has a diameter of about 100,000 light-years and a radius of 5 million light-years. The thickness becomes thicker towards the center of the galaxy. Among them, the thickness of the outermost edge of the galactic disk is about 5,000 light-years, the thickness of the Perseus spiral arm is only more than 3,000 light-years, and the thickness of the center of the Milky Way has exceeded 10,000 light-years, and the core is about 12,000 light-years away. The position of Fianu's revived empire is about 10,000 light-years away to the northwest of the galactic center. The Perseus spiral arm is located in the north of the Milky Way, and the Shield spiral arm where the Zener star group is located in the east of the Milky Way. That is to say, Fianuo's revived empire and Atis Mentor are exactly on the 2 sides of the Milky Way, and the straight line distance is about 60,000 to 70,000 light-years. According to the General Division of Galactic Disk Regions, the area within 10,000 light-years away from the galactic center is collectively referred to as the galactic center region. The space between 10,000 light-years and 30,000 light-years is collectively referred to as the inner star field. The outermost edge of the galactic disk from 30,000 light-years to 50,000 light-years is collectively called the outer star field. So Fianuo's revived empire is located at the junction of the galactic center starfield and the inner ring, and the Zener star group is located in the outer starfield of the silver disk. After 4 full months, the mission traveled a distance of almost 200,000 light-years, and the mission finally arrived at the Milky Way starfield, near Fianuo's revived empire. According to the original star map, it shows that there are more than 2,000 light-years away from Fianu's revival empire, but in fact, when the mission came to a certain galaxy in this star field, they received a request from the Fianu Revival Empire to visit the local star field, Declaration of Sovereignty information. This means that in the past few months, Fianuo's revived empire has pushed its territory to more than 2,000 light-years in all directions. Fortunately, in the Perseus arm, Li Qing and the other lords couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it was in the Yinpan area, there would be no buffer room, and even if they joined one of them, they would face the risk of being annexed. It's worth mentioning that, I don't know if it's a secret arrangement, but all the player civilizations seem to be distributed in the 4 spiral arms. Anyway, none of the player civilizations he knows originated from the Yinpan area. Even now another player civilization named Isabel in the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance is located between the inner ring and the outer ring of the silver disk, but in fact their origin is not here. It is said that they are a group of outcasts. It appeared and developed in that star field more than 1,000 years ago. According to this legend, they should have originated from an unknown spiral arm, but were defeated and expelled by other player civilizations, so they had to leave the origin star field and come to the dangerous Silver Plate star field to revive. It is the same as the Aisha player civilization that was once defeated by humans but has risen again in the north of the Perseus spiral arm. The fleet stopped in this galaxy whose sovereignty had been declared, and His Royal Highness Yi Kangchong, the leader of the mission, immediately sent a note to the other party. In addition to the token they had obtained from the ambassador of Emperor Fianuo in Jinmen, they quickly obtained access permission, and at the same time obtained the coordinates and access permissions of the capital galaxy of Fianuo's revived empire. However, although they have obtained the access authority, they cannot directly jump there. Instead, they need to jump to the nearest base first, and then transfer to the frontier star of Fianuo's revival empire before awakening through the Stargate in the base, and from there transit to the capital galaxy. 2 hours later, the fleet jump ended and appeared on the edge of a gravitational well in an unfamiliar galaxy, and immediately received a warning communication. After taking out the access authority and obtaining permission, the fleet entered the sublight speed and sailed to the center of the galaxy. When they broke away from the sub-beam and appeared in a starry sky, everyone present looked forward in shock. In the starry sky ahead, a huge super fleet beyond the limit of the scanning range of their fleet sensors is parked in the starry sky. All are ships plus dreadnought battleships and lost titans and aircraft carriers. Huge mobile fortresses stand in the fleet, extending to far away. In the center of the fleet, everyone saw 4 huge mobile battle stars. The size of the mobile battle star in the center is much larger than the other mobile battle stars. The size of a normal mobile battle star is between 10,000 kilometers and 12,000 kilometers. Among them, the diameter of the middle one exceeds 18,000 kilometers, which is one level larger than the surrounding ones. In the center of this large mobile battle star, there is a huge stargate, and a steady stream of fleets are pouring out of the stargate, including even giants like the mobile fortress, which are leaving in an orderly manner under the dispatch of the headquarters. The stargates are scattered around. Too strong. Mobile battle star has its own stargate, which means that fleets can be continuously transferred from other places during the war, and the fighting becomes stronger. Conventional civilization has never heard of this kind of technology. At least humans have more than a dozen mobile battle stars, and none of them have their own stargates. Even though the Pioneer database obtained by Li Qing contains a full set of technology, it does not contain such technology. He guessed that it wasn't that the technology he had obtained was incomplete, but that this technology should belong to advanced technology that only senior civilizations would have. After all, there is no complete set of blueprints for mobile battle stars in the Pioneer database. This thing needs scientists and designers to design by itself. Li Qing has a bunch of star losers, so he is not afraid that he will not be able to design it. And even if there is none now, the problem will not be too big, because one of the 12 mobile battle stars in the Star Fortress in his hand is probably the core battle star with this kind of self-contained Stargate technology. When it is completed and put into service, he will also have it. The size of the fleet is indescribable, and Li Qing doesn't know how big this fleet is, and what level it is within the Fianuo revivalists, but this fleet alone is capable of breaking through any of the 3 core fortresses of mankind. Not to mention the size of the fleet, these 4 battle stars of advanced civilization alone are enough to crush the battle stars of human beings in the 3 core fortresses. Combined with the technological crushing of the conventional fleet and the continuous support of the fleet from the Stargate, it is absolutely capable of attacking the 3 core fortresses head-on. The mission waited nearby for almost half an hour before obtaining the permission of the base leader, and the fleet sailed to the super mobile battle star under the guidance of the dispatcher. The mission fleet, which is not inferior to a division, is as small as an ant in this huge fleet. Unimaginable pressure lingers in their hearts, and everyone feels their own smallness and powerlessness. The gap between conventional civilization and advanced civilization is too great. This is because the Fianuo revivalists have just awakened from their fallen state and are no longer at their peak. If it is a higher civilization at its peak, God knows how powerful it will be. No wonder I have never heard of a successful example of a conventional civilization challenging a higher civilization. Even the Alliance has never heard of a successful example. The fleet sailed towards the huge stargate that can accommodate advanced mobile fortresses, feeling like a group of mosquitoes rushing towards the gate of heaven. The turbulent energy surged out, causing the regiment's fleet to plunge into the stargate and disappear. I didn't see the fleet commander come forward, and didn't do anything. Everyone could only feel an unparalleled sense of insignificance and powerlessness. There is a long way to go. Seeing with his own eyes how powerful the formal fleet of advanced civilizations is, Li Qing felt that he still needed to wait a little longer and be more prepared before he dared to set foot on the grand stage of the Milky Way. Chapter 299 The capital of the Fianuo revivalists ring the world. Appeared again. They had come to the other end of the Stargate, located in a certain galaxy on the border before the revivalists of Fianuo had not awakened and expanded. This time they flew out of the central stargate of a pioneer fortress whose specifications were not inferior to that of War Moon, and then saw a fleet larger than the one just seen parked around the stargate. There are also 4 mobile battle stars, and there is also a mobile battle star with a stargate, but there are more mobile fortresses and regular fleets under the battle star. Here they stopped for a while, and were asked by a Fianu diplomat to stop most of the fleet in this galaxy, and only a small fleet could go to the capital galaxy. This is normal. No civilization would be willing to let fleets of other civilizations enter their home planet. The same is true for other civilizations' diplomatic visits to the human capital. Speaking of it, it seems that Li Qing has never been to the nominal home star of the United Empire of Mankind, the Emperor's Star Galaxy. That galaxy is located in the hinterland of human civilization and does not belong to any lord. It is a public star field within the human race, and its symbolic significance is greater than its practical significance. After all, the core of human politics lies in the Senate, and any major issues are usually resolved by holding a meeting of the Senate. In addition, although the current human beings are called the United Empire, there is no emperor, and there is no absolutely powerful Star Sea Lord who can overwhelm everyone. There are only 14 Star Sea Lords who take turns presiding over the Council of Elders, usually every 5 years, and can be re-elected. But in fact, few lords are interested in being re-elected. After all, human beings have not given birth to a new Shanghai Lord for 7 or 8,000 years. Interested? Now the rotation is basically a process. Formulate a rotation table, change every 5 years, and resign immediately when the time comes. The current rotating lord is His Highness Xiao Bili, and the next round will be Yi Kangchong from Nanshan Yi's family, so this time the leader of the mission, Xiao Bili, has no interest at all, and directly gave it to His Highness Yi Kangchong. Of course, although they have no interest in being re-elected and seem to have no desire for power, if a very powerful lord suddenly appears in the human camp to crush them and wants to gather all the power to become emperor, they will definitely strongly oppose it. Not interested is just because they have been too many times and are bored, it does not mean that they are willing to give up their status. It's like asking His Highness Xiao Bili how to obtain the 6th level enhanced technology in the 003 mechanical galaxy. His Highness Xiao Bili told him clearly that they don't want new lords to dilute their existing status. Less than 20 ships teleported through the border Stargate, and appeared in a strange galaxy through the Stargate in just a few minutes. Come out of the Stargate, turn around and see behind the Stargate is a super large pioneer fortress comparable to a mobile battle star. Within the range that the surrounding sensors can scan, you can see more than 10 such super large pioneer fortresses, as well as hundreds of conventional pioneer fortresses, as well as several mobile battle stars, and extremely large conventional fleet. And this is only what can be seen now. There must be larger battle stars in other parts of the galaxy. Come out of the Stargate, leave this area under the leadership of several ships of the Diplomat, and fly to the center of the galaxy. From a distance, one can see a huge ring world around a bright yellow star in the center of the galaxy, bathed in the light of the bright yellow star, and there are huge shadows floating around the ring world. As they approached the ring world, they slowly saw the huge fleet moored around the ring world, extending endlessly to the end of their field of vision and sensor scanning, and the huge shadows in the center of the huge fleet were mobile battleships. Stars, there are always more than 10 stars. However, most of these mobile battle stars have not been activated, the shields are not visible, the surface of the planet is pitch black, and there is a thick layer of meteorite dust on the thick armor. At this time, they can see a large number of industrial ships surrounding these dusty planets. Mobile battlestar to clean up dust and repair damage. Obviously, these fleets were the fleets of Fianu's revived empire at its peak, but they were sealed up in the capital galaxy as civilization began to fall. Now as the Fianu civilization begins to revive, they will restart these fleets and battle stars one by one, take to the battlefield, and start a holy war with their historical enemy Ada, the instructor, and start a fateful contest with the entire galaxy as the big stage. Unlike the alloys of human civilization, which will gradually become fragile after hundreds of thousands of years, the alloys of advanced civilizations are doped with dark matter, which will make the warships of advanced civilizations feel nothing after millions of years. Variety. Warships were sealed when civilization fell, and the conventional civilization fleet turned into dust and space junk after a million years. After the higher civilization was awakened and revived again, all the battleships that had been sealed up were there, and the battle could continue as long as they were restarted and sealed. I don't know if I haven't seen other galaxies, but the Fianuo Revival Empire that Li Qing saw now has more than 20 battle stars, and there are estimated to be sealed fleets and mobile battle stars in other parts of the capital galaxy. Stars, plus the fleets distributed in other galaxies, as well as the fleets and battle stars that have already fought, Fianuo's strength is obviously stronger than that of Ada's mentor. However, this is not absolute. After all, he only went around the galaxies in the isolated star field at the beginning, and did not go around in other places in the galaxies. The Galaxy 0001 only looked at the core area. I haven't checked, maybe there is a fleet there, and maybe there are more mobile battle stars. But regardless of whether they have hidden strength or not, as long as the heirs of Ada's mentors are another player civilization, they have no choice but to join the camp of Fianuo revivalists. According to the guidance, they flew to the ring world in the center of the galaxy, and came to one of the huge ring world areas. As the distance approached, Li Qing also saw the appearance and size of the ring world, as well as the densely packed civilian spaceships and aircraft surrounding the ring world. The size of this ring world is not small. The exact length is hard to say, but the width exceeds 50,000 kilometers, the thinnest part is about 10,000 kilometers, and the thickest inner ring is about 30,000 kilometers on one side. A frame made of a super large alloy is a ring world shell made of rocks, and the inside is filled with rocks and soil, which is divided into several layers. Ring worlds generally have a set of gravitational systems throughout the entire ring world, which leads to the fact that both the upper and lower surfaces of the ring world can be positive, just like the planet is affected by its own gravity. No matter what angle you are on the planet, you feel that you are facing the front. So at this time, Li Qing's fleet is located above the ring world, and you can see that the top of the ring world, which is 5 kilometers wide and several billion kilometers long, is lined with various high-rise buildings, just like the surface of a planet, with countless aircraft flying on it. Shuttle back and forth among the surface buildings around the world. Just like the surface of a normal living planet, the surface of this 50,000 kilometer wide and billion kilometer long circumworld is equivalent to a super planet, with huge cities, super large industrial areas, beautiful scenic spots, lakes, seas, and snow-capped mountains. Everything you need. There are also super large agricultural areas, where they cultivate, breed and herd livestock on the surface of the shell hundreds of kilometers thick around the world. As the fleet crossed the 50,000 kilometer wide ring world to the ring area on the other side of the ring world around the stars, Li Qing saw that the surface on the other side of the ring world was a new world. When the battleship was adjusted and turned over in the void, the reverse side of the ring world that was thought to be turned into a front view, and the viewing angle was exactly the same as the world vision of the super large ring world just seen. On the surface of the 30,000 kilometer inner ring that surrounds the world close to the central star, there is a huge plain. The entire plane is covered with super large star energy absorbing panels, which can absorb the central solar energy and provide additional energy for the ring world. Of course, this energy absorbing plate is not necessary. If you want, you can also install a gravity device on this inner ring to make use of this area. Moreover, this area is under direct sunlight for 24 hours, and it is always daytime. It is a good place to live. In addition, there is a wider space inside this ring world. The narrowest point is more than 10,000 kilometers, and the widest point is 30,000 kilometers. Even a layer of 1,000 kilometers can be divided into a dozen or even dozens of layers of space, which is enough to accommodate a population of trillions. So a ring world can accommodate tens of thousands of people, not only 1 trillion, it may be 10 trillion or more. This ring world is the capital of Fianu's revived empire, but its administrative center is located in one of the sections. The fleet stopped in front of a pioneer fortress tens of thousands of kilometers away from this area. Next, they will transfer to civilian the spaceship heads to the top of the ring world. It is worth mentioning that in front of this huge pioneer fortress, Li Qing saw many fleets from different races moored at the anchorage of the pioneer fortress. There are always 5 warships of different shapes. Obviously, they are not the only young civilizations who choose to join Fianuo's revived empire, and there are more than 5 who came faster than them. This gave them a sense of urgency. On the way to the administrative center, an emergency meeting was held to remind everyone not to have disputes with other civilizations. When the aircraft came to the administrative section of the ring world, the aircraft entered the bustling urban agglomeration on the surface of the ring world. A group of diplomatic officials received them and arranged them in the diplomatic area of the administrative area. What followed was a series of standard diplomatic welcome ceremonies, which were received by a senior official of Fianuo, who was also a military leader, and the specifications were not bad. Although Fianu's Renaissance Empire is a high-level civilization, it has a natural pride in facing low-level civilizations, and they always look down on low-level civilizations, but looking down is one thing, and they also have their own set of rules. Since they have sent a formal invitation to human civilization, and human civilization has also been invited, they must be entertained according to formal diplomatic etiquette. The area where they live is a super large manor, and there are hundreds of people in their mission. The 3 lords and the 9 military lords held a small meeting that night and arranged some tasks respectively. As the new leader of the army, Li Qing has no task, but to let him collect more information. If he knows some strong foreign civilizations, he can exchange more information. As a diplomatic mission, they can connect to the national network of Fianuo's revived empire and enter the diplomatic channel. This channel is mainly for the communication of these missions, and it is also the external communication window of the Fianuo revivalist regime. Li Qing entered the diplomatic channel online, and at a glance saw a welcome message on the top of the channel, His Majesty the Emperor of Fianuo's restoration of the empire, and clicked on it to enter. A Fianu man with a crystal body surrounded by powerful spiritual energy was distorted. Sit on the high throne and speak in an extremely formal tone. There is nothing to say about the content, very formal official wording. Instead, the content of the following top messages is quite useful, one of which is about the policy and foreign policy of the revivalists of Fianu after awakening. Li Qing immediately clicked into it to watch. Half an hour later, Li Qing's frowning brows relaxed slightly. According to the official policy of the Fianu revivalists, they will take back all the territory at the peak of the empire without any exceptions, but this policy will be adjusted depending on the specific situation. For example, some young new civilizations that were born on the former territory of Fianu's revivalists, according to the policy, either migrated or merged into Fianu's revival empire as second-class citizens or third-class civilians. Whether you are a citizen or a commoner depends mainly on the potential and role of your species, including whether you conform to their aesthetics. If this species does not meet the aesthetics of the Fianu's main race, the Fianuo people, according to the customary policy of the Fianu revivalists' extreme xenophobic trend of thought, there is a high probability that it will be treated as a slave or cannon fodder. If you can meet the aesthetics of Fianu's main race, you have the opportunity to become a third-class commoner and become a member of Fianu's revived empire. As for second-class citizens, they are only eligible if they conform to the aesthetics of the Fior people, and have played an important role in the War of Resurrection of the Empire, or have made great contributions. For example, only those who played an important role in the decisive battle between Fianu's revival of the Empire and the Ada Instructor, or dragged down a major Ada Instructor's main fleet, could become citizens. Citizens are one level inferior to the Feo people, but they already have full citizenship rights and can live in the capital around the world. Their elite descendants are eligible to receive the unique education system of higher civilizations, master some technologies exclusive to higher civilizations, and so on. It is worth mentioning that if Li Qing could escape from the isolated star field of the Ada recorder and go to any higher civilization to hand over the coordinates of the Ada recorder, his entire Jalan collar could be merged into these higher civilizations. And achieved a status second only to its main race. While this behavior is stupid and no one would do it, it is true. Next, Li Qing spent half a day browsing the diplomatic area, including some previously outdated content, and had a general understanding of Fianuo's revived empire's attitude towards other civilizations. Thousands of words are beyond words, and he can only use one sentence to express the speechlessness in his heart. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an extremely xenophobic advanced civilization. Chapter 300 Galaxy Changes. Emperor Fianuo did not receive the human delegation immediately. According to the words of the Fianuo diplomat, it is not yet time for the emperor to deal with government affairs, and it will have to wait until next month. According to regulations, unless there are special accidents, the emperor will only deal with government affairs at a fixed time every month. This is only after Fianuo's revival, he will be so diligent. Put it in the state of the fallen empire before awakening, and usually deal with it once a year, and now the efficiency has improved a lot. Taking advantage of this time, the lords and military masters visited some powerful factions in Fianuo's revived empire. Li Qing has no missions, except that he has just been promoted to the military leader for less than 20 years, so he is too young in every respect, mainly because there are not many big men who can visit now. As the powerful aristocrats in Fianuo's revived empire, that is, the military lords, they all hold a large number of fleets. At the time of the revival of the empire, most of them have already led their fleets to the expedition, and not many are still staying in the capital. In turn, neither he nor the other two military leaders had any tasks. As time went by, representatives of new civilizations gradually arrived, and the diplomatic channel gradually became lively. Early in the morning, Li Qing routinely checked the diplomatic channel, and suddenly saw that there were 4 more civilizations in the list on the official channel of the empire, and there were actually 2 names he was very familiar with. One is called Oba Civilization, and the other is called Icos Collective, both of which are members of the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance. Li Qing thought about it, and tried to contact a communication in the friend list that he hadn't contacted for a long time. In less than 30 seconds, there was a response in the communication, and a response was sent from the other side. Is it Your Excellency Li Qing? Li Qing responded with a smile. It's me, I didn't expect to see Lord Icos again here. Half an hour later, Li Qing saw Icos number 18 at a bar-like place on the corner of a certain street in the diplomatic district. This is the number 18 high-ranking subdivision dominated by Icos, which can be understood as one of his avatars. Icos number 216 and Icos number 211 that Li Qing knew before are both one of the subdivisions directly under the Juggernaut. Memories are shared, so Li Qing had a good relationship with Icos 216 and Icos 211 in the alliance before. In fact, he had a good relationship with Icos Master. In this way, as long as Icos dominates, all the directly subordinate high-level subdivisions can share this memory and relationship. The appearance of this Icos number 18 high-level descendant is different from other descendants. It looks a bit similar to the Fianuo people. It is estimated that the appearance was specially adjusted to get closer to the Fianuo revived empire. When the two met each other, they were a little embarrassed, and Li Qing asked directly, "Your Excellency Icos, I remember that you are an official member of the Pan-Galaxy Defense Alliance, but I have not seen many members of the alliance here. Did you not come, or?" Icos number 18 pondered for a while, and said, "The alliance may be splitting." Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly asked, "Why the split? Is there a disagreement within the alliance about which side to join?" "Yes," Icos nodded. "The alliance is more inclined to join the leader of Ada, but several members of the alliance, such as myself and Oba civilization, are too close to Fianuo's revival of the empire, so they have no choice." Li Qing understands. In fact, they also tend to be Ada instructors, but their own civilization is too close to Fianu. Once the war starts, they will bear the brunt. Although Ada instructors are also high-level civilizations, they are too far away, and distant waters cannot save them. Nearly thirsty, by the time they dispatch their fleet to fight, their own civilization would have been destroyed long ago. Squeezing his chin, Li Qing suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, although you seem to be forced, you may actually choose the right one." Icos froze for a moment, then looked up at Li Qing with surprise and puzzlement on his face. Li Qing didn't make a fool of himself, and directly used his spiritual energy to transmit his voice. "I left the alliance before and went to the side of the shield's spiral arm. On the way, I stumbled into the hermitage of Ada's Guide by accident. I met the remnants of Ada's Guide there, and saw their current remaining strength. The whole picture, but from what I have seen, it should be inferior to Fianuo's revival of the empire." Almost instantaneously, one could clearly see the strong psychic energy beating in Icos' pupils, and invisible psychic energy surged like tides, which showed how excited he was inside. This is great news. Although a slight victory before does not mean the final victory, it is at least an advantage. This proves that the side they choose to join Fianu's revived empire will have a relatively higher winning rate in future wars, which is good news for the civilizations that choose to stand. Hearing this good news, Icos' mood improved a lot, and then they chatted for a long time, and Li Qing asked him about the situation of the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance. In the past, he might not have said much, but now with the awakening of the two higher civilizations, the Battle of Heaven is triggered, the split of the alliance has become a fact, and many things that could not be said before can be said. First of all, although the alliance is still in operation, the major civilizations no longer send fleets and supplies to the major core fortresses. Of course, the fleets of civilizations already in the core fortress have not been transferred, they are still there, but the war with Sarnor devouring the bee swarm has become more conservative and has switched to a defensive stance. It is estimated that the decision will be made after the civilizations of the alliance stand in line and determine the situation. Fortunately, the alliance has no intention of war at this time, and the Sarnor devouring bee swarm is also preparing for it at this time. It did not take the opportunity to attack the three core fortresses, but instead mobilized troops from various places to shrink defenses, and many unimportant galaxies gave up directly. The heavenly battle between the two advanced civilizations has the same impact on Sarnor's devouring bee colony. As an extinct civilization, it has always been the enemy of intelligent life. Most fallen empires will not pay attention to these things. Any extinct civilization of the enemy may be the target of its attack. Not to mention that the entire territory of the Sarnor devouring bee swarm is within the ancient territory of Fianuo's revived empire, and it is also the core area of the silver disk, which must be taken back. It also means that when Fianuo revives the empire and prepares for war, there will be a 99.99% probability of declaring war on Sarnuo devouring the bee swarm. "He is dead." Icos nodded. "He is dead." The reason why it is said to be 99.99% instead of 100% is because there are no absolutes in the world, and it is not that there is no way out. At least Li Qing knows a way out. If Sarnuo Destroyer is willing to give up the national policy concept of exterminating everything, change the concept, and become an ordinary B-colony civilization like the Icos cluster, and then express surrender to Fianuo's revival of the empire, and block the entire alliance with the family he owns, his powerful strength can definitely change the balance of power in the Battle of Heaven. Considering this point, there is a high probability that Fianuo's revived empire will accept his surrender. Of course, surrender is surrender. Regardless of victory or defeat, the territory that Sarnor devoured the B-colony after the war must be changed. The star field he now occupies is the core area of the former territory of Fianuo's revived empire, which must be taken back. But the way to live is the way to live, and Sarnor Destroyer is willing to take this road. Such an existence with extremely terrifying strength has always been extremely confident in its own strength, and it may not necessarily be afraid of even a high civilization. Li Qing guessed that there is a high probability that a fight will still occur. If this is the case, Li Qing squeezed his chin, looked up at Icos 18, and suddenly used spiritual power to transmit. My friend, you are the same existence as Sarnor the Destroyer. If Sarnor the Destroyer is defeated by Fianu's Restoration Empire, can you take his power? Icos number 18 froze for a moment, pondered for a while, shook his head and said. It can take it, but he is stronger than me, much stronger. If you take it, will his will to destroy affect your thinking? Icos shook his head and said. No, I only take his psionic power. As long as I give up the fusion of will and memory of destruction, it will not affect me. Well, Li Qing's eyes flickered, and he was about to ask, but Icos 18 asked back. Do you want his will and memory? Li Qing nodded. Yes, I want his will and memory. Icos immediately said. I can keep it for you. Li Qing showed a smile on his face. Then I'm not welcome. The two looked at each other and smiled, and within a few moments, Sarnor's fate of destroying the Lord was sealed. It looks like nonsense. Why should a majestic immortal master be slaughtered by them? Even if Sarnor devours the B-colony is really wiped out, isn't the biggest loot going to Fianuo to revive the empire? In fact, it is really possible. The reason is very simple. Only the strong will of the same B-colony can strip the will of the B-colony. There may be many masters of the entire galaxy B-colony, and there are not only 2 of them who can reach the immortal level or above, and they meet the conditions only Icos dominates. Of course, there must be other beings who covet the superpower and will of Sarnor the Destroyer Lord, and it doesn't mean that they will definitely be able to obtain it. But as long as they work together and prepare early, there is a high probability of grabbing it. Because they had a good chat and had common interests, the two soon formed a small alliance, which was only the 2 of them, excluding human civilization for the time being. Time passed unknowingly, and civilizations continued to arrive. Within half a month, Li Qing saw the Isabel civilization of the other 2-player civilizations of the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance rushing over. The player civilization also rushed over. Not long after, 2-player civilizations that Li Qing had never heard of rushed over one after another. In just 2 months, a total of 5-player civilizations had gathered. This is not the end yet. It didn't take long for the Aisha player civilization located in the Aesar star field in the northern part of the Perseus spiral arm to send representatives. This is just the beginning. After a while, other player civilizations will discover that the successor of Ida's mentor is actually a member of the Zinner star group. They will all come to join Fianuo's revival of the empire, even if they are far away on the other side of the galaxy. Civilization will not be left behind. Even on the other side of the galaxy, within the sphere of influence of other advanced civilizations, player civilizations that will not be affected by Fianuo's revival empire will still send envoys. Not necessarily joining, but definitely providing some support. There is no other reason, just want to destroy the Zenner star group. Once the player civilization is fully promoted to the level of advanced civilization, there may be room for other indigenous civilizations to exist, and other player civilizations will undoubtedly die. When Ada's instructor freed up his hands, they were all wiped out one by one. 4 months later, when the Emperor Fianuo revived the empire and announced that he would receive representatives from various civilizations, 11 player civilizations, including human civilizations, had already gathered in the Rimworld diplomatic zone. It is worth mentioning that 4 months now is exactly the time when the Fianuo revived the empire to wake up from its fallen state, exactly half a year, which means that they have only half a year for other civilizations to choose sides, and those who have not come over for more than half a year are considered automatically give up standing in line. Li Qing doesn't know if there are other player civilizations in the galaxy. Maybe there are, but they may not be strong enough, or the distance is too far and he doesn't pay much attention to them. That is to say, there are 12 powerful player civilizations in the mainstream of the Milky Way now, 11 of them, the Gazanor star group. Among them, there are only 2 Perseus spiral arms, namely Human Civilization and Aisha Civilization. Among them, the Aisha Civilization expanded to the Perseus spiral arm, and its local subject is in the other spiral arm, but it is not clear which spiral arm it is in. Most of the other civilizations are scattered in other spiral arms, and even at the very end of the Shield spiral arm where the Zener star group is located, there is a civilization called the Kezan Council. This civilization is a tall humanoid civilization with blue skin and a rather powerful strength. It used to compete with the Zener star group between the 2 chaotic star fields in the center of the Shield spiral arm, and the outcome was tied. Just like the tens of thousands of years of war between the United Empire of Mankind and the Bruin United, the 2-player civilizations of the Kezan Council and the Xenor star group are also enemies. But as someone in the Zener constellation suddenly inherited the legacy of a higher civilization, they are the ones who are most anxious at this time. The meeting was held in the auditorium of Fianuo's revived empire. The Supreme Emperor of Fianuo and several electors and lords who were still in the capital galaxy were all present, with a total of 27 civilizations including these 11-player civilizations. Civilizations joined together. Each civilization can only send 3 representatives to participate in this meeting. The representatives of human civilization are Yi Kangchong, the head of the mission, and Lord Xiao Bili, plus Li Qing, and the other leader did not go. The purpose of pulling him into the delegation is the same as before. It is to make a good impression on His Majesty the Supreme Emperor Fianuo with the help of his experience of going to the Hermitage of Adis Guide. Although Li Qing felt that it might be useless, he did not refuse. On the aircraft, Xiao Bili said in a deep voice. There is one thing that everyone should be mentally prepared for. I searched for civilization representatives before, but I didn't find the names of Bruven and Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire. They should have joined the camp of Ada Guides. The Battle of Wanlian will usher in variables, and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire may backstab us while we are fighting with Bluin. Li Qingzhao already knew about this news, but hearing it now, he still doesn't feel very good. Hearing it now, he still doesn't feel very good. Hearing it now, he still doesn't feel very good. Hearing it now, he still doesn't feel